Go.
I died to Dracobaltians right before
I
the
saw that.
stream.
We were talking about that animation. It's
Pharaoh, I feel
tough.
so bad. I had literally just said you swap to Jack so that the Dracobaltians don't eat your face, and as soon as I said that, one popped up behind you and got Jack.
Just to say, Pharaoh, and just to prove how it happens. I Phoenixed down to character once only to have it immediately get eaten by Dracobaltian, so it just
And then on transition to first phase to second phase, I realized way too late that I forgot Sis. I just forgot her. And of course the game gives me Sis and like, oh,
that's okay.
fuck.
She's her basic attack isn't fantastic, but at least it's not Sync or Deuce.
At least it's not Deuce.
Yeah, that's why we've learned with the new revelation that it's the last 3 characters you had. We try at the end of Gilgamesh to pop out, like, probably Deuce is almost always going to be pulled out because you just want her to go away as fast as possible.
Yeah, no, super well done, Pharaoh. I think that was sub 2 hours?
Oh shoot, I am so sorry. I think I missed a split for Mog. Sorry,
No, you're
did a bad job. I split late for them.
We can take care of this.
Too much excitement happening in the trials ended. I missed it. My apologies.
But still, an incredible run for a marathon, even having to fall back on that safety save. Very, very well done. It's so good to see new people picking up this game, and I mean you're killing it. Speaking of killing it, we've got Crimson going over to Kator 2. Will Kator 2 troll Crimson? Place your bets in chat, I suppose. How?
Anywhere between
I don't
20
know.
seconds and a minute and a half. You guys could go anywhere. Hopefully not a minute and a half. You dove
I'm
away.
going 21 seconds. Perfect fight. Let's go.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of a dance. Getting his first hits in. Okay. Nope, he bounced back. Yeah, see, it's a dance. It's a delicate dance, but he got it. Nicely done.
This is why commentators should not be allowed to talk. I have once again jinxed somebody, but a good recovery by Crimson. Well done. Moving into the final mission. A solid run so far, honestly. I know we haven't focused on his POV too much, but yeah, 29 seconds, even with a little bit of, dancing at the start, that's a real good time, frankly, for Kator 2.
Yeah, Crimson came through and really optimized this run for kind of the whole community. He's put in a ton of work, and it's been awesome to kind of see his times come down. I know he wants to stick around, I think, until a one. I mean, I know he's aiming for world record, absolutely, but he's got a pretty low goal, and I'm excited to see how far he can push it, because he's really taken all of us to. I never thought that my time would get as low as it did, and then he came in with this reroute, and I was like, oh wow, I've PB'd after 5.5 years just because of all the work he put in. Foxy is pretty quickly approaching the Gilgamesh fight, the second Gilgamesh fight, and Crimson's doing the long walk home. We're probably gonna have a little bit to talk about in the end of these trials here, but does the FF9 team want to introduce themselves in the start? I know we have a run going here on Tonberry for that. Longer run. Lots to talk about.
Sure. How's it going, y'all? Gonna be here to talk about FF9 here in a bit, but we'll, let you guys interject and finish out Type 0 stuff if you need to. I'm RoamingMyrk. I've been following FF9 speedruns for a couple years now. Yeah, happy to help talk about it.
I'm Seth427. I've been running and routing the game since 2020, and pretty much following since 2019. So it's a fun game.
And I'm easily 18. I actually am a 9 runner, still currently. Got a bit of a hiatus for Final Fantasy 1. Somewhat miss 9. I never thought I'd say those words, but here we go. But yeah, put it back to the Type 0 commentators. You guys are going to do absolutely fantastic.
Thank you very much. You'll see Crimson did just get dropped off by his Chocobo. He got abandoned on the roadside, luckily not near anything dangerous.
It's worth mentioning that this game has an entire chocobo breeding minigame where you can make different kinds of chocobos that can cross different terrain and even fly. However, the quest that introduces you to chocobos gives you 20 chocobos, which is about 5 times more than we need for the entire run, so we don't interact with it in the slightest.
Yeah, which is A shame, but not a shame. That's why when they open up the Chocobo menu, you'll see there's girl Chocobos, boy Chocobos. There's a whole portion. There's many portions of this game that we just don't interact with. The whole friendship deal, the plot, we don't interact with that. Don't pay any attention to the fact that 2 of our students that we use for the whole game are Crystal at the end. Just don't worry about it. Things happened. So now, I believe, yep, Foxy is coming up on Gilgamesh, going in with Jack strats. I think I'm the only one who's holding out with Catter strats these days. I really should learn Jack, because he's better at it.
You should learn Ace strats.
Oh, Ace strat. My notes for Ace strats literally just say, it's done, don't know how, good luck. I have no idea how you do that part. Yeah, so Gilgamesh, this is kind of more what we see out of him. The break site approaches very quickly, and fire does not travel very fast, so if you, with weird timing, he's going to do a dance around you. And sometimes, he definitely just hit him, and I didn't register, because cool.
Yeah, and gets the grab. Unfortunately, the other unfun part of this fight is that there are a bunch of artillery strikes hitting the battlefield.
Foxy is listening to us, and so now he's going to show off the ace strats that I don't know how to do. But yeah, we have 3 main characters we've really set up for this fight. Crimson actually tells me about a 4th. Jack is supposedly the strongest. Catter is the one that I learned on that we really used to do. With her gun and Blizzard, as you saw, he kind of broke the break site with Ace, using Blizzard as he runs towards you, and then you kind of go crazy on him. Ace is here with a similar vibe, it seems, with his cards, but apparently 7 has a pretty good attack as well to use.
I should probably stop memeing about the Ace strat around runners who might use it and explain it. You actually need to upgrade one of his abilities. One of Ace's abilities is a very fast-hitting laser that, for whatever reason, will just tear through his break sites.
He does still work. Like, the effect is happening.
Yeah.
The problem is with his basic attacks, though, is that he's hitting the break site actually a little bit too early, so then the rest don't pop up, and there goes all your damage.
Yeah, I find his basic attack a little bit annoying to get the timing on, just because it does hit multiple times in quick succession. Although, that same property makes it very good for popping the repeated break sites when he does go down.
Yeah, so there it is. There's a good rhythm there. It's just you want to hope you don't hit that first one too fast. That's the sort of same principle we use with Catter, but hers are a little bit easier to control just because with her gun, she shoots a couple of fast bullets off in a row, and they kind of just hit each one as it goes. Yeah, let's get some dancing cactars in chat for Foxy, putting in a good show here. Oh, he's going to give a shot with the Catter strats here. Yeah, so what the pattern is he'll run at you, you Blizzard. You want to shoot off one of her grenades, which we never use, but what that does is, as you're walking around with Catter, it charges up her gun, which is awesome, except it's very slow. So what it does is you shoot off the grenade, and then it makes it so your faster hits are the ones you're going to get right away. So you want Blizzard, grenade, kind of wait a moment with a dodge, and then just fire away. It takes a lot of skill with this. Like, Pharaoh made this fight look very, very easy. If you get a good flow, it's nice, but this is not an easy fight by any means, so kudos to all of these runners for putting this out there for people.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm happy about this run. Like, I've never had such a good Gilgamesh.
That was a beautiful
That Gilgamesh was so clean, and this is frankly closer to what the average Gilgamesh looks like, of him just trolling you. Also, you'll notice all of our runners have gone into Gilgamesh with only one character. You really don't want to have multiple people alive in this fight, because they will hit Gilgamesh, they will ruin your break sites, they will just make him run around to random spots and be very annoying.
And another important thing, Foxy has 2 ranked characters out now, and one of them is already dead, so that's one less character he can guarantee for phase 2 of the Arbiter.
Yes, luckily there are some options for phase 2 that aren't too terrible, but it is definitely a detriment there. As long as we lose Cease and Sync, though, you can improvise with just about anyone else. Just not Deuce. Flashbacks are really for just not Deuce, please.
I actually really do not like starting with 7. Obviously not on the same level of Sync and Deuce, but I am not a 7 fan.
Her Snakebite attack is pretty fast, but it's also hard to kind of work around. See, there's an instance. The break site was up. Should have hit. It didn't, because it's just unfortunately how they're kind of programmed. It is a PSP game at the end. Yep, there was an instance of unfortunately going through, but he's at low enough HP that he can just Blizzard bomb him down. Usually Gilgamesh takes no damage from your attacks, but once he gets low enough, you can kind of blitz him down from that point. So yep, here he pulls out Deuce, and then 8 is for the the death roll strats. GG's, Foxy. That fight. And the best part is that even if you think you're going to have a beautiful one, there are those missiles raining from the sky. So you'll be lining up your shot, and then you just get hit in the mouth, and whatever ability you were charging is gone, the break sight's gone, everything's happening, he's hitting you. It can spiral very quickly. There's a lot happening, so it is not easy, and shoutouts to anyone who can kind of learn that and finish your run.
Yeah, it looks like we still have Trey. But we still have some options. I think it's not going to be too bad for securing a good final hitter here on Fid.
Yeah. Fun thing about Trey, back in the day, because now I can say that as an old-time runner, we used to upgrade Trey a lot for trials, because you'll notice that we've been doing a lot of blizzarding throughout this route. Back in the day, we used to level up Trey. It was what we called kind of physical trials. We took more experienced routes, lectures back then, so the enemies were a bit higher level, but Trey would be, I think we went up to like charge 4 on his basic shot. So the physical trial only was very fast. Those like little mini Cators that can just kind of fly around were very fast, but much slower in many other aspects, like anything involving magic, because people had more hit points and our magic really hadn't scaled up to that point. Most of what's done in terms of menuing in this run now is we buy those 6 amulets at the start. There was one point in the middle where we bought a gun for Catter and a sword for Jack, just for extra damage, especially through trials and things. And then there's one menu done at the very start to get those core abilities we talked about for that Togorath mission, with Cyclone Drive and Accelerate and things. And then there's one other one we do to power up Jack a ton. He starts with this ability called Reflex, which I will wholeheartedly admit I don't really know what it does. But at a certain level, a certain amount of SP, he gets Lightning Flash, which is a couple of hits in a row, and these guys say it's very good for the Jack Gilgamesh fight. So that's kind of all the menuing we have in so far. Oh, and also we level up in that same Jack menu Shiva a bunch, but I know Crimson is trying to ride out as much of that as possible, because Type 0 menus are unfortunately not very fast. This room is a bane for anyone who likes good controls. And that was the run through twice room. We're gonna get up to one where you have to shoot a bunch of candles. If we haven't already, I might have missed it. But remember how I talked about how the camera is on the same stick as switching targets? So you have to go around and you're trying to navigate to like 6 candles around the room while also getting hit by a bunch of enemies. Yep, right here. So yeah, there's a bunch of candles. Crimson is gaming a lot and just kills out 2 of the candles before the enemies even spawn in. So that's fascinating to know you can do that. Good to know. But yeah, see, it targets cubes, it targets things, but now once you take all the candles out, you can take down the Reaver. But you have to make sure you wait for Catter to say her voice line, because if she doesn't and you go to the exit, Sid says, nope, you did a bad job. And unfortunately, you failed the trial for no reason other than Sid decided you did a bad job.
I fell for that more than once. It's horrible.
Oh, me too. Even thinking I waited long enough.
So, one that I've only had once or twice is if 8 has Accelerate, he can outrun the double run-through room and fail it.
I ran through it 3 times once and went, what? What just happened? Alright, Foxy's on phase 1 of that final fight. We do see Sync in there and Deuce. Hopefully he's got some other people to throw in there. We don't want those as our last option. Yeah, okay, looks like we got Catter, Cease, and Trey. So yes, that's 2 options at a ranged attacker, and then we saw Cease. Cease isn't the fastest physical swinger, but she can do it. There is a fun strat you can do with 9, who's like the Dragoon of the party, where you can use his jump attack as he starts to come down, and he will just slam down on the break site, which is very fun. But here we are going into phase 2. Get ready, Team Choco's 9 runner. We have a little bit of time since it's not the fastest phase, but it is coming up.
Why do you still stand?
All right, opening with Catter, not bad. I will typically shoot a grenade just to discharge her slow-moving bullet, because sometimes her slow-moving bullet is so slow it will not hit the break site, which is always very fun.
Yeah, what I usually do is I keep Cutter's weapon stored, because then the bullets don't charge and I only fire once after the dodge. It works very nicely.
Yeah, that is also... I always like panic when I'm not targeting the guy just in case he might do something stupid, but that's... Does he still go for the grab attacks in this phase, or is that just phase 1? So I have to kind of be a little careful about that. Sometimes he's nice, and he just comes down to do a big lightning strike, which is just fantastic because he just does break sight.
He can still go for the grab
But
attack.
he
but
can do the grab attack. He tried doing it with C's.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you want to
he
be
can
careful
grab attack you.
about
It's,
how close you are sometimes.
It can't kill you, but obviously it's a big time waster, unfortunately.
Ooh, nice. Got it with Trey there. Trey's arrows are deceptively slow. You have to kind of dodge early so you can fire it off, because otherwise you're just going to hit him when it's too late. Getting through the ranged characters, I believe that was 3, so his magic barrier should be down. So now he's good to go ahead and Thunder Shotgun with Cease and other characters on that end. But he was kind enough to come down to do that lightning attack, which is just, every time he does it, it's a blessing. Because he just comes down and raises a spear and intends to hit you, but you just hit him and move on.
Yeah, I guess we didn't mention the difference there. So he does have 3 things he can do. He can try and grab you, which unfortunately doesn't have a break sight and is just annoying and a waste of time. He can come down here and summon this lightning, which doesn't do anything because we're invincible and powerful, but it has a very quick break sight, and he can also come down and slash with a line, which you have to dodge out of the way and then hit his break sight.
Nice.
I think the slash is actually slightly faster in terms of like getting a break sight, but obviously if you fail to dodge, you've wasted the cycle.
Yes, but also by same risk, you can hit the lightning one too early, and then he just doesn't do it. You saw we had a cycle there of Jack came down and he didn't get a hit in before, so also the break sight doesn't last the whole time he's casting, so you have to kind of balance it out. And he did use Jack there, so that does mean we are going to see some swag ending.
I love the swag strat to end this boss.
The swag strat is so much fun.
And it's not even that much slower at the end of the day, so a little bit of swag just to be not that much slower. Can't complain. Let's see, Crimson is cruising along. Magic only room, no physical attacks, please, Crimson. I know that was, I think this was the room he was quote-unquote most worried about in the entire run, but I believe.
Oh, this is the room that gets on everyone's nerves. The temptation to push the attack button.
Yep, the versus is all out of bounds, and you just want to click that one gunshot just to do a little bit. Nope, don't do it. It's a trap.
So Foxy is coming down to some of his last characters here, and I guess for the sake of time and being able to call things accurately, we should go ahead and explain it before it starts. So the swag strap for this final boss is with our favorite character, Deuce. How does Deuce fight with the flute? Well, inexplicably, she plays the flute, and then a small ball of light just kind of teleports around and shoots projectiles at enemies, focusing on whoever she's targeting. It just so happens that it attacks at the perfect cadence to hit Sid's break sight once you hit him once. So you can just call out Deuce, hit the break sight, hold down the attack button, and walk away, and she will solo him in
He does
like
a little
20
march.
seconds.
She marches in a circle, and you just hold it and you win. It's beautiful. As a flute major, I wholeheartedly agree. We may not use Deuce much in this run. She may be the one person we sack off the most, but she's actually apparently incredibly important for higher difficulty runs of this game. Because I heard something about, we talked about those computer characters that can pop up. Apparently one strat for higher difficulties is just summon, get a bunch of computer guys, and then to bring Deuce, because Deuce, being Bard of the party, is the buffer. So you just buff the computers. All right, here we are. Deuce is fluting to win.
Be ready on time. Gonna be here pretty soon.
Oh, I usually march in a little circle while doing it. This is, he's just staring you in the camera. Did that miss a break sight? I think it did. Wow, that's uncommon. It usually does not chip a break sight early, but just keep holding it. And you're gonna get it. Time. Let's go, Choco.
When he pulls away, it untargets him. And so if you're not targeting him, you're not going to get the break sight. And it did it twice there. Normally it doesn't.
I usually like walk in a little circle underneath him, and so like he just kind of tanks out. It's beautiful.
Well done, Foxy. Sorry about that, Gilgamesh. That was unfortunate, but I mean that's what Gilgamesh does to you.
If I hadn't promised quite new swag strats, I wouldn't have done it, because that Gilgamesh was awful. Once I lost Jack, and then I realized we had agreed upon a bunch of saves, and I had muscle menued through the only one that mattered.
Hey,
so
you didn't have to do swag strats for me. I appreciate them wholeheartedly, but luckily it's not that much slower. It is very minimally slower, because you have to be really optimal with Jack to actually make it that much faster with his charge ups and such. All right, and Crimson is cruising along. We are getting pretty close to the end of his trials, but 19. Feel free to interject as needed. No, I'm a bad person.
So anyways, for Type 0,
Got
forward,
distracted.
we will have a different commentator who splits
Flag strats are worth it.
No, look, I've only missed 2, okay? You guys were all very close to splits, like one was near Odilon and one was near Vajra, and I was like, oh god, I'm scared. I had one job, guys.
Anyway,
luckily Maelstrom is coming in and editing the times that I may or may not have goofed. This is not an uncommon occurrence. We just try and alleviate his extra work. We love you, Maelstrom.
Shoutouts to the admins for doing a wonderful job putting this all together, and of course, shoutouts to Crimson Inferno, Pharaoh, and Foxy for running Type 0 and representing here at the marathon. I think now that there are 2 Final Fantasy IX runs on stream, we should probably take a backseat until Crimson gets up to Sid. But it has been a blast being here, and thank you both for putting on such an incredible run for this relay.
If anything spooky happens, you can be sure that I will exclaim loudly, even if I don't intend to. So you'll know, but otherwise, take it away.
Well, Type 0 commentators, thank you so much. That was fantastic to hear that, and Type 0 runners so far have done amazing. Grim, bringing it home, really.
Yeah. It's really fun seeing other Final Fantasy runs that you're not as familiar with, and it's pretty crazy seeing like Tactics A2 before, and then also Type 0 now. Just how diverse all these routes and RNG heavy things are. So it's really fun to see.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy seeing the differences between them. And I personally hadn't seen much of Type 0, so it's been a bit wild to watch actually. But I want to say, Syl's Mage Masher dramatically quicker than Muttski's. Got it so much faster. So that's straight away automatically at least a minute difference.
Right, yeah, because there was 9 steals for Syl, and then Mutt had 21, I believe, was counted.
Yeah, that's what was said.
Yeah, so so for the first fight of the game, it's basically like a little tutorial fight, but we can steal a Mage Masher, which amps up Zidane's damage pretty dramatically for the first few fights of the game, well before we can even get one in the Ice Cavern later. So it's good to steal that. It's a 1 in 16 chance roughly, with a couple other little values changing that, but yeah, we just have to steal it until we get it. There's not really much else we can do besides that.
And the bit that's a little bit crazy to see is that, for those of you who don't know the early parts of Final Fantasy IX, a lot of the 9 fights at the start of the game, you actually cannot lose. So as long as you leave Dagger alive, as you'll see with Muttski when he gets into this fight, he will sacrifice 3 of his party members, leaving Dagger alive. It is the optimal strat, much faster than killing. But if you get awkward ATB, you can just kill off Steiner, and you will get through the fight straight away as well.
Funny thing, if you do attack Steiner for this fight, he responds with a line. I'm drawing a blank on where it's from, but he says, just a flesh wound.
Oh yeah, for Monty Python, Holy Grail.
Yes,
yeah.
Monty Python.
Yeah.
Apologies to the Brits.
Yeah, this game loves throwing out little references, pop culture, and also just previous entries.
I've got to say, I feel the odd one out. My flag's the only one different out of the 5 people in that commentary section.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we got American Heavy here. But we do have Muttski with the Canadian flag on the run.
True.
Also Crimson.
Yep.
What Crimson? But
So, interestingly, what Muttski's going to do here, he's going to do a thing that we call bomb skip. Basically, we're going to do an ATB wait here, but instead of on our characters, we're not ATB waiting our character's ATB. We're ATB waiting Steiner's ATB with the bomb in order to skip a Steiner dialogue box, and it saves you anywhere between 5 and 10 seconds depending on your performance.
yeah, this was we discovered this I think a couple years ago, and it was all thanks to the Little Geckos script that they wrote for Final Fantasy IX, to where we could view the enemy ATBs, so we can see what's going on behind the scenes. So it's been really fascinating to use that and just kind of see how the bosses work and things we can do to advance the run and cut down times and stuff like that. So that was really fun to figure out.
Hopping in real quick, that was a very nice Gilgamesh from Crimson. Got
very nice.
hit by the missiles a couple times, but he was able to get a very clean Jack fight in there. Always
Good,
nice to
good.
see.
Yeah, good.
It's absolutely wild as I'm watching the end of the Type 0 runs. It's just how fast they're moving through the game.
Times 3 speed is no joke. You watch a PS4 run and a PC run, because PS4, even though it's HD, doesn't have the 3 times speed. It's
Oh, interesting.
It's wild. Changes a lot of the strats too, because there's stuff that you can't get away with without that speed.
So it looks like, Muttski was able to finish out the Alexandria section, is making his way to the Evil Forest, which will be the start of encounters, random encounters that we can get. There aren't any encounters in Alexandria, obviously because it's a city. But we have Sylleath up on the top right. They're going to be starting the King Leo fight, which is pretty standard. What easily mentioned before, where you can't really lose the Toro fights. This is one of them where you can lose because you don't have Garnet. You have the Tantalus crew, which we do need to kill King Leo, and we can avoid the Arrow Brothers little bull guys on the sides. But see how he does.
The thing I was going to mention as well before Sylleath gets into nobles. So the big difference between PSX and PC for nobles, nobles on PC is dramatically easier.
Oh yeah.
You can miss the first 4 inputs and still get 100 nobles, which is enough to get through. As long as you miss either the first 4 or the last couple, you will get through it. You just can't miss in the middle. And you have a lot more time delay between the inputs. It is still possible to fail, and a lot of us still do at points. Just you're trying to be quick, but it does have backups, thankfully. But I think you know more about that than I do, then.
Yeah. I'm pretty bad at nobles personally. So that's another reason why it's just like. Yeah, it's one of those things. I pick up all the extra gil pickups you can get. So there's a couple of spare ethers and the Tantalus crash and elsewhere to try and make up the loss of the money. Because if you do get 100 nobles, you get 10,000 gil versus like a chump change of like 800 gil. So it's a pretty dramatic gil bump to get 100 nobles.
If I believe correctly, you would pick up the Thunder Gloves in Clara, the Mithril Dagger in Trino, and then there's a couple other things as well, and changes just the menu slightly, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Correct, yeah. And some people even skip the Mithril Dagger and they just kind of skimp out on some high potions and things like that too, so. It's just kind of depend on the runner.
Crimson is on the final boss here, so Mogrun is going to want to start getting ready. We're still in a bit of phase 1, but yeah, once phase 2 starts, it quickly will be close to time for that to happen.
Great to hear.
We'll leave it for you to finish up the end of the Type 0.
Alright, thank you very much.
For sure. Something we haven't super talked about, though hopefully it's been obvious with how they've been positioning, is Crimson's trying to get all of his cadets in a line there for Sid. Hopefully Sid comes down, does the sword wave attack. Your AI cadets are usually they try and stay like roughly to the left and right of you, so if you can get in the center of them and he targets you, you're going to hit all 3 of them with that sword, and it's just going to make getting out of the first phase a bit faster.
I was hoping for opening 9. He got opening 9, so Crimson knows
Are we going to do the jump strat?
Yeah, watch this Dragoon boy do his thing, his one thing that he does really well. Yeah, so the guy comes down, and right as he starts to swing, you jump, you nail it. It's so satisfying.
The jump has The jump has iframe, so yeah, you just go right through the sword wave. Very well done. Crimson's showing off at the end of the run just because he can.
He was hoping for that. He was saying he was hoping to show off some 9 jumps. Ooh, charging up a tray. Okay, I guess you can just strafe. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I always
Trey can just strafe. Yeah.
Fair enough. Have a nice day. Yeah, this is all going to be pretty much same business, but play this game. That's all I can say. That's my finding statement. Play this game. It's very deceptive in that people think they don't even think about it, and it's just good.
Doing the trade strat there with Ace as well, which I really like.
Yeah.
Ace's cards are delayed enough that you can just throw them, and even though Ace is going to get hit by the sword wave, doesn't matter because his cards are going to hit and hit the break site.
I never trust myself to not hit it early, but that's the way to do it. I kind of in the notes that I made, I tried to put little like here's the best way to do it with each character, but I definitely have to update it because there's some new stuff that I've been seeing that is it's just cool. But having the more runners we've been having have really been adding just so many bits and pieces to this run, which is just fun.
By the way, if anyone is interested in learning this run, Koinu has put together a lovely set of run notes that are incredible for getting into it. I had spent about 5 years away from Type 0 due to work and other things taking up my time, and reading her notes, I got back into the run in like 20 minutes, so you should absolutely check those out if you are interested in playing or speedrunning Final Fantasy Type 0.
Thank you. That means a lot. When I came in and learned the relay, I had to make my sparse notes off of Sense videos and stuff, and Sentinel absolutely helped me out the whole way through, but I made those notes with the intent of, I came into this game basically having never played it, so they are very overly detailed. You'll want to make your own pretty quick, but they're there with the intent that someone who's never played can just pick it up and go, and that's my hope for anyone who even wants to give it a try.
Isn't Crimson on record page?
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Yeah, he's
is. Cruising.
I did not look at the time. That might be a sub 150.
Yeah, world record.
If he gets sub 150, that will be crazy. Yeah, because he's been wanting that, and he did it with safety. Like
Crimson
we had safety saves,
and there was a lot of safety in here. Yeah, because I did see his rooms went well. Yes, he's schmoovin', so this might be a relay world record incoming. It's a 151 something. I was looking at the board recently.
How many more does he have to sack?
He has 2 more sacks.
Not enough. Not enough. He's gonna get it. The
Yeah.
sub 150 may not happen, but he's going to get the record.
Yeah, I don't think it's sub 150, but this will be like a 150x.
Yeah, I don't think Type 0 world record doesn't trade hands too often. So all right, Sen, you ready to come out of retirement? I know you
I'm
still
pretty
do
sure
the
world record holders had it for the last 8 years. So
not quite 8. Sylleath came in
Crimson's
maybe
been
like
going
5
for
or
it for a
something.
while.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I might have to after this incredible run by Crimson. I feel inspired. Yeah, we're gonna do jack strats here. You absolutely have to on this kind of a pace. And we're gonna see the slashes on the break sites, and then the charges between with the extra slash to do a little bit more damage, and just skip one of those break site cycles.
Get ready, Mog. It is soon. Oh yeah, this is. Yep. Not gonna say anything more. Don't jinx it. Shut up, commentator.
You actually can't jinx it. You can't die here.
True.
I mean, worst you could do is miss a break site, but I think Cruz got this. One more hit.
There's only one more left.
Oh yeah.
Time.
Yeah,
Go.
that's great.
Time. Go, Mog. GG
That's
Crimson.
a
That is
150.24 Crim world record.
Almost a minute. All right, we are gonna get out of your hair. That is everyone. Though, shout outs to Crimson in the chat. Thank you, runners, for coming in and learning this game. Because for a long time it was 3 of us and a dream, and you guys came in and you learned the game. Thank you for all the new routing, all the new running. Thank you, management, for letting us back into the relay after some dubious strats. And yeah, everyone have a fantastic relay. We have a lot of hours coming of some fantastic games.
Yeah, stay tuned. You don't want to miss FF9. It is one of the most storied games in speedrunning, and they'll be your canary. Peace, everyone.
Take care, Type 0, guys.
Thank you, yeah. Wow.
As
Crimson.
As a member of Team Mog, all I can say is, let's go, Crim. Absolutely phenomenal work. Seb,
Yeah,
I hope
great.
you bring it in. Let's make this team close race.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, that's what Team Mog needed to get the old catch up there. So that's wonderful news.
We also do have 1 gray tiles today.
Finally.
Yeah, we have gray, 1 gray, 2 blue. That's right, yeah. But yeah, as we mentioned before, here we have to try and steal Mage Masher. So Seby's just gonna try and go for that 116-ish, floating numbers, etc. Try and get that Mage Masher, and hopefully we can get that sooner rather than later. But yeah,
Not the
all we can
best
do
when
is just
Cinna goes down first.
Yeah, Senna doesn't have any armor on, so he has 0 defense, so any attack from the Masked Man can basically just one-shot Senna. But, so, yeah, another thing I don't think we've mentioned yet is how we do ATB waiting, so we can actually do that right away in this first battle, since both Zidane and Blank, and as well as Marcus, are all faster than the Masked Man. Marcus is a little bit more difficult, but as you see in Seby here, is doing the ATB wait, where you hold ATB and you kind of like let the ATB bleed until they take their turn, and so it resets your character's speed as well, or your character's ATBs as well as the enemies at the same time. And if your character's faster, they will take in their turn again before the the boss goes. So we're going to be using that quite a bit whenever we have a character that's faster than another's enemy.
There's quite a few occasions through the run that we use it. One of the most notable would be during Clara, where Zidane is faster than pretty much every single enemy there, whilst Freya isn't, and Vivi most definitely is not. So we typically would do it through Zidane. And it can save you quite a long time through the entire run. But there's the Mage Masher for
there we go.
Seby.
Yeah.
Nice.
So all 3 in not horrendous time.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Last year, if I remember rightly, Eat, I think, had a really slow Mage Masher.
Yeah,
I think
the game could just be mean, yeah. But yeah, for a marathon, it's not the worst, but yeah, it could be better, of course. But he's in it. He's going to be able to go on through the Alexandria tutorial fights essentially, and move on, and hopefully we can get through the Evil Force with Muttski. But he's made his way through there.
Muttski is approaching the first split of the run for 9, which is the plant brain split. Right? Words. Basically, in that fight, we can't really kill until Blank arrives, and the fastest way to do that is to get Zidane to critical health. Typically, we do that by sacrificing him straight away. And if you're quick enough, you can do one of 2 things. You can either sack Zidane first, if your ATB is good, and hope that you outspeed Plant Brain. It's not a massive concern if you don't, as long as you can still get your hits in. The other option is you let Plant Brain go and you ATB wait so that you can double blank hit. On PC, it is very tight timing. On PSX, it is much easier to do.
Yeah, that's so.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that's one of the notable differences between the HD version, which is what they're going to be running on with no major skips, and the PSX version, is that one of the unique quirks of HD is that whenever you try to pass your turn to another character by pressing the triangle, or if you're on Xbox controller, the Y button, it doesn't pause the enemy's ATB while you're shifting and opening the menu to another character. But in PSX, you can just mash that triangle button all day. If you have turbo, you can set it on, and nobody takes a single turn if you're mashing triangle. So that's why it's a little bit tighter for HD to try and get some of these passing turns and ATB weights off, because it's a little bit more unforgiving.
A little known fact as well, HD PC has input delay on as standard, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is in the ballpark of 300 ms, because the RoamingMyrk, which is for casual only, I might add, reduces it down to 60, and it feels almost as if you're playing on PSX. That is the difference. It is very noticeable.
Oh yeah, there's slight input delays even in the menus when you're selecting abilities and things like that, so something you have to get an adjustment to if you're coming from the PSX, but if you start with the HD, you're going to be pretty fine, I think. So you might be able to notice a little bit.
I think Muttski got the ATB weight.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was slightly quicker than I thought. I'm delayed by like a few seconds. I am slightly delayed, but he
aggressively mashed the buttons or had auto clicker on the attack.
Oh, very good. Yeah, it's extremely tight. So seeing that on HD is pretty great.
Yeah. One thing I want to mention there, Mutt is actually using his mouse and keyboard for his inputs there. It is faster, you get less input delay, but if you learn using controller, you'll probably find you don't ever swap.
Yeah. When routing it and kind of going over the inputs, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, up, the to-dos menu is up, down, A, B, left, right, bumper, that kind of stuff. And once you get that technical kind of rhythm down, it's hard to beat. But at the same time, when if you're learning and doing mouse and keyboard, it's just to each his own, different flavor. But as for notes, it's kind of hard to really put notes in for mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty nice to click around with the keyboard or the mouse. I mean, but so one of the early things for HD. Another thing that we can talk about is the disparity between encounter checks between the PSX and the HD version. HD gets dramatically less encounters due to how the game's programming your movement through areas. It considers you walking even though you're running from place to place. So so in the PSX, if you're walking, your encounters are going at a slower rate. But on HD, it just uses that same formula for whenever you're running as well. So we're going to be seeing dramatically less encounters than a PSX run.
And it actually doesn't help our odds if we walk anywhere on PC. All it does is make our movement more precise. That is it. And so you pretty much only would use that in certain places like Ove later on in the game. Aside from that, it's very rare we walk on PC.
Mm-hmm. And there's been a bit of there was a question earlier in chat I think I may want to talk about, but the reason we wanted to steal Mage Masher is for the damage increase for Zidane. We also need it to synthesize later as well. It's one of our synth ingredients to craft one of the double blades with these swords. So it saves a little bit of gil as well as just increasing Zidane's damage output. The abilities on there it has flee on it already, so it's the same thing as a dagger. And the other ability, I forget what it is. But it's not important. It's one we don't really use, but we can use that whenever we trance to use that little bit extra damage from the Mage Masher, because when you trance as Zidane, depending on what skills you have available or have learned, it will unlock new skills for him to use in trance for more damage.
I hope, Steph, I hope you're aware that when we get to Trino, I'm leaving all the discussion to you so you can talk about your beloved Bloodsword.
We gotta dedicate the Bloodsword hour to Steph for sure.
That's fine. For those that don't know, pretty much a little side quest that we do that most runners do not do because it does waste time, technically, is the Stelazio mini quest or side quest. You can, the most Stelazio coins you can get by the time you get to Trino can be 5 if you decide to go to like Quan's Dwelling. Scorpio is in there, but pretty much there's 4 you can get before you go to Quan's Dwelling, and you turn those in. The fourth coin will give you the blood sword, which helps Sider's attack greatly. But we'll get to that when time comes, just to talk about that more when we get there. But pretty much, we're looking at bomb skip, I believe, for Syl.
Yep, there they go. Nice.
Yep, he's through. We're just coming into Nobles for Seby.
Yeah, so yeah, we can watch Seby do 100 Nobles. He's a pro. Should get it. But, yeah.
So, interestingly, where Team Tonberry is there, that particular world map, he will not have to do a thing that we do, which is step to step, because when there is large text on the screen where it says Miscontinent, you get no encounter checks, and there are 2 parts of the run where you can get away with doing that, and that is the first one. When we get to the next one, we'll talk about it, because we have to do a mix of both.
Here in the story, when we were getting into the ice cavern, Vivi's talks about his grandpa Quan. Unfortunately, Quan passed away, and so that's what prompted Vivi to start exploring the world. So he didn't want to be alone.
It's Vivi, very, very sad story throughout, but we did not get 100% Nobles by Seb.
Sorry, it was commentary curse, I guess. I'm sorry. Yeah, we can try again with Seby. He wants to get that 1,000 gil because it takes about a minute or 2, I think, to redo the Nobles. But he probably just wants the gil just because he doesn't do any backup gil strats.
He probably doesn't remember the backup notes as well as his normal. Wants to go by as he knows. It's very comparable on time, to my knowledge, to redo and to just go nobleless. I'm pretty sure it's very similar time.
Yeah, it's not too bad, yeah.
Okay, Muttski coming up to Sea Lion. There's quite a lot to talk about with Sea Lion. We typically take it at level 3, but you can, if you are feeling like being very safe, take it at level 4. We never take it at level 2 on PC. It's just harder for no reason. So what you can see with Syl is he's forcing an encounter in the woods there, and that's part of what gets us to level 3, because it gets to level 2 before you even get into the prison cage fights. And Sea Lion will have some certain damage thresholds and certain counter mechanics that we look for. The max damage that Black Waltz 1 and Sea Lion can do in a single turn is 62. So as long as we are safely above there, without taking any risks, you are safe for that turn. But it's advisable you pay attention and make sure you heal to avoid any unnecessary crits.
Yeah, because it's one of the hardest fights for a beginner, especially if you don't have the Mage Masher for a casual playthrough for Sea Lion and Black Waltz 1. It's just a rough boss fight that Zidane has to solo himself. It looks like Seby was able to get 100 nobles after a third attempt, so he's got the 10,000 gil, he's going to progress on now.
And now we'll see a zooming run is all I hope. So, a lot of runners like to voice the first prison cage fight. Steph, do you fancy doing that on the last one?
You meaning you said like we're talking about forcing the encounter?
No. Like I'll read the Steiner lines if you read the Zidane.
Oh.
Trance is a deuce, as surge of emotion.
Yes. Yeah. When Seby gets to that, I'll definitely enjoy voice acting.
Perfect. You've got it.
and just to talk more about the forcing of the encounter. Pretty much in order to get to level 2, you need 16 experience points, and finding a Fang or a Goblin, which are the only 2 enemies that we can fight on those screens, it would give us 23 or 24 experience points. Pretty much that helps us get to there, and then to get to level 3 we need 47. But with Steiner and Vivi added to our party, all the experience is divided by 3. So when Syl and Seby's get to the plant spider fight after prison cage, after plant brain, there may be different strats that we can do depending if there's 2, 3, or 4 plant spiders.
Yeah, those plant spiders will determine a lot of how we need to kill off our own party members to soak up the XP, because the way FF9 works is the XP is split between your party members, so the more people that are alive, you get less experience for however much is divided between all your party members. But if there's only one person alive, they get all the experience. So it's kind of like, how much experience do I need to get Zidane up to that level 3 or 4 so I can have a safer Sea Lion?
So back to Muttski Sea Lion, you'll see that Sea Lion has just gone to yellow phase on his ore. That means he's in his intermediate phase, and he'll counter at that point with a Blizzara, which does not use his ATB, and he will use either Blizzard or Wing. He does counter every second hit, is how we look at it because of Zidane's damage. As long as you either don't crit in an inopportune moment, or you heal just before you push each phase, you will be safe. If you take any sneaky gambles, like all of us 9 runners do, you have a risk of dying to Sea Lion. Alright, so there is red phase, counters Tsunami. The max damage roll is approximately 117 between the Tsunami and max damage roll Blizzard. As he's on 43, he's just going to push both because he can't die even with a wing crit. He cannot die there. The only thing that can happen is a miss.
We're just holding our breath in case there's a miss.
Yeah, it'd be my fault.
Yeah.
So
another thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, we're playing the same thing.
I was gonna say one of the differences between HD and PSX as well, so anybody familiar with PSX, is that HD removes the dead crit zones. So it's either a bug or intended by design. We're not exactly sure, but so on PSX, there's your critical hit chance is determined by your spirit value, and if the character's spirit value is within a specific range, they cannot crit. And so all your characters in an early game cannot crit up until they get, I believe it's 24 spirit. So whenever you can start getting critical hits. But on the HD version, that is removed. So any physical attack that you or the bosses can do can crit in early game. So even without the leather wrist, that would push Zidane's spirit up to above the value. You can still crit without it.
It's one of the only times where you actually don't want to crit is against Sea Lion. You want to do it against Black Waltz, but not against Sea Lion.
One thing, and we'll hopefully we may see it for the other two runners when they fight Sea Lion, is instead of defeating the boss, the Sea Lion boss, in 6 attacks, there is a possibility that you can actually defeat it in 5 attacks, and that requires a combination of 92 and 96 damage rolls, and I believe you need to be at least level 3 for those rolls to come up. And that's one thing with comes to Final Fantasy 9 is there's about, I guess it does depend on your level, but pretty much between 3 and 5 damage rolls are possible for either any type of magic or any type of physical attack. And that is one thing that later on in the route, or later on in the run, probably most likely in Disc 4, where runners will start doing, will start calculating damage to see how many more attacks are needed, and it can be the difference between the enemy taking a turn or not by just strictly off of your damage rolls.
So at level 3, your damage rolls with Zidane are 84, 88, 92, and 96. Now, if for whatever reason you push to level 4, that shifts all the damage numbers up by 4. So it goes to 88, 92, 96, 100, which gives you a higher chance of 5 hitting, but it is the time taken to get the extra fight to do that. So you need to do an average of 92.4 damage in order to 5 hit the Sea Lion. So you either need a crit, or it's 2 96s and 3 92s.
I love the technicality of the run. Like
Oh yeah, me too.
It's like I always wanted to know why we do the things we do, and it took me to like routing and looking really into the game a lot to be like, oh, so that's why, and it's really helped me just be a good depth of knowledge. I mean, there's other people that came before me, and eventually people after me that have as much, if not more, knowledge, and it's really nice to have those people in the community that, hey, this is why we do the things we do.
Yeah, something we saw there with Muttski on the world map. So the world map versus the dungeons for movement, you can actually stutter step. So as long as you mash the D-pad, up, down, left, or right, whatever you need to do, as long as you don't take a full step, you can mitigate or not increase your encounter threat to get random encounters. So we're going to be seeing that quite a bit throughout the run whenever we're on the world map, except for the one part that we mentioned, easily mentioned before later in the game, where we'll have the ability to just sprint a good distance in the world map. But
we've got about an hour and a half to 2 hours until we get there. No worries.
We got a bit of time.
It is actually quite interesting to see that Muttski does his manually still. Vast majority of PC runners actually use a script or a single button macro in order to do the stutter. As it's 1, more optimal, and 2, it's very much more consistent, because then it's not down on how tired are you, how quickly are you going, how are you rushing, it makes it a bit more simple.
Right. Yeah, I think I was talking to Muttski about that before, and he was just like, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'll just smash, it's fine.
I'm in the same boat, and I believe Seby's also will manually stutter step.
Okay.
For me, having a mechanical keyboard, just tapping up on it here and there, I don't know. I feel it's more of like more of a flex of like, all right, I can just do it myself kind of thing.
Oh sure, yeah. And it's different per runner, but yeah, some people prefer to do it, some people don't, and we'll accept it.
Oh yeah. I do. I think it's great that it's allowed. I think that having any kind of accessibility or adding more accessibility is really good. That's just my opinion.
100% agreed. We do see Team Choco Sylleath coming into the plant brain fight as well. So as we get to it, maybe we'll see what happens this time. Will there be an 8-2-8 or not?
Yeah, and we'll get ready for the split too.
Yeah, I won't miss this one. I've just seen someone saying about a script to do the menus. No, because we're only actually allowed to do scripts that do one input at a time.
Right. Yeah.
That's the restriction on it.
Yeah, we allow basically turbo and anything like that. And since stutter stepping is within the realm of 1-to-1, where you hit the D-pad and it'll do up. That's the limitation we allow for scripts of any kind. Anything else outside of that is not allowed.
So we will not be seeing Sylleath do ATB wait because he managed to sack Zidane whilst blind, which is quite good luck. It is marginally faster to ATB wait. You're talking a couple of seconds, but it's dramatically safer to just use VP there instead.
Yeah, one good thing to know that Blank has the possibility of missing, even if he wasn't blind. But magic attacks do not miss. So Vivi's magic and Sanders' magic sword will not miss. And Muttski's going to be getting to the first buy menu, in which we buy wrists.
So, because Muttski did steal the wrist from the Masked Man, it does change his menu slightly. I didn't see what he stole from Prison Cage 2. If he stole the broadsword, that would change the menu. If he stole the leather wrist, that changed the menu. And if he didn't steal at all, again, that changes the menu. If we go on the assumption that he stole the broadsword, he did steal the wrist, so he will only be buying 7 wrists instead of 8. That is really the difference due to the first fight. If he did in fact steal the broadsword, as he is not buying. Oh no, he did not. Wait, did he buy the iron sword though?
No, I believe he stole the broadsword.
Yeah, I think he went to the iron sword, but then didn't buy it.
So, the reason why we buy the things we do in Dolly is 1, some of those items are not available in future shops, and 2, when we get to the next town, Lindblom, which is also known as Plot City, we will learn a new mechanic who comes to shops of the synthesis shop, where we can, synthesize or combine 2 items to create a better weapon or accessory or any kind of equipment. One of those items is the cotton rope, which when sold sells for 2,000 gil, but the amount of the costs for the price for the items that it costs to buy and synth are less than 2,000 gil. So we actually make money in order for when we sell the cotton robes. So it's also known as the cotton robe trick. People who have played casually may have been aware of it for a while. So we will utilize that and pretty much gain around, I think it's over 600 gil. I want to say like 630.
600 per.
Yeah,
I think 600 on the dot actually per cotton robe.
So, right. So pretty much for cotton robe, and so that amount of gil will actually help us buy more potions and Phoenix Downs, kind of add more safety to this route. And if for some reason it's kind of more popular on PSX when Nobles is much more difficult. If you're running Nobilis, you'll only synthesize, I believe, 3 cotton robes versus the 8 in the Noble route. So less money, which means less items, which means a little bit less safety. So all the risks are kind of been negated here in on the PC route, which is definitely nice. It adds more quality of life.
So we've just seen Sylleath get past the Land Spider fight. He had 4, which means as he didn't get an additional encounter in the woods, he had to sacrifice Blank and then do the fight. If he did have an encounter with 4, he would not have to sacrifice Blank. The experience would still be balanced. And it usually works out so that if you get an encounter, you can roughly work out to be the number of spiders is the number of people you must have alive. If you don't get an encounter, it's the number of spiders minus 1. That's the general rule of thumb. Okay, so Muttski in Dali, Sylleath ending the woods, and Seby just getting into where he can get his first encounter. So 3 different perspectives, 3 different vibes to the run.
See if Seby's forces an encounter. Okay.
So you'll see, before in this fight, he does not have a trance bar. And that is simply because this first fight, he teaches you trance. The first prison cage. Now, if you're doing any percent, not NMS, you would not have this fight. You would menu buffer through it, and therefore not trance the entire game. You ready, sir?
Let's go. You'll be Zidane, I'll be Steiner.
Okay.
What is that light?
I don't know. Somehow it raises my power.
Could it really be trance? I've heard of it before. Trance is induced by a surge of emotion.
Alright, let's take it. Well, went through that quite nice.
I like it.
Can I just say that was adorable?
I'm glad you liked it. Muttski's just done a nice little skip that is very small, only saves you a very, very small, almost insignificant amount of time. As you approach where you stop for a bit of dialogue in the corridor, in Dali there, if you walk instead of run at the right pixel, Zidane will not slide. He will just do his dialogue and then you carry on. It saves you maybe a second. It's not a lot, but it's a nice little it's very small time save.
I believe it's half a second. But
yeah, so I mean, it's so minor.
It definitely is. It's something that I mean, people should learn. It's one of those things like, oh yeah, other people do it. And one thing you see on Team Choco is before the screen before they avoided the mist there. If you do run into the mist, it does force an encounter, and I believe it is always a weird that is in the encounter. It can be 1 or 2 of them. But in order, 1, we don't need the encounter, and 2, it's just time loss, strict time loss. So
weirds are not worth very much experience. The only fight you realistically want in Ice Cavern, if you're going to take one, is 3 or 4 flans. They will usually give you a level up, especially if you sacrifice dagger before then.
Right. One thing, technically, if you were gonna fight the weird, is they have a 1/8% chance of dropping an ether, and ethers we'll see in future shops. They sell for 1,000 gil each, and that is a really good chunk of change.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Seby does not steal from Prison Cage at all. I believe he just takes the fight as is. I don't remember seeing him steal, but I'm fairly certain he doesn't steal in his route. It's a different choice, but it does allow for consistent menuing. But it does mean you have to do a slight menu with Steiner. But at the end of the day, you're not guaranteed to get the common steal, being the broadsword. You are sometimes going to get the leather wrist, which will allow you to crit more often, and gives you a better evasion chance. But here we see Sylleath getting into the Sea Lion fight, where he will have to kill off Black Horse 1 first. Black Horse 1 is typically 3 hits to kill, unless you crit. What we're hoping is to outspeed Black Horse 1. You will never outspeed Sea Lion. Nice opener, and he does in fact outspeed. Perfect.
Nice. So you're gonna have two mage fights going on at the same time, or Black Waltz fights.
Black Waltz 2 being one of the scariest for a lot of new runners. Very, very common to get stuck here until you understand the fight and how to understand how the fire rate counter works. I think if we get to that when one of the other runners gets to that, so we can go through Sea Lion, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sylleath taking an almost optimal amount of health into this last hit because a full damage blizzard would not have killed him. There's only one thing that could have, and that is a max damage roll wing crit, which is rare, but can happen.
I just was watching Muttski, and he wanted to kill Vivi off before he tried to do it with Steiner, and it didn't work. He ended up getting it still, and as part of the counter, which we'll get into later. But it was something that I believe that was the first miss of this run.
I believe that's correct. It's a bit unfortunate that his Steiner's just gone down. Actually, Steiner does the big damage in that fight, unless you get the Mithril Sword, Mithril Dagger, I should say. But since we didn't steal off of Sea Lion, there was no steal there. We only go for that steal on the Mithril Dagger if we think we're going to trance on that fight. That is the only time we ever go for it. Okay, Sylleath playing this a little bit close, being on 120. He does have enough health, but he may well have to heal here before pushing. He will have to heal. He's a little bit unfortunate, unless he got a wing and a miss, which he didn't in that case. He would have to heal to get through the first of that fight. But it's nice to see Muttski get through Black Waltz 2. It wasn't the best he's probably ever had, but he's through.
He did play it safe. One thing that was probably going through his mind was, do I need to revive Steiner again? Because Zidane did enough damage without that. But the reason why is because Steiner, he wanted to have 5 AP, the AP ability points you get from Black Waltz 2. He wanted to get that onto Steiner for his abilities. So pretty much boss fights do not give any experience. They only give ability points, and those ability points are used to learn skills. And certain skills are extremely needed by the end of the game. So we wanted to acquire, pretty much we want to acquire them as soon as possible, so we know those skills are learned as soon as possible. And so pretty much Plant Brain and Black Waltz 2 are the two fights that give us 5 AP each. And I believe Steiner has the bronze armor on, which helps learn Bird Killer. And for those who have ran FF9 or been part of Chad, 90% of the bosses are birds, pretty much. If they're floating, they're a bird. And that's one thing that we'll actually get into with Black Waltz 3 fight is they first start on the ground, but after a physical attack or any attack, they start to float. And once they're floating, they are in bird status. Unfortunately, casting float on an enemy does not make them into a bird either, though. But it's something, a unique mechanic with the Black Waltz 3 fight right here.
Well, interestingly, it's actually irrelevant on the Black Waltz 3 fight anyway, because we don't do a standard attack with Steiner. It helps with his damage from his magic sword, but it's really funny because you have Bird Killer for the first part, and then you take it off for the second part. So he goes from a bird to, well, you put Man-Eater on, but he doesn't take bonus damage from that at that point.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rome.
Oh, no, I was just gonna agree with you, yeah.
So that's one thing is with overall in the run, we buy certain items to have optimal stats for the for fights and specific equipment for specific skills that we'll need for either that boss right then and there or bosses in the future. Like for example, we put on Bug Killer. That's first from Steiner's, I believe, Bronze Helm. We put that on him in the first menu that we do. That's for a boss that we fight at, after Trino. So in Disc 2, given there's no physical disc for the PC version, but we still break them up, as if it was PSX. But pretty much there's a boss in disc 2 that is a bug technically, and that's why we need to have Bug Killer on him, if not learned by then.
We actually have some very, very, very good timing here. We're going to get Seby to do his Plant Brain, and then immediately after, pretty much, we're going to have Muttski do Black Waltz 3. Black Waltz 3 being a scripted fight, and Plant Brain 1 almost scripted.
Right, yeah. Black Waltz 3 is a very cool scripted fight, just how we have it all set up.
So Seb actually taking the quick ATB and getting very fast reactions with Steiner and Blank, hopefully skipping out Pollen. That's why he's holding on with Vivi, just to be on the safe side. He's going to wait this out because Plant Brain will get his turn before Vivi, and he'll probably use Blank instead of Vivi for the time save.
Let's see.
He's done it, but he's also put...
Oh, he got it. Wow.
Got it. It's a 50% chance to hit that, but you got it.
That's both Sylleath and Seby getting the 50% damage, 50% hit chance and winning.
Great.
Yeah, FF9 is pretty much everything either will or won't happen. 50/50.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, everything's a 50% chance. Yeah. Either it happens or it doesn't.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna have a very scripted fight. Sorry, I'm gonna just go through this because I've got the script basically in my head. So we're gonna hit with Zidane using Auto Battle immediately. Take off Auto Battle, we'll use either Fire Sword or Thunder Sword. Thunder Sword is quicker animation, and then double fire. We do not hit again with Zidane, and we're paying attention to damage rolls. We would like to see 270 from Steiner and 184 from Vivi. However, that may not happen. Did I say 184? Am I right? Anyway, we as soon as the in between 189, that's the one. In between, you will then have a Tonberry used against you, which does not kill regardless. We don't hit again with Zidane, but it looks like Seb is potentially stealing, and we're going to use another Fire or Thunder Sword into another double fire. What we hope for is enough damage to skip Vivi's second fire, or fourth fire I should say. If that happens, that will mean that Vivi's detrance animation is skipped, and it is a substantial time save. It's about, I think it's 19 or 20 seconds. It's quite a large chunk of time.
168, still got it.
Yeah, the 270s from Steiner coming in. Very, very nice.
You see Seby's killed the 3 other party members since they got 2 plant spiders on that fight.
Yeah. Yep, there was only 2 spiders, and then Steiner was not able to finish himself off because he had 3 HP remaining. Since he only had a broadsword, he wasn't able to get through all of his own defense, so he had to wait another turn for Steiner to go in and hit himself. But we should have enough XP now.
It's one of the worst feelings is when you don't quite do enough damage when you need to sacrifice someone. And there's only a couple of occasions that I can think of where it actually matters, and one is there, and one is at the end of disc 1 when
that's the one I was thinking of too. Yeah, where you're like you do the sacrifice and it doesn't happen, then you jump and you're like, oh no, it's over.
Yeah, it's for like 60 and you need to do 88.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. We'll explain that.
Well, we've got a little bit of downtime now. We've got a couple of minutes until Seby reaches Sea Lion. We've got a similar amount of time until Sylleath reaches Black Waltz 2. And Muttski is in Plot City for a good chunk of time. We don't get another big split, and for about 20 minutes, give or take a little bit. I think it's more 25. And there's a pretty substantial break for Muttski there. It's a good 4-minute break.
This is quite a bit of a break, so any runner that uses turbo or anything like that, you can just kind of sit back.
Definitely a Good break, stretch your legs. One thing, I believe this is the only time that we see other airships in the air.
I think so. Yeah, maybe.
You're correct.
Yeah. I can't remember if the beginning of disc 2, but I could be wrong. But I think
no.
Not then. Okay.
The only other time we are in an airship after this is when there is no mist.
Yeah, that's right.
So we don't see them, and then we don't really see them, and no one sees them in disc 4 because we fly from Black Mage Village all the way to the tree. Nothing else.
Oh, and one thing that you see on Seby's screen, they just received the Moogle flute. That is a flute that pretty much you will use to call a Moogle, and that's how you will be able to physically save. I believe the runners are going to only physically save once. The autosave is pretty good, but at one point in early-ish disc 2, we will physically save just in case a minor mishap happens and the runner does not want to continue and they want to reload the save and start off from there. I've made the mistake of choosing a different party member, but it's I don't think it's that difficult to create a backup, but for consistency it makes sense to hey, let's just do what we're supposed to do and not try anything fancy, especially in a marathon setting.
Yeah, and go ahead.
I was going to say the only save is about 5 hours and 15 minutes in, approximately. And that's purely because if you select your team and don't notice before it changes to the next screen, your autosave won't save you. Yeah, sorry, go on, Ron.
No, that's what I was going to say. Is just there's the autosave backup, but yeah, you knocked it out.
So, plot-wise, since we are in Plot City, the team sees the black mages being created / built in Dolly. They hijack the airship or cargo plane that is supposed to go to Alexandria to deliver them. They bring it to Limblum instead to meet the Garnet / Dagger / Roosta's uncle. So her father's brother, I believe, is the regent of Limblum, and he is known for his mustache.
It's a
it's a wonderful mustache. It's very good.
And so pretty much the whole reason why the theater troupe Tantalus, which is Zidane's buddies and family, pretty much came to Alexandria to put on the play, was really as a way to figure out how to kidnap the princess. The regent said, hey, I need you to kidnap the princess, bring her to Limblum because I think she's in danger. And that explains why the Queen Braun, was very vehemently adamant of knocking down that plane, the theater ship that they escaped in, even to the point of pretty much bombing it at all costs to keep her daughter home for ulterior motives that we'll find out later.
So, perfect timing there. We're just getting into Seby and his sea lion. As we said, one of the scary early fights, one that can cause game overs and has to many runners. Such a horrible feeling when you're on a phenomenal run and you take a risk because you're like, right, I need to be fast, and it does something you don't expect straight away.
Right. And it's early enough to where some runners are like, it's only 40, 45, 50 minutes in. I can just take a little risk here, and then it ends up biting you. But
yeah, it's one reason one reason I adore the CSR. That is less than 20 minutes.
And yeah, shoutouts to the CSR crew. So Bodcap very nicely put a CSR together so it removes cutscenes from the game on the HD version. And then also Captain the Dorks expanded upon that to support all the other languages. But if you're interested in running FF9, we have the CSR version. So it's really easy to pick up, and a lot of people will help you out on picking up a route you want to run. and it's, I believe, 3-ish hours or so, 3-4 hours if you want to do it.
I believe the world record is 3:15, 3:14 on that point. The majority of people who are running it are around the 4-hour mark currently. But definitely a fantastic way to practice the game, as it cuts all this dialogue that...
Oh, yes.
It equates to approximately 4 hours and 10 minutes, give or take.
One thing you see on Syl's screen is the fact that we purposely go in and pick up those 2 items, 135 gil and the high potion. High potion definitely is faster and closer, but we have to wait for more pretty much to get to the 7th step from the bottom in order to trigger this cutscene. If you go in before, literally Steiner is in someone's house alone. Pretty much, you have to, at that point, exit and come back in, and then Mord will, start to enter his own house, and you talk to him, and that's what prompts the next part before we fight Black Waltz 2.
Well, what's really funny about that is on the CSR, you don't pick up those items because Mord is already in his house.
That's great. Yeah.
That's nice.
Please skip that. I think it's one more attack from Seby to trigger Sea Lion into the red crystal phase, which will do a tsunami. So he's going to be healing up here.
He's not had very nice turn order damage rolls here. He's had to do his heal in a slightly less opportune moment. But assuming he gets a lower damage roll and hopefully a wing... Oh, the miss, actually. Never mind. That is big, costly, that one.
Ooh, yeah, it hurts.
Might as well start stealing and just wait for trance, maybe? No, I guess
maybe,
just
yeah.
heal and go.
Gonna be up to Seby's decisions here, because this is a beautiful thing about FF9, is because it's so dynamic and all these things that can go wrong. You kind of have to make judgment calls as the run is going. Like, should I do this? Should I do that? Is it worth doing this? What are my odds here?
He's very likely to actually trance Black Waltz 3 with his current trance bar. Potentially Black Waltz 2, but it's looking like Black Waltz 2 at this point in time.
Yeah, it's falling up.
Oh, he chose there. Never mind.
Big fills there.
Whoa, that was a big jump.
So Seby's gonna finish up this just one more hit, and then Sylleath, if I'm saying that right, Sylleath. Sylleath. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Starting up Black Waltz 2. See how they do.
So, the faster animation being Steiner's attack is quicker, but it can miss or it can crit, which can both be a bit hazardous. So most runners use Fire Sword there, as Sylleath did. It's still in the damage range, but it's much more likely to succeed. But as Steiner took the final hit before pushing to the counter, you must heal, Steiner, attack, and Q. A cure is the easiest option, because that cure all will bump everyone up, and you will only lose Vivi. And you'll see Sylleath doing it there.
Yep, there you go. Cure everyone up, and you're still in it. We got the 2 important damage dealers on the team. Because I believe if you try and cast a spell with Vivi, Black Waltz 2 will just counter with the stronger spell that Vivi casts. So even if you try using Vivi at all, it just doesn't pay off.
He ends up doing the same spell, but back to everyone.
Right, yeah. It's like, oh, you want to do that, huh? I got a stronger spell for you, so...
It's a bit unfair.
Oh, another miss. Another miss. I should be able to finish soon.
Yeah, he's got it in the bag. It's nice and safe. Steiner will end the fight for him. That's all done.
There we go. That's
okay. Nicely done.
As Muttski still trudges along in Plot City. Hitting all the story cues, talking to everyone he needs to, just to get out of here.
He very sadly still has a good little bit of time there. He hasn't even got to Festival of the Hunt yet, so we still got some time.
Right.
So a nice little thing to note is turbo runners have to be very careful where Sylleath just was, because the first option that the game presents you is to return into Dali to go to the inn. It is a time loss, so you just need to be careful that you actually don't let your turbo keep running. Until very recently, vast majority of runners on 9 ran, on PC anyway, ran using an auto clicker. And then recently it was discovered that utilizing auto clicker and turbo can be faster, because turbo is inherently faster. It's just less reliable in terms of safety.
You ever see Seby's starting the starter step and through the forest? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe after 20 seconds of being on the world map and you're going through a forest, that's when checks start to happen where you can actually trigger the ragtime mouse.
Correct, yes. 20 seconds is right.
Not just ragtime as well. It can be the
Right,
friendly monster.
yeah, Neil. And the friendly monsters aren't locked into the forest either, so they can be on the plains if they are in that encounter pool.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's 22 seconds.
Yeah,
so you're pretty much
roughly
spot on. But that split there isn't long enough for us to get an encounter, thankfully. There is one. There's a couple risks later, though.
Yeah, one in Disc 2 is where we will. There is potential to get a friendly monster not in a forest. And I've seen it a couple times, especially on PSX, and it's kind of one of those things like, oh man, if only we had the items, because the items to pretty much gift the friendly monster. Sometimes they'll ask for ores or some other type of gem that we may have, and as a reward, they will actually give us AP, no experience, and I'm not too sure how much skill, but definitely AP. So it's like, oh man. In terms of what ifs, like if we actually got one and got the AP from it, what could we utilize it for? And like, would that be able to save time anywhere? But it's so rare that
it's rare, and try to go out of your way to try and get the AP for it. That ends up not being worth it.
There is something I've just seen where Sylleath was that I want to bring up, which is specific to Final Fantasy 9. Or at least I believe specific to 9. There is such a thing as cutscene RNG.
Ah, yes, yeah, good.
He has just had this section where Vivi is trying to speak to Black Mage. He doesn't get a response, so he walks back to you. There are 3 outcomes that Vivi can do there. He can either run to you, walk to you from the midpoint where he did there, or he can walk all the way to the end with the Black Mage and then all the way back. And yes, that is going to affect your time.
Quite considerably, yeah. You can just lose tens of seconds just from VVs, or even just the Black Mage's spawn point, so it's just, just random cutscene things.
One thing on Seby's screen is in order to trigger, in order to get story triggers through, we enter the farm area first, and then the bar area or item shop second, or twice, in Dali, and then talk to Vivi. And pretty much doing that and going through those screen transitions prompts Dagger or Garnet to appear in the weapon shop. So that's the fastest way to get her in there. I believe casually, you may have to watch 2 or 3 ATE or active time events. So definitely want to do what we can to stop.
The pathway you would take is you go farm for that screen, then you go into the bar, out of the bar, into the bar, out of the bar, speak to Vivi, and then you're back in the weapon shop. Now, interestingly, on the cutscene remover, you only have to go in and out the bar once. I don't know why, but you only have to do it once.
Right. That's a new thing I learned today.
I learned lots of nice little things from the CSR when I was trying that one. So I absolutely love the cutscene remover. It's such a friendly way to play the game in terms of it's not 8 hours. It's half that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just
more
just a handful of hours compared to all day.
Right,
Sylleath's menuing was very nice there. I gotta say,
very clean. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very smooth. Like to see that. Sylleath has had a lot of improvement over this last month in particular. It's been really, really nice to see his PB go from an 814 to a 757 over a few runs, and it has been absolutely wonderful. I don't know if he PB'd the last couple of days. He was on a phenomenal run a few days ago, so I can only imagine he did.
But unfortunately, that one did not. But I believe they were on like 750 pace.
Oh, he was a good like almost 10 minutes ahead at one point. It was so nice to see. I like nothing more than seeing runners dramatically improve out of it. They've been trying to improve for months, and all of a sudden, bam! It's really nice to see.
Yep, I love that. That's one of the reasons why I still stick around with FF9, is trying to help people improve and watch them progress and things like that, and help answer questions and all the good stuff, just to see, they start out and, finish the first run, and then half a year to a year later, they're like top 10 times, and it's just really, really fun to see people improve.
Okay, so we see that Sylleath did not get D-Trans skip, so he has that slower animation, which does impact his split time, because it's not until once the screen fades there.
And Muttski's going to start the Festival of the Hunt, which is
baby.
a Lindblom tradition. In which pretty much if Zidane wins or Zidane wins, you will get 5,000 gil. If Vivi wins, you get a theatership card for Tetramaster. And if Freya wins, she gets an add-on or an accessory called the Coral Ring. The Coral Ring is a item that we pretty much take all the way through, all the way up through disc 3. Pretty much in disc at the end of disc 3, we get rid of it. We don't need it anymore. But it's that valuable and that much needed.
Yeah, the Coral Ring is just so good early game, because it has so many good properties on it that we need. Like, I don't think there's any way we want to not have that. Especially in all bosses, they want Freya to win the Festival Hunt anyway, just so they can get the Coral Ring.
So I like to do something very spicy in casual runs. Once you get the Coral Ring, I like to go and fight Grand Dragons at level 4.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Or even level 1.
Right, yeah.
You would do hot and cold to get yourself your Oak Staff with Vivi. Make sure you get basically all of the early treasure you can. You do this in casual, so it's slow. And once you've done this, you would then go in and head to your Grand Dragons. You would focus roughly 4 times, making sure that Vivi is the only person taking an action, so the other 2 can still do revives. And you wait Grand Dragon's turn in case he does the Naga all, and Vivi's the only one alive. Once that you get to that point, you end up with this cycle of you just bio, and if you're lucky, poison does set, and you kill Grand Dragon, and net yourself a lovely, I think it's with 2 alive, 17,000 experience per character. And it will take you up to level 17 from level 1.
Wow.
From one fight.
Busted.
Well, those Grand Dragons, man.
Well, they are level 60 if I'm not mistaken.
Right, yeah, they're up there, so they're going to be given quite a chunk of XP. But yeah, someone was asking in chat to refresh us on the Coral Ring. So the Coral Ring not only is immunity line, but you absorb lightning. So if there's any lightning tagged skills that hit you, you absorb that damage and heal. It also has Man-Eater on it, which is an incredibly nice ability for the physical attackers, as well as Insomniac. So if you run Night or any other, or not any other, but if you run Night, as well as some of the later monster skills that might put your characters to sleep, so you can prevent that. And also Lancer.
It does enable some older strats being Night strats, because you can teach Insomniac on your party, and then when you use Night and put even bosses such as Nova Dragon to sleep, you don't actually get put to sleep yourself. And fun fact, the ultimate weapon, if you do happen to have it, Soul Blade does sleep through bosses, and that does hit all of the Chaos Guardians.
Yep, 100% success rate too with Soul Blade as well, so it's very nice. So we have 2 people in Lindblom currently, so looks like Muttski's about to wrap up and be able to head over to Gizemoluk's Grotto. But Sylleath is starting Lindblom and going to be heading to the Festival Hunt very shortly.
So the big difference so far that I've seen between runners is in terms of the movement on the general screen. Seby is doing mouse movement through almost every screen, rather than controller movement, and it is technically more accurate because the game will put the optimal pathway for you.
Yeah, so on controller or even mouse, or not mouse, but keyboard, you can only move in 8 directions. So unlike the PSX version where you can, rotate the analog stick and get these fine degrees of movement, the HD version, if you try to do that, it only moves you in 8 directions. So you can't do the fine little turns in here and there. But if you click on the mouse, almost like it's a touch screen, because this is essentially a port from the iPad mobile versions. But if you touch on an area, it will do all those fine degree movements and autopath you very, very, very well through the screen, as long as you are tapping or clicking in the right place.
Muttski is avoiding the forest because of the reason what we talked about earlier, avoiding the ragtime mouse potential encounter or the friendly monster encounter. Here, Syl is going to be entering this bar where we first meet Freya. Or whatever.
Will he do?
Yeah.
Will he do any funny names for her? Is the question.
We'll see. We also have Muttski in Chocobo's Forest, where this is the only time we're going to be seeing that, and any percent at no major skips. We don't do any hot and cold. He might come back here and buy some extra Geishel greens to help cure Berserk later, but yeah, we don't do any Chocobo's hot and cold. That is reserved pretty much for all bosses, because you need to do that to reach Ozma.
So in the PC version, we actually only ever get 3 Geishel greens the entire run. We get the one here for free. You get 2 in Clara, 1 in the trunk and 1 in Clara itself, and that's all of the greens we get the entire run. We don't get any for safety.
Okay.
The only things that would affect us with Berserk would be in Grotto, really, being the bees or wasps or whatever they are.
Yeah, the hornets. Yeah, all
that's
those
it,
hornets.
the hornets. And with PC, typically, if we get that encounter here, we would straight away Alt F4 and reload in with a quick
That's
save.
fair. That's fair. Yeah.
It is actually faster.
We'll see that too in Desert Palace eventually, where it's just Alt F4, man. Just get out of there.
Yeah. And so Seby is fighting Black Waltz 2, and Black Waltz 2 decided to use Fyra, and that is its counter. When you deplete its HP under half, and the last character that they attacked is still alive, that will trigger the Fyra counter, which is not actually the Fyra spell damage. If it were, as we see Muttski just Alt F4 after getting
I feel like that's
counter.
Yeah.
Commentator curse again.
That's not a curse. He's doing demonstration for us.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it.
So pretty much, Seby's decided to tank the fire encounter, which is just a fire spell cast on all characters but Dagger, but Garnet. Since the Waltz enemies are programmed to not attack the princess.
Yeah, so it is pretty cool how that functions in their AI as well, because yeah, they'll have specific things they will try to do to avoid dagger, because that is what they are scripted to do, right? So it is pretty fascinating to see that.
It's really interesting. None of the runners today have had fire escape even given as an option due to the way Black Ops 2 has hit in. So the way in which that works for anyone who is curious, the turn order you would do is you would do an ATB wait with Zidane, so hit Zidane, fire sword, Steiner, attack Zidane, and then you would wait to see what Black Ops 2 does. If he hits Vivi, you just sacrifice Vivi and can hit with Steiner, who pushes the damage threshold. There will be no Fire counter because he will only use Fire if the last person he hits before that health threshold is still alive. Basically, if, say, he hits Steiner, we don't want to sacrifice Steiner, he will always counter that. And that's how that mechanic works.
Yep. Since that's a special, unique little fire, so yeah, it just checks for their last target. So we see one of the mandatory Gizamaluk Grotto encounters here with 2 black mages, and Zidane's gonna be hitting really hard since we made that thief sword, and I believe he's got the man-eater on too, so he's gonna be able to one-shot both of them. So we just have him do all the damage and kind of let the other 2 on standby.
I was actually trying to think of the menu there. I be honest with you, I don't even think about it when I do it anymore. It's just muscle.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think what it is.
You do it out of habit, and it just kind of happens, and you're like, I think that's what happens, right?
Yeah. You want to put the core ring on Zidane for man-eater.
Yep.
And pretty much you can, and then you synthesize 2 yellow scarfs in Limblum. That item that is an accessory, and it gives you more strength and teaches the bird killer ability. Again, bird killer is the most important ability to learn.
It's very incredibly useful, yes.
And one thing I like to do, and may just be me, but I'm not too sure for other runners, but you optimize Freya first, then Vivi. And that gives the yellow scarf onto Vivi, so that way you can just optimize Zidane, and Zidane will get the coral ring, since that's the only or the 3rd accessory available.
I actually don't.
It also optimizes the headgear onto Vivi, so I understand the trade-off.
Yeah, I typically don't still have a headgear there to use, so for me personally, I optimize Zidane, optimize Freya, swap Freya's accessory. Or is it Zidane? Either way, and then I do the abilities that way, and then after I've beat the 2 encounters, I then change Zidane's accessory, then his wrist, swap to Vivi, swap Vivi's wrist, and then do the order and the heal. Order and ability, sorry.
Oh yeah.
It's always interesting. There's so many different approaches from so many runners, and none of them are right or wrong. They're just preferences.
Yep, that's what's really fascinating. Everybody has their own little flair to the run. It's really cool to see. It's like, oh, this person's doing this. That's really interesting. Should I do that?
Yeah. Some people, for me, like I like to zag while others zig, and that's just just want to do something different and have fun.
Yeah, you'll
have fun with it.
Blood sword man.
Okay, so we've got Black Ops 3 and Gizamaluk happening at basically the same time.
Baby.
Yes.
Black Ops 3 is faster, so that should be done. So what we'll do is we'll pay more attention to Gizamaluk because it's a much more impactful fight. And you can get away with it being 6 hits from Zidane. You take off half a hit if every time Freya hits, if you choose to. That's the general rule of thumb.
Zidane crit on Black Ops 3.
Oh, that's huge. He will skip detrans.
Nice, very good.
That is actually a guarantee from there. The crit guarantees that.
Very nice. Yeah, Geese is another beast. I think this is some of the people that have been running this game for a while say Giza is probably one of the hardest bosses to really master and like understand and figure out what you need to do. He is relentless. But yeah, we go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, and a lot of people don't realize you can ATB weight him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's very tight still. It's a 1 speed difference.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he did get the 4/10, so we're going to have 4 options here to try and blind and silence Giza, which is huge if we can get them to go off. There it is.
Oh,
Great.
second 10. Nice.
And we're going to have Seby finish up Black Walls 3. Perfect.
Very nice.
Yeah, you can ATB away with Zidane. It's extremely tight, and you essentially need to have Freya and Vivi's ATBs open, so they cannot be blocking Zidane's ATB filling, so we can get over and do his attack. But another property of Blind that's really nice is that it now has 0% evasion, so we cannot miss Giza at all. There's still the 50% chance to get hit, which happened here, and now we trance. So this will actually... I think it's going to be a pretty good trance, so we can actually have Muttski finish this faster than before.
That actually is a very good trance, and that was quite a big jump on Transpire, actually.
Yeah, that's huge.
Smart to heal up first, because even with using the shift break or the trance ability, Giza can counter it. He was, Muttski was holding ATB to stop Giza's ATB flowing. That's why when we did the config menu, we want to keep it on weight.
There it is. There's the counter.
There is the counter. Yep.
Can't cast. Okay, so one more, and that should do it. That should do it because he's already put another hit in.
That would do.
That's a pretty optimal trance there, honestly.
Yeah, you could not have nicer.
Wonderful. Very good.
Now, this is one of the things I always hate about the bosses in Final Fantasy IX is such a long death animation.
Oh yeah, they're dramatic. They're so drama queen about it. Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah, that was very good.
Okay, nice timing there. Got a little bit of time now until splits from all 3, actually. So we've got Plot City ending for one runner, Plot City beginning for one runner, and a little bit of Southgate coming up for Team Tonberry, which does feature additional cutscene RNG, which is in the alleyway after you have spoken to the 3 people in the first area. Dagger sometimes will come out rather fast and sometimes rather slow, and it is a 5.5 second time difference.
Woo. Wonderful.
It's one that I think almost no runner really notices until they see their split, because a lot of runners still run with an enter Vermesia split. If you don't, you won't ever really see it. But it is definitely there, and it will determine if you gold split that or not if you've never had it.
Here, I believe, because I know I've missed it before. But there's a hidden chest behind that barrel, where you can pick up a weapon for Garnet in the Maltina racket, and it's actually a really, really good boost in attack for her. And I believe the next time you can actually buy it is, I want to say, is in disc 2. I'm not too sure if you can get it in Treno or not. But either way, it's one of those like hidden items that actually really, really helps the run.
Especially as it's got wind elemental damage as well.
Yeah, and we pair that with the feather hat. And a nice little community thing that we look for is the lady that Steiner talked to. Her name is Part-Time Mary, and she has a secret crush on part-time worker Jeff.
Oh, so, yeah, no love.
No love. So we just like random RNG or whatever is trying to see if Jeff will be staring at her by the time she's talking to him. So pretty much she's really just talking to the back of his head.
He's giving her the cold shoulder, unfortunately. Yeah.
I wonder what she did so wrong.
I don't know.
So this bit here where Muttski is, this little interaction here is where the cutscene RNG is.
Mm-hmm.
I never really notice it. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really. I just look at this time split. And it was actually Brutals that pointed this one out to me. It's just how quickly she comes out from that bag is the time.
That's interesting, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he has slow RNG here. I believe he has the slow option. Because I think it's the stretch after and the hair flick she doesn't do as slowly. But I'm not 100% on what she actually does. I can't say I pay enough attention through there.
Right.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that later. That's interesting. Because I'm sure Reverb has probably looked into it, as well as the other segmented runners, because they've been like watching all these cutscene RNGs like hawks, you know, trying to see what's the difference of where all these time loss and stuff is happening.
There's some really sneaky little ones. There's a one that I don't think affects the time, but I'm not 100%, which is actually where Seby is. Zidane drinks a random number of times from his cup.
Oh.
When we've, and now I only condone responsible drinking when I say this. When you do a thing called Drunk Guys and you drink through this, one of the rules we implemented last time I did it is the number of times he drinks, we drink.
Oh boy.
And he can go anything from 2 to I think it's 7 times. Might be wrong there. And Muttski's just on his way over to Bermesia now.
Mm-hmm. We'll see some more stutter stepping on his side.
Got turned around. I'm actually happy that happened. If you look at Muttski's screen, there's, I want to say, I don't know the exact odds, but I want to say 10%, 90% of the time, your character is actually facing south towards Bermesia, in which the grotto is behind Zidane. But in that case, it was actually reversed. So like there's a bit of RNG throughout, just even screen transitions into the overworld or the world map. So Muttski was trying to hit downwards, and as he was going downwards, he was actually going back into the grotto, anticipating where he was going to be in the world map. So there's RNG everywhere for Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, wonderful.
So it is actually random there, but you can also affect it. If you pre-move before the music starts, it will change the direction you're facing. It's difficult to tell the direction exactly. I can never quite remember, so I leave it to fortune, but you can affect the way that you're facing. Yeah, you probably could. But as to go through stutter step again, the reason why we do it is if done correctly, it will almost completely remove the odds that you will get a random encounter unless it's a friendly encounter.
And yeah, once again, in Bermesia, we have 2 mage, 2 type A black mages. So same thing we did before, just have Zidane a wall of both of them. Try and ATB wave whenever one of them takes a turn if we can. Just defend with the others. I guess he's going for a fray, because I guess he could try and get a crit there as well.
Yeah. So there's a little interesting thing you can do there, which would mean you wouldn't technically have to menu. Because on HTPC, apart from this first screen, it is quicker for us to Alt F4 and reload in. This screen, it's quicker to take the encounter, because otherwise you've got to redo that fight.
I see.
If we are fortunate, what we'll do is we will bot Freya with Vivi, and that has a chance of putting her in her damage threshold for Protect Girls to work immediately, meaning you don't need to menu before Beatrix, and you will have Protect Girls on immediately, which Zidane has higher odds of surviving than any other character in that fight.
We see Seby going to the scent shop, getting the ogre, some cotton robes to sell, and then the yellow scarves that we mentioned before has bird killer and some strength on him, which are all important. Very, very important. We don't want to skimp on any of them.
A cool little tech that Seby did was when synthesizing the cotton robe, he only bought one of them, and then did the yellow scarves and went back to it. The reason why is to know exactly where within the menu, the inventory, the cotton robe will be. So adding more consistency to their run and their route.
And that's the best thing about FF9. A part of FF9 is trying to keep everything you can keep consistent, because we don't want to have any more variations if we can help it.
There's enough RNG to add variations. So yeah, definitely. And one, well, we'll get to it when the other runners are in Bermusia for the running instead of walking now. One thing, and I think Easley can talk more about this, since I believe Easley you've done it before, where you can actually, based on the experience that you get on Zidane in Evil Forest, can determine whether or not you, or just experience in general, can determine whether or not you can skip the second Black Mage fight in the grotto. Because I know after the first Black Mage fight, if you come back to this Burmesian soldier, there's you can say a little prayer to them, and there'll be another bell that will unlock the next area. You can get that from that soldier instead of fighting the second set of Black Mages.
It's typically the ideal scenario if one hit will put Zidane in trance. That's typically the time in HD that you would do it. From my personal opinion, anyway. I don't know if other runners would say differently.
Right.
If I remember rightly, Pete does it almost every time.
It makes sense, and I know Nicolon, who runs PSX Digital percent, tries to do it whenever it is available. So nice little tech and a little change to it, because it can definitely avoid an encounter when you don't need one technically. So it's always nice to see some things that are different. And then we see the coral ring coming in handy there, absorbing that thunder spell. And then Sylleath actually holding ETB there in case of a Zidane miss. Most runners have been haunted by their characters physically missing, so they try to be prepared for any of that.
Right, yeah. Gotta be prepared for any situation.
We've got a long time left of this run, and we could see a good equalization of the runners here in this run, because 9 is known for its very, very easy way of completely upsetting the runs.
Oh, sure. As we have Muttski heading into Beatrix 1, we can see if he's able to get jump skip or not. We mentioned this slightly before about not being able to KO your own party members, but due to the equipment that Muttski had set up at the very start of Bernice after the first fight, we put on the leather hat and the mage masher to lower Zidane's defense down to a point where he can actually safely kill himself, which will be used to hopefully have Freya jump over Beatrix's last 2 turns. Because the way this fight works is that Beatrix is going to take 10 turns, and then after her 10th turn, she'll have a final 11th turn, which will end the fight. So if we can survive 8 turns and then have Freya available, we can have her jump, and Beatrix is fast enough to where she'll go through 2 full ATB bars before ending the fight.
So, interestingly, so I know that the equipping the Mage Masher was typically from PSX. Because in HD we can Alt F4, myself and a lot of the other HD specific runners started not doing that menu. Because at the end of the day, Beatrix will either kill your character or she won't.
Right, yeah. That's fair.
So we just take whatever health we're at, and ideal is Protect Girls ready. You still have your Ogre on, even though you're not going to be doing anything with it, but it means you don't have to menu an additional time.
That is pretty fair, yeah, with HD, yeah.
Yeah, because in HD, we're typically only going to get between 0 and 2 encounters in Burmecia, and 2 is a bad Burmecia.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So you're hopeful for none, but typically you'll get 1. But I believe that was at one point, I think I sent about 30 runs without a single encounter in Burmecia, because HD can do that.
Yeah, I think when we were talking about Muttski before, he was just like, "You're gonna relearn all the new stuff for HD?" He's like, "Nah, I'm just gonna stick with the PSX stuff that I know, and just gotta stay with what you're comfortable with." So we were seeing essentially what a PSX runner would typically be doing, but on HD.
I love to see the difference. I really do. It's there's so many additional steps that PSX runners could take, and some of them still quicker than some of the PC routes. And it'd be nice to see how a predominant PSX runner adds their notes into PC to see a difference.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sylleath coming into Giza, I'd be curious to see what happens there. And Muttski basically being a bit abused by Beatrix at this point. And I know that's a crowd-favored option, but not today.
not in this scenario. Yeah, she is wiping someone out every single turn, which is not what you want to see. Yeah, let's see how if we can get any sticks of the tent on Sylleath's screen.
And there is his jump. Sylleath got a nice early tent. Beautiful.
Hey, all right. Wonderful. Yeah, we want to see that tent.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, we want to see that tent, because otherwise we have to use the backup of Soul Blade, which only does blind and doesn't prevent the silence, which Giza can cast spells, and we don't want to see that, because it's A, slow, and also B, damaging.
Right.
Hey, Muttski, cracking.
Very good.
Cracking disc 1.
Let's go. PB face disc 1, let's go.
And Muttski had to wait 3 Freya head bops, or 3 seconds on their timer, to guarantee the Freya skip, pretty much, or the jump skip, just to play it safe, really.
Now, I was speaking to Sylleath about this a couple of days ago. He is not sure if he's going to try the jump skip.
Okay.
Because it's still quite new to him. He might do it, he might not. We'll see
fair,
when he gets to the fight, and I think he'll take if it's the optimal scenario, but not if it's, borderline risky.
Sure, yeah, because you can still just, defend and wait and do whatever you need to do to revive and get through, because it saves 2 turns from Beatrix, but if you end up wiping, then you have to redo the whole fight again, right? So it's fair.
Exactly, and it's honestly the jump skip. If Beatrix does quick turns, it doesn't save you much time, but if she does 2 shocks or 2 thunder slashes, it's quite a long time. It's somewhere in the ballpark of up to 30 seconds maximum, but it typically only will save you about 15 seconds. And Seby just going into Festival of the Hunt.
Oh boy. See how well he does.
One of the only times in the game you hear that song, unless you fight Hades. Which in the speedrun we do not.
Alright, Giza
Although
down.
all bosses does.
Yep. So they took down Giza. It's on their way to Burmecia.
Yeah, absolutely cracking stuff.
All right. So this point in the story, since Muttski's ahead, we've been to pretty much the party split once we were done with Lindblom. Zidane and company went to Burmecia to help support Burmecia being attacked by Alexandria, and Garnet and Steiner are trying to go to Alexandria to talk to the queen to be like, yo, why are you starting this war? What's the point of this? So in order to get to Alexandria, they have to take this cable car, to Summit Station, and then go to Trano, and then go from Trano to Alexandria. So while we're at Summit Station, we meet two of the other members of Tantalus, Cinna and Marcus, in which they're trying to figure out a way to um, de-petrify Blank, who was petrified by the evil forest once we defeated Plant Brain. And we hope that nothing blocks the train or scares the conductor.
Couldn't be in 9, right?
Mm-mm.
Although I have to say, I love seeing the friendship that Marcus displays here when Dagger says she doesn't care about Zidane, and he basically turns his back and says, "We've got nothing to talk about." And I think that's such a nice way of saying, "Look, he's family to me. You're going to need to care."
Yep, he's such a bro. Marcus is such a bro.
And that's one thing like Gunnar kind of understands, being, raised pretty much with a silver spoon in a castle. Why is everyone calling each other bro? You're not actually brothers, but just, as other people and the commoners in society is, well, we're not, we're not actual blood brothers, but we're from, we support each other as if it was family. And she's beginning to, her character is beginning to understand more about what that's about in that part of life that she's never been around.
So we see Muttski getting into Black Waltz 3.2 or 3.2, however you want to call it.
Right.
Dagger is actually faster than Black Waltz, and so is Marcus. Marcus can ATB wait as well, but it's very, very tight timing.
Yeah.
The optimal option is you actually get a hit in with Dagger and Marcus, and you hold time with Steiner, and you would in fact be able to ATB wait both, and it's a very quick fight in that case. But failing that, if Steiner goes down early, you sacrifice Marcus as well, and Black Waltz 3-2 essentially self-dies. It just cracks to death.
Yeah, since he is scripted to not attack Dagger, as we mentioned previously, he doesn't know what to do, and so he just malfunctions and starts damaging himself.
Okay, so Sylleath had the exact same cutscene as Muttski. See if Seby has a different one.
Looks like he's gonna go down. This should maybe finish.
Let's see.
There we go. Nice maths there. Fairly non-consequential fight. We don't learn anything specific from there. It's the fight.
Yeah, just need to end that fight as much as possible. And you can learn Bird Killer a little early with the gear setup on Steiner, but you make up so much more AP later. It's not that bad. It all works out. Yeah, we see some more stuttering from Seby across the world map over to the Chocobo Forest. So let's see.
And this is where we said about with the stutter script or macro that's in place. You'll notice how much quicker his currently is versus Muttski's, and that's simply down to using a script or a macro to help him with that stutter. It is allowed, and it does definitely help. He ran that little bit on the bridge because you cannot get an encounter on that bridge. Little fun fact that not many people know of. And yeah, straight into the forest.
So you see on Team Chocobo's screen, that's the typical RNG or the typical camera view getting to Bermusia.
And yeah, we're gonna see some stuttering from Muttski. I think this is the only time we actually see Dagger on the world map, so...
You are correct, it is. It's also, weirdly, the fastest appearing stutter on the world map, because there seems to be, I think it's due to less on the screen, less rendering needed, but your stutter works quicker on that screen than it does on any other screen.
Oh, Syl gets an encounter.
Oh no, an encounter.
It's rare. It's rare.
Yeah, it is rare, yeah. Oh, yep, there's the Alt F4. Yeah. Get me out of here. Since we don't have Flee, so we just Alt F4 and restart.
So Muttski here has one of the single most important things coming up. He needs to take an ATE here,
Yes.
which it doesn't matter if he presses X here or not. It does mean he doesn't lose 500 of the 1,000 gil. Like he pressed X, so he only loses 500 gil there. But you need it to get the power belt. The power belt is one of the single most important items in the game. You will end up buying a second one in disc 3, but the one in disc 1 massively helps. And there's two things people do. Some people leave it on Steiner through this section, but majority of runners on PC will send it over to Zidane and Freya.
Alright, so I was gonna say I was a little surprised that Syl had done the menu before that screen. Just because the potential for getting the encounter, and there is a small little area where you can do the menu before triggering the mage fight.
And it's that first screen is actually a 50% chance of getting an encounter. It's one of the highest encounter screens in the game.
Yeah. And so, and I mean, I try to wait to undo it, but also the reason why I wait is because behind that cart, when you are on that screen, is a Sylleath.
The blood sword reference coming in.
Yeah.
I had to add that segue because we are in Treno, so might as well just get it over with.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but pretty much for some other runners, the Great Ject has ran a blood sword oriented route on PC, and believe Golden Bokucho has their route or their time of 901 on speedrun.com for on PSX.
All right.
The long story short, pretty much you get the 4 Sylleaths and you get the blood sword from Queen Stella. A kind of a cool thing I do is when after you do the ATE to get the power to trigger the power belt, or trigger the NPC that will give you the power belt, instead of going directly left towards that area, I pretty much go right, and you go down into this area called the slums, and there's an item shop there. We don't utilize that item shop. Behind there's the another Sylleath, and then there's 2 chests. There's one chest that's a meme chest with only 1 gil. You don't get that. But the other one is a Yeti card, and I get that because Yeti card is decently strong. And in PC, since we don't get many encounters, we don't really get that many chances for card drops. So to kind of add consistency to your card game when in the beginning of disc 3 that we do play the card game. And then in addition to that, you then go left towards the fountain, and you can just toss 10 gil in the fountain like it's nothing. But when you do that 13 times, the Gemini Sylleath appears. So there's your 4th one. Then you go straight to Queen Stella, redeem your 4 Sylleaths, and as a total you get 3,000 gil of Phoenix Opinion and the Blood Sword. Then you go back. Then you go towards the building where the NPC, which turns out to be a 4-armed man, which we'll reference later on, will give you the power belt. You can continue down, and that actually gets you to the synth shop, which we'll see in a cutscene later on. There you synthesize the gold choker, and I also add the Kashusha. Some Japanese runners who have done the blood sword route have also done that, since that is a accessory for only female characters, and it teaches the ability up, which doubles the ability points you receive for your skills. So it really helps just tighten things up, and it's fun just to learn some skills faster.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead. Firstly, thank you very much for the description of the blood sword route. I just want to throw this out there. So you'll see Zidane has only got 199 HP for Seby. Seby is level 4. Okay. He did not take the second encounter, which again is a rare thing. It is faster. You would typically not. It does pose a risk because you can get one shot by Geezer as well if you're unfortunate. but it, as I said, is faster. With regards to the AP, I'm not 100% where you would need to do a backup. If you do, I think there is 2 AP short that you would then be missing, but I'm not 100%. I don't do that route myself.
Yeah.
But I know that it is about 40 seconds faster on average.
Right, because you're cutting out the entire encounter itself and just running
Correct.
back and grabbing the bell. There's been a couple PSX runners that also have been fiddling with that as well to try and cut it out.
I'm surprised PSX runners do, given the encounter rate.
Right. It's more of a, I need to save time now to get a bigger chunk of PB, so they're willing to take some more risks now, I think.
Well, that's very true. So, now that we've got through that, Steph, please tell us why you like the Bloodsword route so much.
One, it is different, and I just like to do things that are different. It adds a bit of, you do a little bit more, which to me makes it a little bit more fun. Other people that have, ran it once or twice, just for fun, they're like, you know what, it is a bit fun. It is a little slower. So if you are wanting to get like very top time, then yeah, doing the extra stuff, it may not make you happy with the route. Just lack of better words, but overall, it's just a fun little something different. And it's in addition to that, plus like any other kind of Tantarian route, Tantarian is an optional boss that will give you the running shoes accessory, which teaches the ability auto haste. There's some other fight routes where you fight Tantarian in Disc 2, others that you fight in Disc 3. So it's just really nice, just general knowledge, just to try different routes, see why some routes are faster than others, and just broaden your general knowledge, especially with night versus no night, tant versus no tant. There's some routes that do both night and tant routes, so it's nice. As we see Muttski, who's going to get into a boss fight, this boss fight can get a little hairy, can get a little stressful. Misses definitely really are extremely bad in this fight. You definitely want to hope for a critical hit, because Steiner is your main damage dealer. In utilizing the power belt with the MP tack ability, which uses some magic points to increase your physical attack by 1.5%, or 150% actually. Pretty much increase it 1.5 times. So you overall want to have Steiner hitting for at least 500, and in about 4 or so attacks of Steiner is where the boss would be defeated. When you have the Blood Sword paired with the Gold Choker, which increases shadow damage, the Dark Side ability can be used with Steiner, and that, based off of your level, can do anywhere between 900 damage to, let's just say, 1100. So really, the optimal fight for this route that all 3 runners are using you want to defeat the boss within 3 turns. For the Bloodsword style routes, you want to defeat the boss within 2 turns for optimal time save. And I believe Mythic Dawn, when they were testing out different routes and why we do things we do, they came up with about 26 seconds at least is saved on this fight specifically. So the overall, there's a net time loss of about 2 minutes, but you do have a much safer fight for this fight.
Interesting mechanic with that boss fight. If you don't have, say, Dagger go down to the bite that the snake does, and also Steiner doesn't go down, because those 2 characters can both survive, they will both be hit with poison. The boss then counters with Night, regardless of ATB, and will put your character to sleep, because no one at that point has Insomniac, and will then do an attack, and it's basically game over. You would have to go back in. It looks like still
Yeah, so
Went down.
went for went down in Beatrix 1, unfortunately. Gonna have to retake the fight.
Unfortunate, Syl. You got it this time, I believe.
You got it.
Oh, that's why. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally went for it. Didn't realize Freya's ETB wasn't where I wanted to be when I started it.
Yeah.
Still in it. Got it,
Still in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looked like something else I wanted to note was Seby, even at level 4, had a very good and clean Giza fight. That was really well done, and yeah, they made that made it through there. While Sylleath is making their way through Beatrix 1, and Muttski finished up the the baby Rao fight. And this is one of the points in the run where on Muttski's screen where if you have auto clicker, it can get stuck because of the dialogue boxes right here, the what lies, what's going on. And you need to have a confirmation button, or it seems to hang here for some reason.
Yeah,
for quite a bit.
And I've actually changed my auto clicker from 10 milliseconds to 11.
Yes.
And I've had a lot better response. And I yeah.
Sorry, where you say 10 to 11, 11 is optimal for auto clicker because it doesn't hang on text boxes. So anytime there are double text boxes, the 10 ms or faster will hold on it, which Turbo doesn't. Which is why people have been running both. They run 11 ms on the auto clicker and run Turbo as is. So that way it won't hang on any text boxes and doesn't auto select options for you.
Yeah, I was always wondering, like, why am I losing? I feel like I'm losing time just by not doing anything. And then once I switched to 11, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like it felt like night and day to me. I'm like, man.
It's crazy that that 1 ms, even though the game shouldn't be able to detect the input difference, actually does cause you to not be able to go past certain menus.
Oh, and the trance on Beatrix 1's hit. That's just salt on the wound
tragic,
there.
That one.
Seby gets an encounter.
It looks like you can take it. Yeah, they're weak enough where you can just kill it and move
just
on.
one.
I mean, for Seby, that's probably not terrible. It's not optimal time-wise, but he will now be level 5, so that does push that level.
Mm-hmm. Got one AP.
Let's go. One thing to note that I don't know if the others noticed. You'll notice Seby actually hit lower damage on Giza. You do have a damage difference between level 4 and 5 on Zidane. And if you're level 4, you have a potential of it requiring 7 Zidane hits instead of 6, or an additional Freya hit on top of the 6 hits. And that's because you can hit 476, whereas your lowest damage roll at level 5 is over 500. It's 504, I believe. So that is the possible downside, but if you're using Freya, it won't actually equate to a downside. I can't get over Muttski's names.
I see that is optional to get an ether. It's not needed based on the go route, but I guess it's just more or less safety.
Yeah, probably just safety, especially for the end game.
Yeah, or actually even for it actually makes sense to pick it up when we'll see how the invasion of Clara goes, but pretty much sometimes you may be using BV's casting ability a lot more than you want to.
Oh, fair.
And having that extra ether would definitely be beneficial. Now I'm just thinking one benefit of getting the blood sword is the fact that you have a different accessory on Steiner, so you can put the power belt on Freya, which it takes only 20 ability points for Freya to learn MP attack. So by the time you're done with the invasion of Clara with any extra fights here and there, she learns MP attack. So you have MP attack for Beatrix 2 and Beatrix 3 fights, and then everything from there on out. So it may be worth it, and for if you have MP attack on Freya to pick up that extra ether in case you have to ether Vivi and Freya. Just a little tech that I just thought of on the top of my head when watching him. Because otherwise you can actually buy Stiltskin's package in Clara during either before the invasion or during the invasion, and within that package is an ether as well.
You know, I love these little additions to different routes. That's so interesting to hear. Actually, it really is. I've seen, I think, 3 or 4 people do slightly different routes, but the Bloodsword route is the most notable for a lot of its changes, aside from backup routes, of course. And it's really cool to see where you would do different menus.
I definitely want to. Go ahead. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I have a couple questions in chat. That was mentioned about the slope movement for HD versus PSX, and yeah, HD handles slopes like stairs and angled platforms much differently than the PlayStation version, where for some reason whenever you're moving at an angle up vertically, you just rocket up those stairs and slopes, which it's very noticeable in Clara on one of the screens. Due to how the game handles your vertical movement, but it's very interesting to see.
The slope you're meaning, it's after you would get interrupted to say that the antlion is there, and basically when you go from there, and it's more notable on CSR than it is on normal. Basically, if you hold straight down when they speak, you actually go straight down the stairs without bumping anywhere. But you'd think you would have to run diagonally down left based on how it looks. You were gonna say about another question, I believe.
Oh yeah, and somebody else asked a question about how everybody got into speedrunning in Final Fantasy. But I don't know if we want to tackle that question or talk about Antlion. It's up to you guys.
We can talk about Antlion first.
Okay.
But pretty much Antlion is a bug, and so yes, in theory you could have Bug Killer on Freya and Zidane if you wanted to, but physically attacking Antlion will prompt its counter horn attack, which at our low levels it is not smart to.
It's pretty deadly. Yeah.
Yes. But it is weak to ice, and we have the Magus hat on Vivi, which increases the ice damage that we do. So overall, Vivi is our main damage dealer, and then to kind of not have a fourth Blizzara attack, we try to we use the Lancer ability by Freya. Since it is an ability, it does not prompt a counter by Antlion. So 2 or 3 Lancers and 3 Blizzaras take Antlion down, and it's easy peasy. After the Sandstorm attack, Antlion's ATB has to fill up twice, I believe. So essentially, its ATB or its speed is cut in half. So you can ATB weight Vivi and do 2 attacks or 2 casts, after it does its Sandstorm ability, which really, just anytime you can limit the enemy attacking, you're saving time.
The optimal Antlion is actually you get preempt with Vivi, use Blizzara, and you don't, and you Q Lancet straight away as well. Don't do anything with Zidane. Antlion opens Sandstorm. You hold time during Sandstorm, and you would use Vivi's Blizzara again, and it would cause the Antlion to be in the health threshold where it should, not guaranteed, but should use Sandstorm. And if it does again, then you get away with, you would use Vivi before Freya the next time, because Vivi might do enough damage that you don't need the other Lancer, and then you would send the other Lancer if needed, and you would get away with 2 boss turns, and that's it.
When you have Freya with the Power Belt, Freya has enough strength that will do enough damage after using the jump ability and the jump ability pretty much kind of pseudo gives you the killer ability. So let's just say, for example, if a regular fairy attack on Antlion without bug killer does 200 damage, with bug killer it would do 300. So just by doing jump without but you don't need bug killer, but using jump will do about 300 damage. So pretty much with the 3 Blizzard casts in a jump attack, Freya will end the fight like that. And a cool tech that it was known, but I found while finding finding how many seconds ATB bars fill based on having the fast speed we have, and based on the speed stat. It's if you after Sandstorm, if you use Phoebe's cast and then let go and let ATB flow, wait 2 seconds, at least 2 seconds, and then jump with Freya, you can get the Vivi's Blizzara, the second Blizzara in, and Freya's jump, and end it like that. So it actually can. It's a bit kind of circumstantial, but you can save a bit, leaving more time that way, and ending it on a jump rather than a cast. So one of those little things.
I love learning new things like that. Never knew that.
It's one of those things where on a routing side, it's like you don't know what you don't know what's available until you start looking at it.
And it looks like Seby.
Yep.
No, I was just gonna say, it looks like Seby neglected to go out for jump skip, just didn't line up the way that they wanted to. So he attempted to do a steal with Zidane and didn't get anything, unfortunately. Which we have the opportunity of stealing the Mithril Sword, a very, 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 very rare chance, but could help speed up Blackwall 3 too.
I like
very
how
sad.
Sorry,
go on. You go.
Yeah, I like how you can steal a chain plate from her, so it saves you about 900 gil or so. Instead of buying it in Trano, and kind of, in theory, would save a few inputs.
With regards to his jump skip, it looked like Vivi went down at an awkward timing, which means that his ATB, it's very tight. You can still jump skip, but it's a bit risky. And in relay scenario, I can completely understand not necessarily doing that. But with regards to returning back to the question, I think. So, Rome, what got you into speedrunning in Final Fantasy?
So I, funnily enough, Final Fantasy IX released on the Switch, and I was like, oh boy, I haven't played Final Fantasy IX in over a decade. Let's check it out. So I bought Final Fantasy IX on this Nintendo eShop on my Switch, and I was playing through it, and I was having a really hard time with Sea Lion. I was like, what does the speedrun do? Because I was kind of watching like GDQs and stuff like that before. It's like, what do they do in the speedrun? And then, sure enough, this is like, I think, GDQ 2019, where Muttski and all the crew were just finished that run. I had something to watch at work, so I watched that, and I saw that they had Twitches and stuff like that. And I just jumped in Muttski. I was like, hey, I watched your run, blah, blah, blah. And then got to meet a bunch of people, got into the FF9. I learned it myself, and yeah, it's been since 2019, I think. But yeah, FF9 was the first speedrun I learned.
Oh, interesting. Steph?
Yep. So I've always wanted to learn it, and I want to say back in 2007, I remember, like, I want to say, and I don't know how, I want to say in 2007, I saw Justin TV start, and I was like, wow, this is something that like it like no one else is doing this. Like, what? Like, he's like streaming himself doing this, and I'm like, if I were to do it, what would I do? And I was like, well, the illustrious Excalibur 2, was such a rare feat, and it was something that I saw it was like newer, and people were talking about oh, on a PS1 open the disc tray, or PS2 open the disc tray to skip cutscenes to help save time, and I was like, do I really have like? And I was living at this. I was a senior in high school and living with parents still, and looking towards college and whatnot. And I was just like, I don't have the money to stream this or anything like that. Like, and then like I'd be playing a game for 12 hours and like no breaks. I'm like, man, that does not sound fun at all. So so pretty much 12 years later, 2019. I became unemployed for a few months, and I was like, oh, what do I do? And I just started, kind of like while looking for jobs, also being on Twitch, and that's why I saw Bomb Bomb, who went by Abomination1212 at the time, started streaming Final Fantasy 9. Because I'm like, look, let me see if there's any Final Fantasy 9 streams, for speedruns, and there were. So I started, watching it and asking questions, and then ended up, just jokingly saying, "Oh, hey, like if you pick up the rubber helm in the Prima Vista, you can help. It gives you thunder resistance, and pretty much from there it all just became a meme route where I just, ended up just always trying to pick up the rubber helm and, reminding Bomb Bomb, oh, hey, you can do this, you can do this. So just funny. But overall, I was unemployed for a few months and looked into the speed run. I started asking a lot of questions, and eventually was just like, yeah, I just need to do it myself in dedicated time, at night or whenever I could to learn it. There's actually a time at my current job where I had a good amount of downtime where I was looking up Final Fantasy 9 information and routing it and just learning the ins and outs of why we do the things we do. So, yeah,
really interesting.
I just wanted to get in the community since 2007, and it was like, oh, now's my opportunity.
Really, really interesting.
Mm-hmm. And what about you, Easley?
So back in 2022, at the start of the year, I decided to do an Excalibur 2 run. I was always a completionist Final Fantasy gamer. Like, I did everything. And I already had some interest in speedrunning. I always used to watch Final Fantasy 7 OG speedruns, actually. I watched them all the time before I even speedran a thing. And I was always like, I can never do that. And I went to do a Excalibur 2 run, as I say. And I was really struggling. I got right to the end of the game, and it was actually Brutals that raided me. Just after he got the PSX world record, actually. And he raided, and all of his raiders, they did not say a word on how to beat things. They were just like, it's interesting seeing this, because I didn't have protect girls, I didn't have body temp, I was just rushing, I had no idea what I was doing, and I basically failed it. And I got it when I did another run with another streamer friend of mine. But from that Excalibur 2 run, Brutals ended up pointing me in the direction of notes and where to go, and from there I just got on with it.
All right.
That's how it happens, and now I speedrun not only Final Fantasy 9 but 1 and 10 as well.
Heck yeah.
It's really cool how the community kind of comes together like that, where I remember when Brutals was just starting out, and a few people from the community were just chilling, and watching, and then offering advice here and there. And it just kind of builds up and up and up, and it's like you see the runner grow and grow and grow, and then they raid others that are learning the route, and just you see going from something small to something big, and just the amount of knowledge that is passed around with everyone, and how, at least with in my opinion, these relay in the marathon kind of exposes others to different Final Fantasies. It's like, oh yeah, I assume easily that you start with 9, but after seeing a relay or two, you're like, oh, well, I want to try Final Fantasy 1, I want to try Final Fantasy 2, and go from there.
Well, actually, I learned 9. I did 9 at the relay last year. It was one of my worst runs for about a month prior to it, but we moved past that.
Yeah,
and
how it goes.
Yep. And I decided to start learning 10 at the start of this year, actually. And I grasped it very, very quickly, and I loved it. I absolutely love running 10, I'll be honest. But only the CSR. I don't have it in me to do the full length. And actually, the reason I started to learn 1 was due to Captain the Dorks. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna get picked for 9 for relay this year. So he was like, well, do you want to learn another game? And I was like, well, I don't know what to do. And he said, here, try 1. And he sent me the notes for 1 and guided me once, twice, and the rest is history. Got on with it. And I actually grasped 1 faster than I grasped any other run. I was in top 10 within 2 weeks.
Hey, all right, nice.
And I have stuck there because chaos is chaos.
Yes, yes.
Interestingly here, by the way, guys, this is the first time in all of Final Fantasy IX this relay that we have had all 3 runners on the same split.
Hey, all right. That's the work of Seby, catching everyone up. Catching them up. Team Mog up.
Yep. One of the nice long splits. We should see some time variance coming through, I would imagine. Interesting if we don't.
But yeah, some things to note. Seby had an okay Black Waltz 3-2. Unfortunately, Steiner and Marcus ended up dying, and we had to have a dagger attack, and then eventually Black Waltz 3-2 took his turn and ended up doing crack and killing himself, but he made it through.
I believe it's a faster death animation.
Yeah, it is, because he doesn't do the full death falling down dramatic effect. He just vanishes, like snaps away.
Just get Thanos snapped out of there.
Muttski's dealing with the Clara invasion. You know, the troops of Alexandria went from Bermesia, and now they're going to Clara since the survivors of Bermesia went to Clara. And so we're trying to save as many people as we can. And go ahead.
There's actually a big difference between PSX and PC. And that is, for PC, we almost always do this because we don't need the AP. We go option 2, option 1, option 2, option 1. And the reason is because we don't need the we need the AP from the triple fight. We don't take the faster 2-person fight, I believe it is, on the third option. Whereas on PSX, you typically take the third option, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Rome?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Typically, the third set of guards, we take the third option
Correct,
on PSX
yes.
rather than PC, where we take the second.
Correct, yeah, because we get, I believe it's just the 2 AP versus the 3 AP, and there's less experience and there's less people to deal with. Or actually, is it the other way around?
Yeah, it's less guards. You only have 2 instead of 3.
Right, yeah. I'm trying to recall, actually, now that I think about it. I have to bring it up.
When you do the first option is 1 black mage and you get 1 AP. The second option is 3 soldiers and that gives you 2 AP. The third option for the last fight is 2 soldiers and they only give you 1 AP. So
there you have it.
Yep. And that is if you are going to have Freya learning MP attack. Depends if you get any encounters in the Clara trunk, which all those encounters give you at least 2 AP. Pretty much it kind of determines on what option you choose. You can choose if you get no encounters in Clara trunk and don't force any. You can choose the first option with the Clara invasion fight, and you'll fight. I believe it's only one mage, which will give you the 1 AP that you didn't get from before. You do lose an ether and a phoenix pinion, I believe, but since you get 1 AP from there, you need 2 AP from the last fight in order to get your 20 AP for the MP attack.
Mm-hmm.
So things, and the reason why I'm expanding on that is just because things can get technical and very tight within the Final Fantasy IX speedruns. For any route, when you have to have a minimum ability, then you need to do that. And as we see, Syl gets a single hornet, these are dragonflies, and I believe they did it either before picking up the magic boots. Yeah, which means you do not have you didn't do the menu to get Blizzara. So
yep. That is the worst time to get an encounter in the trunk because 1 Blizzara cast will kill any encounter in the trunk.
Yeah. And the good thing is that it still had the Mage Master on, so he had the free ability.
And yeah, just a quick confirm for the final option. Yeah, we on PSX we typically do the third encounter or the third option, unless the runner thinks they need to make a little bit extra XP. But typically it's the last option.
Right.
Oh, Sylleath also going for the spare ether. I personally can't say I've picked up that chest in speedrunning. I know what it is, but
maybe a marathon safe thing.
Yeah, that's what I'd put it down for. I don't believe that Syl normally takes that in his runs. I've seen a few and I haven't seen him take it before, so it's probably a safety strat thing. I'm curious if any of you noticed when they were heading over to Trino if they got the 1600 guild chest or if they skipped it.
I believe they all skipped it since they got nobles.
Which is surprising because the actual notes, unless you change them, say to pick that chest up.
Nah, you don't need it.
No, I don't grab it.
Yeah, especially for I know on PSX, it's pretty much says, hey, you only pick it up when you have nobles. But overall, I think there are some, maybe, just to make sure you have enough gil, here and there, just to, it would definitely be a safety strat.
So we see Muttski is about to go into Beatrix 2 fight. This again is one of those scary fights for speedrun. There is an optimal strategy, but as Beatrix is a little bit RNG involved in terms of what she does and who she hits, it does change it. But if you get optimal ideals, you would go Blizzara and hit auto so that all three of them hit straight after Beatrix. So you wait for her first turn to see what she's going to do. You would then, because Vivi's gone first, his ATB gathers as soon as Freya's ATB hits up next, because she will be the next person to hit. You do Blizzara and Freya, then you do Blizzara and Zidane, and you have to do them together because that will skip Cure. That is optimal. You could not have the fight faster, but invariably you don't get that, and if you try and force that, it's very often you will have a game over.
Is Cure or Cura? It's Cura that she does, right?
It's Cure on this one and Cura on Beatrix 3.
Is that prompted when she's below half HP or when she's like even less?
It's lower than that, I believe. Essentially, if you were to talk about turn usage, so if you miss time the 5th hit, so you'd have 2 Blizzaras and hang on, fifth. Yeah, so you'd have the 3. If you miss time, say Freya's hit or Zidane's hit, if they're on the second turns, Beatrix can use Cure in that time variance because it's between when she takes her turns. She hits the damage threshold, so it changes what ability she's going to use. What you need to do is basically make it so it is after she does a turn, she hits the damage threshold, but she's already selected what her next ability is going to be. That's essentially why you wait on that timing. And it looks like we are going to have potentially that option happen for Mutt here.
And I think Mutt's holding ATB with Freya and doing some calculation to see if. Yeah, so
that is enough. He had optimal outcome. That is exactly optimal strategies. Perfect Beatrix 2.
Nice, and he definitely was holding ATB in case there was a Zidane miss. Again, that's one of the things that have haunted runners in the past.
When I described exactly what's needed, he has just had the perfect opportunity to use it. So that is actually phenomenal. He did not get cursed.
I'm laughing because for Seby's fight, Rava used I honestly forget I think poison stab, and Dagger was poisoned, but pretty much her HP went to 0 while Steiner attacked or while the escape command was going through for the boss. So she was standing up with 0 EP or 0 HP, and then when the boss actually finished, she then died and had the death animation there. Kind of one of those funny different things.
Unfortunate minor time loss.
Yeah, exactly. It's like here I was thinking oh man, is she actually gonna stay standing? That'd be kind of cool. Nope. and still had a very straightforward antline fight. Nothing too bad about that.
Looked fairly nice, to be honest.
I believe all we'll see when Seby goes. But I antline can be a booger, to say the least, because it can cast Fyra on Freya or on anyone, but it will one-shot Vivi no matter what. And I believe, based on levels, it can one-shot Freya as well.
I don't believe it can. I'm not 100%. You probably know that more than me.
Right. The only reason why I say that is because in the route that I do, I give her the chainmail and give her HP plus 10%. And there's been a couple times where she survived a Fyra with like 4 HP, and I'm like, oof. If it wasn't for the HP plus 10%, like she would have died. And the cotton robe or silk shirt. Well, we don't put cotton robe on Vivi yet, or in this route, but that gives a weakness to fire. And with the magic defense given from the silk shirt, Vivi would be one shot from Fyra as well. So Vivi being a mage damage dealer and dying to Fyra, I'm sure you've had a fight where Antline opens up with Fyra on Vivi, dead, revive, Fyra again on Vivi, dead, and just like 3 turns you're like, what the heck, man? Give me a break.
Well, each time is roughly 25-30 seconds time loss, so it's definitely something you don't want. So everyone's getting their wish, and they get to dance right now.
Yes. Muttski's getting closer to the infamous guard skip.
I'm more curious at the moment if we're going to see 3 sets of Lucky 7s, or if someone's not going to do it.
That'd be fun. And Seby
Part of me hopes we see it on Hilgi, but I don't think any of them will do that.
We'll see. And Seby's the starting Clara, as Syl is getting closer to the Clara invasion. In Clara invasion, again, with the amount of magic casts that can happen, it definitely is a very variable or volatile split. Just because I want to say it definitely could be a 2-minute plus or minus based off of the type of attacks in your ATB, which is really it's out of your control.
Oh, Seby with a really unfortunate final encounter check of that screen.
Is the zoo?
Is he taking it? He is taking it.
Nice.
It's quite nice for a bit of extra experience, bit of extra gil, safe AP. Definitely recovers the AP he would have missed had from the Black Mage. So regardless of whether or not he wanted it, he now has it.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the zoo actually gives the least amount of gil and I think the least amount of experience out of any of the encounters.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that.
Yeah.
So Muttski on the cage swing, he sadly has not had the fast cage swing. Or has he?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I didn't think so. One of his double movements should have been a triple, but he didn't have the swings. There you go. It was quite in the right spot to get the frame movement. Dropped.
Dropped his controller.
That explains.
Let's see a loop-de-loop here.
Oh, he took the second
wow.
one.
Yeah.
That looks like he went for the second one.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think he went for it. Or looks like he just.
Well, maybe he just wants a beefy Steiner.
Yeah, for real.
Now, for the people that for the routes that fight Tantarian and Disc 2, they will purposely do this to get Steiner to at least level 7, if not level 8. It gives you enough hit points to survive and survive Tantarian's Paper Storm ability, and or have enough hit points to open the book up using Steiner's Minus Strike ability. None of the runners are doing this. It arguably is a time loss to just fight Tantarian, even though you get auto haste. The 30 extra AP is very nice and helps with routing purposes, but really with the amount of the smaller amount of encounters, doesn't really produce as much benefit of having auto haste versus PSX. Just for that. But it is fun to ATB wait some bosses later on, and do some fun little techs here and there.
One notable example you can do is for Amaranth, when you eventually get to him, if you have auto haste, you don't need to run counter, because you're fast enough to damage Amaranth quicker.
You can just trade blows 1-to-1, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Yep. It's more consistent, more reliable, and very smooth. It makes certain other fights incredibly easy, like Earth Guardian becomes trivial. Some other fights as well, they end up dramatically easier. But for most runners and the routes we'll see today, they will not be getting that, or at least that I'm aware of.
Right, yeah. It is a surprise, but I don't think anybody's picking up any of the antibody equipment, so...
No, it'll be a swing out of left field, that would.
Right, let's see.
Nice trouble mucus on the first turn.
Good. Yeah, we just don't want to see fire on Vivi. That would be...
Ideally, what we'd like to see here is either Sandstorm or something on Freya for this next turn, because Zidane would go down on any hit. Vivi would go down on most hits. So ideally, you're looking for Sandstorm or something on Freya here. And it's Fire, and that's on Zidane.
Okay.
So he will use Bizarra, revive with Freya, and then he should hopefully only need to do one more Bizarra, but if he didn't have to get damage rolls, which he hasn't, because he ate an 1140, he will need to use another Lancer.
Yeah, since he's fallen below 50% HP, we'll see the Sandstorm guaranteed here, which will be able to wrap up the fight very nicely.
Sadly, not the best of Antlions for Seby, but also could have gone worse.
Yeah.
Right. Vivi can just get bullied over and over again, and there's nothing you can really do except just go, okay, thank you, FF9. Very cool.
Ends with Lancer.
Yep. Nicely done. Okay, coming up to Zorn and Thorn for Muttski. Now, casual players may not know this, but you only have to kill one of the clowns. And the lovely one in wearing red, as you'll see, has only 2,500 health, or 2,400 I think it is, versus over 4,000 on the other clown. So we can kill that if we're fortunate in 3 hits. If you have a beefy Steiner, it can be 3 hits, a lot easier. Failing that, you bop Zorn with a Vivi bop, and you would then just hit with one of the other 3 again onto Thorn. So that's a nice 1,800. That should be 3 hits. Assuming damage rolls are fine, it should be Zidane ends the fight for him. There we go.
Very good. Because we have to suppress the other clown's buffs. So whenever you hit one of them, that clown you hit will give the power to the other clown, and then whenever that clown acts next, he casts a specific spell, which can do damage to all the party members. So we want to try and hit them just once with Vivi, just to bop them to prevent that spell from going off.
Okay, so we've got Sylleath coming towards the end of the Clara invasion. He's in the upper half, essentially. Still good few encounters to go. Essentially, as long as you don't have anyone go down too much, the fight's very straightforward. You've got good ATB weights able to do. And we should be able to see Beatrix 2 happen soon.
Yeah, there's just so much variance in the Clara invasion. Since you're getting all these fights back to back, you're going to see all these different variations of ATBs, whether the enemy goes, whether you can ATB wait, if they kill someone, and then if you need to heal up between each of them. It's just a huge variance of time. You can have just the worst luck and have just empty ATBs.
So interestingly, we're actually going to see Beatrix 3 before we see Beatrix 2. Beatrix 3 also has a mechanic where she heals below a certain health threshold. She does Cura in this case. Now, there are multiple ways in which you can skip Cura. One of the ways is you actually do 3 hits with the melee characters. You cure Blizzara, assuming nobody goes down. If they do, you hope it is either Zidane or Freya. And then you queue at the same time Steiner with one other person, and that will end the fight without a Cura.
There's just a really elegant way of trying to handle these bosses without triggering some of the 50% thresholds if we can. Like, yeah, as you mentioned with the Kira, and then Hilgegar's later with the Kiraga. It's just gotta line up all the attacks properly to where we can not have them do that, but it's all up to the game to decide that for us. And there's a miss with Sylleath, unfortunately.
And Osmos.
Fortunately on Zidane.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately it's not on Vivi, yeah.
However, most runners like to have 48 MP on Vivi just in case somebody goes down. You need a 4th Blizzaris. Sylleath has been using Blizzaris, so he's going to be using 1 ether anyway.
Yeah.
That'll help with the extra ether he picked up from the trunk too, huh?
Exactly. See, he's pre-thought that one.
Smart tech.
Okay, here we see Beatrix 3 open on a nice hit with Freya, which is pretty nice and standard. Muttski might be able to skip Cura here. Does depend on this second turn from Beatrix. And Sylleath doing his heal on his midway point. There he equips certain items to make sure he learns Man-Eater and I believe Devil Killer. I think it's the other Bird Eater. Make sure he learns those in the correct timing so that the future parts of the fight are easier.
Nice. I believe yep, Muttski did skip Cura.
Yep,
good.
Beautifully done. All in all, not bad Beatrix fights are there for Muttski.
Pretty solid.
So as you see, like if you see on Seby's screen, Zorn and Thorn are doing some ritual to extract the Eidolons from Garnet's body, since she is not technically human. She's actually a summoner. That's why they had him. That was the reasoning why Queen Braun was so adamant of keeping her in Alexandria. And then as you see on the bottom part of our screen with Muttski Team Tonberry, pretty much Beatrix is trying to cure her and get her out of her sleep after the extraction process.
Something that's kind of cool with Garnet/Dagger is that she does have access to the summons, technically, before this point where they get extracted, but at the cost of 4 times the MP, as they would be. But after this process, once you find the ability to relearn summons, they're much cheaper.
Seb's getting the second Geishel Green from Clara, and the reason why some runners will get the Geishel Greens after the Protective Sandstorm vanishes is because the encounter rate on that screen pretty much is dramatically dropped. I want to say that it's like 80% chance of getting an encounter, and I think that may be more PSX, but it's still,
it's pretty high, yeah.
Yeah, it's very high before, but it's like reduced to like 20% afterwards. So a little bit safety there. Now Seby gets another miss.
It's alright, Sylleath. The RNG will swing later on, don't you worry.
Yeah.
We'll see it.
It'll pay off.
Okay, so we have Sylleath heading up to Beatrix 2. Seby going into the lower part of the invasion. He's just done the first encounter. And Muttski doing the escape part. So all quite close together in terms of the overall perspective of the run. Could be a very interesting run.
And one thing for people that are learning the route, a big part of that menu that Muttski did was taking the chain mail off of Steiner and putting on any other armor onto him. And that is because this is the last time that we will be able to menu Steiner. Is this section for this disc? The next time will be after the card tournament. And pretty much what we want is we want the chainmail in order to synthesize another power belt, and the fastest we can do that would be when we're controlling Zidane going through Alexandria. So a little bit of time loss in menuing now to save time later on.
So a little bit we haven't quite touched on is something Seby just did, where he did something known as flea cancel. Basically, or attack animation cancel is another terminology for it, where you will force a flee without actually forcing yourself to run away by hitting your L1, R1 buttons just as your attack animation is about to go through. It's very, very minor. It saves you something like an eighth of a second. But over the entire game, it can save you a few minutes in the entire run. Only 1 to 2 minutes, but it does save time over the entire run if done successfully.
Yeah, especially Freya, which I think is almost a full second for her wind-up animation too, so it's pretty drastic.
It's quite a lot for her. Same with Dagger as well. It's quite a lot for Daggers.
Was that a miss on the puppy? On the Bandersnatch?
I missed it.
I think
no pun intended.
I missed it. But yeah. Seby is making quite a comeback here as he's starting the Claire invasion, as Sylleath had just finished, and heading into Beatrix 2.
Now, one thing, Muttski did not pick up the cards from those two children. You keep them alive, and they give you 2 cards. They're fairly strong cards, or at least decent enough cards. And the reason why Muttski did not pick those up is because he is not going to utilize any of the cards that have been dropped or picked up on the way. You'll see what he does is he pretty much discards them all and talks to Dr. Tot, and Tot gives him cards instead. So it'll be interesting.
Very powerful cards.
Yes.
I see Tot strats on PC is definitely a rare one. Like, even with our limited cards, most PC runners do not do it. We typically rely on the 1 to 2 sand golem cards we get, hopefully a Gargant if we're lucky, and we utilize usually the nymph card that we get here, and just 1 to 2 underpowered cards which are defined as bait cards essentially, and that's how we get through the section of Tetramaster.
And one thing that I'll do, like here and there, just kind of casually, is in the very, very late game, second to last dungeon, you can fight very, very powerful cards. And sometimes if you just have 5 golems, 5 flans with just good arrows, you can win just off of just good arrow placement.
Well, sure. Yeah.
And that kind of seems to be more or less a strat that we'll see when it comes to the card tournament is, yeah, you may want to have powerful cards here and there when you battle cards, but it's much faster to win cards outright with utilizing their arrows.
I'm just going to throw this one out there. I'm not going to finish my sentence yet. I want to wait to see, but Sylleath should...
I thought you were going to cast or curse me.
No, has just had the optimal Beatrix 2 fight.
Hey, that was great, yeah.
Very nice.
I was waiting in case of that Zidane miss. I was not doing that to you. But that was optimal. That's 2 out of 2 so far.
Nice.
Very nice.
The face I was making as you started forming that sentence was getting.
Look, I am Team Mug. I have to throw spanners in the works.
I like how Kevin Muttski's names are Beatrix seriously for real right now.
That's great.
So
also,
rather interestingly, with Muttski, you'll see he does not use Freya or Steiner there. He just uses Clim Hazard with Beatrix. She has 64 MP, assuming your correct levels, and she will get 2 Clim Hazards, 1 for each fight, and it will finish the fight. If she gets put to sleep, you can do the Bandersnatches with an attack from Steiner and Freya twice, but it's much less optimal.
Some people, I don't do it, but some people will actually keep put the javelin on Freya, in order to, since you can attack your own characters or your own teammates, if Beatrix is put to sleep, you can attack her with Freya with the javelin, and Beatrix will not die, and will, as a result, wake up. Alright, and so we see, there was a nymph card, I believe, that was dropped for Seby.
Very good. Yeah, Nymph's really good because they have the magic stat, which is very important for the final game of the tournament, where all the Oglups are physical based, so they can go down easily if you need to battle them, and since they typically have 0 magic defense, but we'll get to that in due time.
And so, after escaping Clara, before it became destroyed, which was in a prior cutscene, Zidane and company get transported onto the Red Rose, which is Queen Brani's her own personal airship. And there, pretty much, we utilize the teleportation device to get back to Alexandria. And as we, see what happened, as we saw on Muttski's screen, what happens in Alexandria, this is part of the boss that happens after as we're escaping. What we want to do is get back to Trano, because we know Dr. Tot is a safe area, so we want to get back there. But this green snake decides to chase the Gargant, which is one of their food sources, and we, as a result, we have to stop and defeat it, so that way we can get to Trano.
This boss is the Forbidden Gummy Worm.
The management are aware the split time for Ravu is slightly wrong there. So by slightly, I mean I clicked it by complete mistake. So it's early, but they will fix that.
Yeah, I got a small daggy. Yeah.
But nice fight for Muttski there.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, seeing the what's the ability called? The echo.
Ultrasound wave.
Ultrasound wave on somebody that's not Zidane or Vivi is very good, just because we need those two to do the damage to finish that fight.
And that MIDI status actually halves your attack and your magic.
Mm-hmm.
And so after we defeat the boss, in my opinion, it's Lubber, or because we defeated it. So there's another green snake ends up chasing us.
There's a whole nest of them, yeah.
Yep. We had no way to stop in Trano, and pretty much we're gonna go to wherever the tunnel takes us. And here we go. Syl is gonna try to do a cage swing.
Sylleath on cage swing, heading up to Zorn and Thorn eventually, and then we have Seby heading into Beatrix 2, Beatrix 2.
And here we see Zorn and Thorn on Team Tonberry's screen, talking to Queen Brani, but but she does not want to talk to him. They let Dagger Garnet escape, and she is giving them the cold shoulder. And so they're like, well, what do? We don't have we are followers. We need someone to follow. If Queen Braun's not gonna give us the time of day, who do we talk to? Who do we go to? And we'll find that out later on.
So, very sadly, Sylleath did not get fast cageling, but he did get double guard skip.
Yep, that's right. Double guard skip is great. Yeah. Very good.
The reason we mention fast cage is it is about 8 seconds time difference between the fast swing and the standard swing.
And then we have, Seby heading into Beatrix 2. See how that goes. Hopefully he has a clean, if not better, fight than Sylleath. So
It'd be 3 for 3, right? For cure skip.
Be great. Just have to hope that he can clutch it in. Good start.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I was hoping it wasn't on DB.
That is the ideal. Although I think he's DDing, if I just saw that right.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I guess he's making sure that in case, let's say there's a second shock.
Yeah, he's covering it. He would have had damage, but it does preempt the potential Zidane miss.
Yeah. That's good. One that you can do, if you have an extra silk shirt, is give that to Zidane. Just because the chain plate on him has a secret weakness to lightning, or to element.
Yeah, unfortunately, she gets the cure off, but she can't cure enough to combat the damage that it's going to output, so this will finish.
Okay, nicely done. 3 doing no scary.
Yeah. Muttski's doing the Ramu minigame, where most casual fans or players, if not the first time you play, you think, "Oh man, I have to do this." And really,
to move on.
And you get a Peridot, which allows you to summon Ramu. It's the beginning of Dagger/Garnet's character development of coming back to becoming a summoner, and finding her own roots. And the fun thing is, and especially because after Final Fantasy IX is Final Fantasy II, the story that Ramu tells is the story of Joseph from Final Fantasy II, where pretty much his selfless, I'm not gonna say the spoiler because we should definitely watch Final Fantasy II as it comes up. It has the blood sword in it too.
Oh baby, this guy, man.
But overall, Joseph's story is something that hits to Ramu's character, and is something that is very impactful within the Final Fantasy II story, and it's a nice callback for this game.
Looks like still's on the clowns. Hopefully we can get the attacks in.
Rome, I remember you
not the 3 hit.
Rome, I remember you looking into their ATBs for the fight, because they have max speed. 50 is the highest speed.
Correct.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty much when they bounce, that's one of their turns.
Yes, yeah. To activate the bounce is one of their turns, and it kind of preps them into the next stance, which then preps them for the next step in order to get the buff, and then they have to do. It's one of the most complicated ATB fights in the entire game when I was looking at it. Second or first, even above Kraken that we'll see later. it's one of the most wild and crazy ATBs, but fight is over in 2 hits. So it's kind of funny how complicated it is, and it's just like, no, just hit it twice. Who cares?
Right.
Just move on.
If you
But
get
it's funny.
super lucky, Steiner can just outright crit and you one hit that fight.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
beautiful.
It's wonderful, yeah. So yeah, if you can get the preamp Steiner and just one shot a clown, oh, that's good.
It's a run you'll never want to run against, but a run you'll be happy about.
Right, yeah. Like, well, that was nice knowing that split.
Yeah.
Really interesting to see how close they're becoming between Mog and Choco there.
Yeah. Seby is gaining. He's gaining speed. Muttski's still holding us a firm lead, but yeah, Seby is catching up slowly but steady.
Catching up, but we still have approximately 5 hours, 4.5 to 5 hours remaining of the run. So plenty of time for any upsets.
Oh, sure.
If they're going to happen. So, Steph, any lore points we wanna bring up?
Let's see. So pretty much, well, I guess we already touched base on what's going on for Team Mog and where Team Choco are. But for Team Tonberry, we ended up, as you saw, we talked to Ramu. We actually ended up in Pinnacle Rocks, which is actually an area right next to Lindblom. Somehow, the Garganru takes us ends at that area. So overall, we meet there, and our Uncle Sid says, hey, we found out that Kuja is the enemy, as we actually saw indirectly at the end of disc 1. Given yes with PC, we do skip cutscenes. So pretty much, Kuja is the mastermind behind what's going on. We don't know why he's doing it, but we know we need to stop him because he's a bad person. So pretty much somehow Sid's information spies, whatnot, pretty much said that, hey, you need to go over to this other continent that's north of us, called the Outer Continent, and the information we have is that we can, there's a underground tunnel somewhere in a marsh that connects the Mist Continent to the Outer Continent. So he gives us a world map, a map of the world, an ancient map that's been passed down generations of regions or kings and queens of Lindblom. And we're on our way to figure out where to go. Do one little quick shop just to get some soft items, which will help us later on, as well as Adamant Vest and Mithril Helm. I guess we're not gonna get softs unless I missed that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Syl has just had a nightmare of a V3.
Yeah, I was watching. It's been rough. And then Seby also got caught by the guard.
Ooh, it missed. Wow.
Wow.
A positive miss. A positive miss.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
For a beefy Steiner there as well, that's all.
It was a Seby calculation. Seby calculated. He got it. He's like, nah, I got this.
So he's doing safety potions there, but just in case.
Yeah.
And he gets
there
around.
he goes.
There we go.
Yeah, Syl also had a very rough Beatrix 3. Steiner had a preempt, but then he got bullied by Beatrix in 2 turns back to back, and it was rough. But yeah, Seby's able to make it out of that encounter and skip the second guard. Very good.
So Muttski's just getting another party member in Quina. Now you can get this in disc 1 before you go into Giza's Grosso, but for the speedrun that is slower, so we don't use the strats that use that anymore. And now we instead get Quina at the time where we basically have to, because if you don't allow Quina to come with you, you cannot find a way into Fossil Rue. And Fossil Rue, which we're coming up to, is home to various things. One of which being the not home but the location of a bounty hunter called Lani, which we'll see shortly. Some people like her, some people don't.
Yeah, I guess one thing to note about Quina is that they are pretty vital for the segmented speedrunners, because they have an extremely powerful ability you can learn right off the bat once you get them, which is called Limit Glove. So whenever Quina's HP is 1, exactly 1 HP, they can cast Limit Glove, which will do exactly 9999 damage. And let me guess, you're going to use that on every single boss for pretty much disc 1 to disc 3.
Yep, I believe nothing by the end of disc 2 has greater than quad 9 health. Mm-hmm. So you use it in every boss that you can with Quina, and even then you can use it even on Earth Guardian, but not recommended.
Right. Yeah.
It will... The other thing that makes it so that you're safe to get to 1 HP with Quina is you can learn an ability called Auto Life, which it does revive Quina on exactly 1 HP. And it is a Quina exclusive ability, so it's something to keep in mind of. It is somewhat outdated strats, we don't use them anymore. They're inherently slightly slower because they would be in line with also using night strats, but it's segmented, still used. As Rome said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty outdated, but still some interesting little ways you can play the game, which is still fascinating to me. How people even try to bring some of the stuff back that's been dropped, and then that same tactic or strategy gets dropped again. It comes and goes through the years. It's really fun.
I am a firm lover of testing certain abilities in places you probably shouldn't. In particular, Luna, a lot of Disc 4.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
When we get to it, I will bring that up, but...
Yeah, you're a big Luna head, yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, it's always a bit exciting to see what can happen. Obviously, it's all RNG by that point, but...
Sure.
I've done the math, and I've got evidence to bring to the table for that, I should say. But... For anyone who wants to know standard speedrun strats, don't pay attention to my lunacy.
Lunacy. Yeah, we have Seby hopefully finishing this cloud. Okay. 2 more hits. There we go.
Okay, nicely done by Seby there. Now, interestingly, Muttski's just gone past an enemy which is called, I think it's Armadillohan, something along those lines. And for all bosses, you are required to fight it, and you can run away from it. That is considered beating that boss.
Yeah, since you technically can't beat it at all, yeah, it just comes back.
Exactly. It's almost like the I guess it's the crab robot in 8, XATM, etc.
Right.
Where you can technically kill that, as you can technically kill Armadillohan, but it is not very possible, to say the least, in a speedrun scenario.
Yeah, speaking of 50 speed, here we have Lani, who also has 50 speed, because the game decides, you know what, I think the player is ready to handle max speed, because that is the speed cap for any monster in the game. She's always going to get her first turn, and she's going to primarily target Dagger. Once she is dead, she will then move on to other people, but also when she takes takes damage from other sources and hits an HP threshold. I guess it's not an HP threshold, I think it's whenever she's hit by a certain number of times, she will then start opening up her ability to hit other people and get in rage mode, essentially.
So, 2 things. One, I'm disappointed Muttski didn't use 7s.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Secondly, so actually she has a counter mechanic, and it basically builds tokens on a person that hits her. So typically Zidane will be the only one that gets it. If he hits 3 times without her dying, so you want his third hit to be her final hit, she will then counter him. And that will not use ATB either. And that will be regardless if Dagger is alive. But if the only attack that Lightning will use outside of counter whilst Dagger is still alive is Water to all. But very, very rare that you end that fight with Dagger alive without using 7s. So Muttski out here doing all kinds of crazy things.
Looks like Syl made it through one of the most scary fights in the game, I suppose, with the 2 puppy dogs that can put both your party members to sleep like before you can even do anything. But looks like, yeah, they made it through and they get Steiner, so this is going to be a little bit safer for them. And we just hope that Beatrix gets her turn and Clone Hazards, and it's good ATB.
And it's through.
Very good.
Very, very nice. Still on to the part of the run which, as the audio is on them, you're going to hear double sound here. And it is not a pleasant sound. You hear 2 sets of audio for the same thing.
I love it. I love it. Because even if you go to the system and turn off music, it still plays one of the tracks.
Yeah,
so
it does.
It's just a weird bug for the HD version after the last patch they did. But yeah, this is not the OBS or the stream issue. This is the FF9 issue where it's going to double up until we enter the next fight.
The CSR, thankfully, does not have that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good. They fixed it.
Yeah, I believe Vodka went in and removed it.
Good. Looks like there was a Steiner miss on Bay. But another miss! 2 misses back to back. Oh my god.
Seby is
Steiner.
To be honest, both Seby and Syl are having a bit of a rough time at the moment on some of these.
Jeez.
Yeah, as Bodcaps just said, he fixed it in CSR and he still doesn't know why it happened.
I don't know why it happens. Very good. Thank you, Bodcap. Yeah, the back-to-back Steiner misses. Oh, you hate to see it. Oh.
It's rough in itself. Speaking of where Muttski is, by the way, I am someone who is a bit of a crazy person around the movement in Fossil Roo. I click move in certain screens, and I know the directions to hold the controller perfectly because I felt like getting encounters in Fossil Roo on PC should never happen. So I practiced my movement on there to the point where, like here, even though it looks like it's upright, you actually just hold right, click there, and then you hold left, and it runs all the way to the plant. Hold right, and you hold your plant up. Like it's movement that doesn't look like it should be that direction, but it is. Like the movement where most runners click, where they go up and round towards one of the switches, which Muttski has already done. Typically speaking, it's not a diagonal movement; it is just a directional.
Very cool. Yeah, there's a lot of little things in movement, and you'll see some runners whenever they want to start getting better times. They'll just commit entire practices just to movement, you know, open up the scripts and things like that that can show how much counter threat they're building up. Because movement is a huge factor in this game. Making sure you're moving optimally, not only to catch encounters, but also just moving optimally to save time too. So
one thing I always want to say is the screen that Muttski's on is my favorite screen in this dungeon. Ever since I saw it, I've always been like, that needs to be an oil painting.
Oh, that where you jump on the Gargant, that with the waterfall.
Yeah, we have the waterfall. It's like
it's beautiful. Yeah, it's a beautiful game.
Yeah.
See this vine wall is on there. There's like a little dark V under the head that he goes down. You can literally hug the pixel where the black meets the green, and as your hand, the left hand Zidane will use, because it'll be his left as you're looking. His left hand will be the one that passes under it. That can be slightly touching that black line. That exact pixel is the highest point you can be passing under that.
Save the frame.
Yep, you can be slightly tighter. Yes, it's no real time save, but it's interesting to figure out where those little, very slight variances are.
The more you know, the better.
Mhm.
It looks like Syl was able to beat Big Ralph and make it through there. As Seby is now going to go through the Alexandria Escape section, where we need to defeat black mages and puppies.
Muttski being on a new continent, there's new text. That's why we're allowed to run there.
Yeah, want to refresh that?
Yep. But also, there's still the ability or the chance of getting a friendly encounter before we get to the Chocobo tracks.
Okay, Seby getting through the Black Mage fight quite nicely. And we have Muttski getting to the second of 3 times you call the Chocobo in the HDPC version. See, he only has 1 greens left. He won't use them now until he's in Disc 3.
So we're going to be parking that Chocobo in a specific spot so we save a green.
I wonder if we're going to see Cliffall today.
Oh, I hope so. I wonder if anybody's going to go for it.
I think if anyone's going to, it'll be Mutt, right? I think he's the only one who might.
Right.
Maybe.
I believe it's more commonly done in PSX than it is on PC now. Unless I'm mistaken. I believe so. There aren't many PC runners that do it.
Yeah, like I feel like it was more common, or there's another area you can do it that PSX can't do it. So I believe it would be easier on PC, but I'm not sure. I don't know if people still go for it.
It is a bit pixel perfect. I would say more so on PSX. There's a little bit more leeway on HD, but on HD console, there's a wider area where you can just run off the cliff and save 8 to 10 seconds for just plain movement to get to our next destination after the Conde Petit.
It's a nice feeling when you do get Cliffall. If you're looking to not lose much time, if you're not going to get it, you go and see if you hit the point twice, and then if you don't, keep running. You'll only lose like a second then, rather than
a lot more.
If you spend 10 seconds trying to skip it, you might as well have not skipped it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 1 preempt from Seby to knock out that puppy and move on.
One thing I always think is funny when talking to the dwarves of Conde Petit, they talk with a Scottish accent. So you see in blue text quickly it says Sylleath West. Go to Sylleath West Forest. So and so you like, if I'm like 9 or 10, like what are you talking about? Like, oh, southwest.
Sylleath West, yeah.
Yeah. Muttski's not going for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we will see any other runners do it, because if it's not, it is straight up time loss.
It is, yeah. You don't want to sit there looking like a fool while your team's going, hey, what are you doing there, bud? You wasting my time?
But it sure does look nice when you get it.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty swag.
I'll go on the record. I don't think I've ever gotten it once.
It's a little finicky for sure. Yeah, we did a lot of investigating on it, and it seems to be fairly random, as usual, with FF9, right? But
we know where it is because pretty much the overworld triangles kind of overlap. But so we know the general area of where it should happen, but to actually see the actual pixel of how to do it consistently, that's
well, there are 2 spots you can do it on.
Yep.
One is easier than the other, but even still, like, I've only started doing it in the last 6 months, and I probably do it 50% of my runs, and out of that 50%, maybe 1 in 5 is done first try.
It has something to do with where exactly the Chocobo spawns when you call with the Geisho Greens, I believe, and how it's like on a half step or something like that, and it can just not work if you're on that half grid or whatnot. But there's been like attempts to do setup, but the setups take just as long as just going around. So it's like, okay, might as well just not go for it.
So we're coming up to Seb also doing his other snake, the green snake. Once that happens, we will, for the second time in this run, have all 3 runners in the same split.
Hey, all right.
Very nice. And here, on Team Tonberry's screen, Vivi now sees that there are other black mages just like him.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much story-wise, the black mages that were created in Dolly have actually grown sentient, similar to FF9 itself. For most runners, it's pretty funny that how the things you don't want FF9 to do, but you know it can do, it will do. But pretty much the mages have grown self-aware and have starting to learn the concept of death, where black mages end up stopping. So it's pretty, it gets a bit morose.
Yeah.
But it is part of the whole story, and it really Vivi's storyline of, how do you know you exist? Is his, I believe, his line or his quote for the game itself.
Say, is his line, what does it mean to exist? Something like that?
Yeah. Maybe we don't exist, yeah.
Yeah. How do we know exist? Maybe we all don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Very deep.
Yeah, it kind of goes into this whole, the black mages have made their own area to live in peace, and we don't want to fight. We want to just be. We just want to live life and just experience what life is, without any negative stuff going on, pretty much.
Okay, so there is the split for Ravu with Team Mog. Also,
Alrighty.
I don't think any of us have mentioned that Seby actually named his Zidane Mog. Gotta love the team represent.
Yeah. Team Mog. Yeah, Seby had a very clean Ravu Mago. So it was just 2 Blazzaras and a hit, and from Zidane, and it went down. No coils, no fancy business or anything like that. So very clean.
And interestingly as well, Team Mog is definitely closing that gap at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Seby trying to close that gap as much as he can, and doing so with not the best of runs so far by his standards. So interesting.
And here Zidane is relating to, or pretty much opening up and being vulnerable to Dagger. Or pretty much telling her what it was like growing up in Tantalus and as Baku as a father figure. And him always, Zidane himself feeling, alone. He never felt that he ever fit in on Gaia. And Dagger's like, oh, Dagger's again learning more about other people, and slowly gaining Zidane's respect. Especially since Steiner said, "Hey Zidane, I trust Dagger's life with you. I'm gonna go save Alexandria with Beatrix," and Dagger's like, "How can I do? I'm my own person. I need to do something on my own as well." But so right in this whole theme, at this point of the story, Vivi is having a bit of an internal crisis, trying to figure out who or what he is and how should he live accordingly. And Zidane being like, yeah, I had the same thing going up when I was a young kid, and I eventually got out of it or figured it out for myself. And Dagger's being like, Dagger's also going through something with her mother is, being a bad person. So kind of a change in or an update with the character development. And then you have Quinn as a comic relief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw Muttski park the Chocobo there. We're not going to see the Chocobo again until Disc 3 once we come back here. we'll be using that to head back to the Black Mage Village. But for now, it's going to sit there for weeks, months, however long the story goes until we see it again. But as we have Seby go through Pinnacle Rocks, or start Pinnacle Rocks, and do the Ramu puzzle, quote unquote. We just tell the old man, I don't want to do it. And he's like, all right, well.
Hopefully he takes time to take a little break. It is a lovely 4-minute break for the runners through Pinnacle Rocks. Hopefully he did take that opportunity to stretch his legs, get a drink, whatever he needed. If not, there's plenty to come.
Yep, and let me remind everyone else that's watching as well to also get up and stretch and get some water, get a snack. Just a little healthy reminder to get up and move your legs every once in a while if you can.
Check on your children.
Get the blood flowing. Yeah, check on your kids, check on your mom, all that stuff. Just take a little break.
You have a good roughly 2 to 3 minutes until anything exciting happens anyway. Because the next things to happen will be Lani for Team Chocobo, and we'll have Hilgi for Team Tonberry. And then a little bit later, we will, after we've had Pot City 2, we will also have Seby going on to Lani.
And again, I'm Seth427, here with Easley and RoamingMyrk.
Hello.
Howdy.
Now, one thing we do a quick thing with for Muttski is we take away. Actually, no, we don't unequip. I don't believe we don't unequip Quina anymore.
No.
We do lose her.
Because we actually, the only thing we equip on Quina before going to Lani is the headgear. We don't touch Quina until Desert Palace after this. So that's why.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the difference. The old routes you used to put gear on Quina, I believe, and now you don't for the routes that are currently in use.
Yeah, it helps clean up the inventory too, since the headgear also does prevent water damage, but it's also outdated by that point, so just need to get rid of stuff we don't really need anymore.
So we got Muttski's favorite character.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Muttski didn't name her God, because he had a very good PB where he named Aiko God once.
Is that one of the runs where Aiko didn't die in Melted Gemini?
I think so, yeah. It was Melty, or it was like a clutch soul cage or something like that. But yeah, there was something memorable in his run about it.
I was kind of curious what he was going to name her.
Right. I had some anticipation going there too.
Okay, so almost identically, we're going to have the Lani fight alongside the Hilgi fight. What we'll see is, I think we'll miss the Hilgi fight first because we'll got 2 more chances to see that, and we'll go through Sylleath's Lani fight. But I will mention before Hilgi, Muttski will do another menu, just to get prepared, as Hilgi is considered undead.
No, we prepare
not
Undead Killer
quite.
for Aoife tree.
That's correct. Sorry, yes. But we do that menu now, and not later.
Yep.
Because
unfortunately, I don't think
still have Maneater on.
Yeah, Maneater does it. Yeah, it's all it is. He's humanoid.
What were you saying, Rome?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Maneater. Yeah, it should still be on. Yeah.
Yeah, that is. It's my mistake. I was remembering Undead because he puts Undead Killer on.
Yeah. Since we do a menu, we might as well just add it then.
It's primarily for the Mistodons rather than anything else, because it then doesn't actually anything else along the way. Oh, he did lucky 7s.
Oh, you got 7/7.
Oh, I thought you had it there.
3 sevens.
Yeah, it also looks like Syl did not go for lucky 7s either.
Syl has not been in his runs of late. He's just been favoring the standard route of
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
consistency.
Good miss on Dagger.
Yeah, nice. Because we have her defending, so there's the 50% chance to miss. That's very good.
The only thing is now it is fairly high odds Lani's next turn will be Water Roll.
Let's see.
Oh. Fire.
And fortunate it was Fyra. Now this is where it is quite likely that Zidane will be countered on his next hit if it doesn't kill. But it should kill.
I just oopsed.
And there's the slow scan, but yeah, you're all good.
But Muttski did not get Kiraga skip. Okay.
Yep. It's kind of the downside of if you go for Lucky 7.
Yep.
It's a little difficult to try and skip that.
I love the attempt though.
Sure, yeah. If you had a preempt, might as well go for it.
And Sylleath gets it. There is Lani.
There we go. Nice. Good still. Good recovery
I'm gonna
from
say
this.
it now. I think if Seby goes for Lucky 7s, he'll get it.
All right. We'll see.
As Team Mog, I hope so.
I hope so, yeah.
And there is Hilgi for Muttski.
Nice, and that's what's coming up for him.
Rome, does Spirit affect misses, or that's just really just pure RNG? Yeah.
That's just pure RNG. It only depends on the enemy's evasion stat, which is a flat percentage. So if they have a 2 evasion, that's 2% chance to miss, and etc. So 3, 4, 5. So everyone typically has a 100% chance to hit no matter what, and then it just calculates against the enemy's evasion.
But very funnily, it's a good point asking about Spirit, considering Spirit affects so many other things in 9.
Yeah, so much, yeah. It's just the dump stat for... What do we do with this mechanic? I don't know, just dump it in Spirit.
honestly is. Yes, counter is based off Spirit stats.
Yep.
That is correct.
Counter and trance and etc. Duration of your status effects, positive and negative.
Yeah.
Lots of
to do with duration of Freya's jump time as well, isn't it?
Right, yes. Yep, that's it, yeah. Exactly. It's like
if you have too much Spirit for Necron, she can stay too high if she trances anyway. And then it can really mess with the timings when you come down.
I have that like in a spreadsheet, you know, along with the speed, the ATB speeds and how long it takes to fill up in seconds. I have Freya's jump stuff based off her Spirit as well, and that's how I was able to find, like, oh, well, if I just wait this amount of time, she will, her jump time, would not go before Vivi's ATB wait on antline. I do need to figure out more of how to adjust her with Necron, just because if she gets trance and it hits 4 times, is it possible to not get screwed over with Grand Cross? But
sure, yeah. There's ways to recover from it because of the way you just have to know ahead of time how many jumps you're gonna do, right? Because you won't know until you commit to it unless you know your Spirit and your level beforehand. So if you have those in knowledge, then yeah, you can figure out how many turns you're going to be able to skip, and then you can adjust from there.
Definitely got to get back to it. So
Necron's like one of my favorite fights to look at. Like, it's so wild. And yeah, we'll get into that at the very end here, but it's very wild.
Yeah, Necron. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was gonna ask, since Rome said Necron may be one of his favorite bosses. Do you have a favorite boss fight, or just a tech on a boss fight?
In 9.
Yes.
Let me think about that actually. I can't say I have a specific favorite in terms of how to fight them. But I mean, I guess I'd say for speedruns it would be Lich because it's very straightforward. For casual gameplay, probably Tahaka. Because I think it's a really cool mechanic.
Oh yeah.
And if we're talking visuals, Death Guys.
Nice.
Oh yeah. The old bug demon bird.
Yeah. Well, mine is definitely Taharka. Mostly because of having auto haste on it. You can get a steal attempt here, an extra steal attempt here and there, and if done correctly, with enough poison ticks, as we'll see later on in Disc 3, pretty much if you get all 10 poison ticks, you should be able to kill the boss with 2 Firagas instead of 3. So it's kind of like, I strive to try to get that optimal fight there.
So my strategy with Tahaka is always, if Steiner's ATB's there, I always send the attack first with Steiner anyway. But if not, it would be do my Soul Blade, do my Firaga. I do weave in Steiner hits because, if you get heat, it's always a nice time save. Not necessarily required, but it's a nice save. And then I do a steal with Zidane. And then I would Soul Blade again when his next turn comes round, but there would be obviously a Firaga in the middle. And typically speaking, after the other Soul Blade, Tahaka usually dies during Vivi's Firaga animation. I usually try and make sure it's around that timing so that it is safe when Tahaka dies, because if it dies from a tick, you can still get hit from its attack and die anyway, which can cause you to have to reset or do a backup.
Yeah, I think I've seen Tahaka die off of poison tick while Seby had the ATB for Lucky Sevens, but not going.
Yeah, declined it. Yeah, it was there, and I was saw him maybe attempt to do it, but yeah, he went for the attack instead.
But yeah, for Taharka, it will do its ram ability as it's dying and just kill Freya or Zidane, and it's man, really?
And then the fight's over and you can't do anything. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, still got a roadmap encounter, unfortunately.
I
hope it's.
I was like, I hope it's a friendly. No, okay.
It looks as if his stutter macro is not working.
Yeah, that's what he mentioned. You might do a hard reset here just to see if the stutter macro gets fixed, but I think he's doing manual.
Now, encounters in this area are very dangerous. The Griffin is not, though. But you can encounter Cactars. And you don't have the HP to survive 1,000 needles. So it could be very, very dangerous.
They're also ridiculously fast.
Yeah.
And it looks like, Seby was able to have a clean Lonnie without Lucky Sevens. No. Yeah, everyone seemed to have just a standard Lonnie, and looks like...
Going safe.
Yeah, going safe. No Lucky Sevens outside of the Helgi attempt from Muttski. Now, the real swag strat is getting Lucky 7 on Amaranth.
Yes. Lucky 7
he has to hit you.
Counter.
Yeah, he has to hit you specifically on a certain damage value to hit you on the last digit 7, and then you Lucky 7s into a counter hit. Yeah.
One thing, no one really does it anymore. Especially not on PC, because I believe we don't put the Desert Boots on Dagger. But some people, at least on PSX, would cast Protect on cast Protect onto Zidane with Dagger, and even with Protect, some damage values from Hilgi will still give Zidane an HP value ending in 7, which I think is really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So it's like, oh, I missed it, but I still have the chance even after getting hit. And I was like, oh man, okay. And so Muttski takes Aiko back to her hometown, Madain Sari, which is actually the home of the Summoners, which is actually where Daggers seems to be getting a calling. We saw earlier she had the ability to cast summons, and we kind of seem to get hints on why. But either way, we're going to the Ifa tree, or the sanctuary, according to the people of Conde Petit, and hopefully, we're gonna put an end to the mist, because that's where we were told that where the mist is coming from. as we see here.
Mist Factory. And we'll see that Syl also did not go for Cliffall. And they're heading into
But he
the...
did do a hard reset.
Yeah, okay, good. So I hope that works out for the setter stepping for them.
So, Black Mage Village Woods, always a bit of RNG involved in there.
Mm-hmm.
You can get anywhere between 0 and 2 encounters. Typically speaking, your encounter would be at the end of it. Sylleath did not get an encounter, which is very nice.
Good.
Muttski got 1.
He got 1. I believe it was the Zimzaleh, yeah.
Yeah. But he had good ATB on Zidane, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was
so
quick escape, yeah.
And getting 1 is usually quite sad, but standard on PC. But getting 2 is heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Long
yeah,
range
2's pretty
encounter.
average on PSX. Getting 0 is a miracle. Like, I think there's like, you can count on one hand how many people have had a 0 encounter. L-Force on PSX. As Muttski is going through Aoife, looks like it's been 2 encounters. Aoife Tree is very notorious for having a high encounter rate. It's probably where a bulk majority of a lot of the encounters, even on HDR.
Yeah, we typically get between 0 and 5 on PC. 5 is incredibly rare and incredibly unfortunate. 2 is also rare. 0 is also rare, but does happen a lot more often than you'd get 5. Typically, you get between 1 and 3 on average.
All right. Seby's running on the map.
Mm-hmm. Right. Got the outer continent into the stutter.
Back to manual. Yep.
So as we mentioned before, once that screen is that screen on the world map has the text of the location you're on, so outer continent here or mist continent back after the evil forest, you can just run. There's no encounter build up, so you can't get a single encounter while that is on screen. But once that fades away, you can start getting encounters. So we make use of that by just sprinting across the world map and then start the stutters to mitigate further encounters. And looks like that was clean, so you can summon the Chocobo and get to Conde Petit.
So we see this interesting design, this triangle design, and I want to say this is the first time we've seen it in the run so far or in the game. It's something that will be more apparent as the game goes on, when we get into a later disc and into different dungeons. And there's a reason why. Actually, I take that back. We have seen it before. We've seen it in Alexandria. The altar in which Dagger was getting her summons exalted, taken from her. She that had that triangle design on it. So something there's a reason why, and it's foreshadowing for stuff later on that we'll get to.
I will actually mention something when we get to Melted Gemini around that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because there's lore, and I think we can't rely on Steph only for lore time.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, that's. I would say that's probably one of my weakest areas is the lore of this game. I've been meaning to do a casual playthrough of this game again, just to refresh on the who's, the what's, the where's, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
because
the inner things. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm too deep in the weeds on all the technical know-how that my brain kind of dropped out the where everybody is at one point.
Sense, yeah.
Yeah.
The really nice thing, 9 as a casual game is a fantastic game. And for anyone who speedruns the game that wants to slightly change it, I recommend doing the Ultimate Fantasy mod whilst running the old Maguri mod. Gives you better upscaling, and also changes some things in the game, makes it harder, gives you some additional optional bosses. I won't spoil any of them, but it is a fantastic way to replay the game, because you still get all the same story, but you get additional. So if anyone is looking to do a casual playthrough as a speedrunner, give it a go. You'll probably find you enjoy it a bit more.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, there's been a lot of FF9 love for the modding scene. And particularly the Hades workshop, which is something I've been using for a lot of speedrun tools and texts and questions and things like that, because it has a damage calculator built into it. So if people are like, what are the damage rolls of my Zidane versus, Earth Guardian? So I'm like, all right, let me look at what you got equipped, what your stats are, and then I can give you exact ranges, your chance to hit, et cetera, et cetera. So it's been really fascinating, and shout outs to Turley TT and the Hades workshop people that worked on that. So it's been an invaluable tool just to learn and figure out what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the best is, at least for speedrunning and routing wise, and knowing why wise, is what are the damage rolls for your equipment, or what are the damage rolls when you're under trance with certain abilities equipped, just for optimizing each boss fight to deal with the what ifs.
So one of the reasons I actually suggest all speedrunners to at least do a base playthrough of the game, say if for whatever reason your mind wanders during speedrun, and say you're in Plot City, for example, because that's the easiest place for that to happen.
Right.
There is a specific time where you're supposed to go down the elevator, and you do that twice in a very short space of time to mid-level. But once to mid-level, once to base level. And if you're not paying attention, you might just go down to base level. Now, the way in which, if you're not paying attention to understand when, is the music of the game at that time. When you hear this sorrowful distress music, that is always a scene with Dagger. Always. And it is telling you, go see Dagger, which is on the mid-level, rather than go to the base level, which you hear when it's standard music.
Interesting. And somebody's asking about the name of the mod that you suggested again.
Oh, it is the Maguri mod. If you honestly, you can literally just go to I think it's listed on speedrun.com actually, but it might not be. You could literally just Google Maguri mod. Failing that, on speedrun.com we do have the Final Fantasy 9 Discord. Somebody has linked it on there, I believe. It's spelled Moguri.
Yeah, we get a lot of questions about Maguri mod and if it's allowed in the speedrun. Unfortunately, it's not, as we have to, keep things as vanilla as possible in regards to modifying the game. But if you're just playing by yourself, or heck, you can do a speedrun with Maguri mod, no one's stopping you. But as for speedrun.com rules, we don't have it allowed.
There's a very spicy thing you can do on that mod. You can change to dynamic ATB. And it's really cool. Characters can attack all at the same time.
Oh, whoa. That's cool.
So you can literally have it so that you attack at the same time as the boss hitting you, for example. I decided to do low-level Grand Dragon farming with this, which was interesting. And there's one, I've got a clip of it actually. There was one time where Zidane was about to get hit by Thundara, and I went, I wonder if I can queue a Phoenix down on Zidane at the same time from Zidane. So I did, as he got hit. And because the dynamic allows your action to go through even when 0 HP, as long as you've queued it, basically, he got killed, threw the Phoenix down on himself, and revived himself all at the same time.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That's pro gaming.
It kind of makes you think of
harder, but it's really cool.
It almost gives you an aspect of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the newer battle mechanics in the newer Final Fantasy games, where
if you were to say
based.
Visually, it looks like 10-2, the dynamic ATB.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
That's the closest thing I can say it looks like.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'd be cool if you could actually chain attacks too.
Yeah, you can. Well, they don't count as a chain, but you can. So if you queue them at the same time, you will have 3 characters attacking at the same time.
That's
it
pretty
looks
cool.
like Muttski was able to get the life proc on Soul Cage, which don't think we've discussed that yet, but Soul Cage is undead, so life will instantly kill him, or we can just throw an elixir for the guarantee.
Yep.
But
We'll use fire beams.
Yeah, yeah, fire, yeah.
Yeah, the Pokemon rules don't really apply here. But one thing that we needed to also talk about, obviously, yes, there's the one undead boss, per Final Fantasy. But the Soul Cage boss ended up having ATB and went before all of our teammates and used the very long animated level 5 death. And there are some situations, luckily Muttski did not get hit with it, where some, mostly like Zidane and Vivi, would be on level 15. And we don't, at least it's just Zidane that really needs the AP from that fight. So if for some reason Zidane was on level 15 and you got hit with that, at the same, while you procced, elixir or cast life, and he didn't get the AP, it would most likely be a reset on PC, and you have to redo the game or redo the fight.
There are workarounds, but they are slower inherently. There's a couple you can do that are just slower. And if you're going for PB, you would end up just going, right, I'm going to call the run and reset. Interestingly, has Syl had 3 earthquakes, or have I just imagined that?
There's been a lot of bullying over there.
I think he's had 3 earthquakes. It was 2. Okay, it was 2.
Yeah, there's been a lot of shaking going on over there, but gonna go for the drain strat. I love this, because this actually has a quick animation if it goes off. Yeah, nice. I love drain strat. That's swag. So the
Sadly,
drain...
you will not see that from some of the runners like myself. I use Blizzara strat.
Yeah, drain cuts out Helgegar's death animation and saves the precious seconds from his death animation, so it just makes him fade away, and yeah, you just save a little bit of time.
Very, very nice to see. Especially as most runners now don't use biostrats anymore.
No.
Right, yeah, because I think you need to get you need to steal the I think it's the oak staff from Bravo Mago, or you can purchase one in Black Mage Village. So
and instead we just save the money. So the optimized route, we just don't pick up certain things, like we skip some of the extra ethers, some of the PDs, like that one that Seby's got. Sometimes we don't even pick that up, because we run a slightly more tight guild route. But unless you're going for like world record pace, it's not essential to save those 2 seconds. But it's always nice to see the variety. So we've got 2 important points coming up here. We've got Seby approaching his own Hilgi, and Muttski approaching Amaranth. I don't know if you want to talk about Amaranth, Roam?
Sure, yeah. So Amaranth is a very quick fella, so if you don't have auto haste, he's going to be outspeeding you, doing multiple attacks. He's going to be also bouncing around the arena in different locations, and every second place he stops, we can attack him safely without him countering us. So he'll bounce in one location, and then he'll bounce to another area, and then we can hit him at that pillar and do some extra damage, because his evasion and his defense also vary depending on where he's standing. And he also will counter in all these different locations that he's bouncing around, but he won't counter while he's in the center of the arena. But effectively, we want to just try and hit him as much as possible. We want to see counters, and we want to see crits, especially on the areas where he's bouncing around, because they have slightly less defense and will do more damage. But we'll see how it goes.
We have Ayaya from Seby's Aiko.
Ayaya. Aiko Ayaya.
Quite interestingly, they'll enter the fight roughly the same time here.
Yeah, as the scene plays up that you're going to be fighting Lonnie again, the old Salamander himself will jump in and say, "Nah, I got this."
Yeah, it's like, holding kids as hostage is not not part of my line of business. That's not how we get things done. And inadvertently, Amaranth actually has a bone to pick, or has some past beef with Zidane. You learn about it a little bit in Disc 3 when you were in Trano, but pretty much Amaranth used to be a bodyguard, I believe, for the auction house.
Yep.
And Zidane, being the thief he is, pretty much stole something and got Amaranth blamed for it. And so Amaranth lost his job and was like labeled as like oh, you're a not good, you're like a scummy bodyguard, like you did this just to steal from me, kind of thing. So he was branded that way, and I believe that's what prompted him to just become a bounty hunter, to either find Zidane or just be like, fine, if I'm labeled this way, I'm gonna be this way.
Yep, that is correct. Yes, there used to be more lore on Amaranth, which is something that I wish they left in the game, but on the original script, when he had more lore, they ended up taking it out. I don't know why, but it's kind of disappointing because Amaranth could have been a really, really good character lore-wise.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed using him casually because he has a few abilities that just are really, really good support. He is, he's strong too, but he's like a support and attack. He learns I forget the ability, but I want to say aura, or where he can cast auto regen and auto life on one team member, and that's pretty cool.
Muttski with double miss against him.
Yeah, very good. And we also have Seby also is doing Oak Staff strats, so he's gonna pull out some bios. Maybe we'll see a finished drain as well. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, there is Amaranth done.
Okay. Those misses are very good because Amaranth can hit pretty hard. Oh, there's the drain. Oh, he's gonna yeah, probably the damage doesn't work out because drain hits for less than bio. So he probably saw the damage ranges and didn't want to risk it, so bio here will kill.
Yep.
But still
approximately 800 and something versus a 1300 hit.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so it just ended up doing not enough damage to finish with the drain.
Okay, so that's both of those splits done. We've Syl's next one being Amaranth. Seby will be going for Amaranth as well, and then we don't see another split for Team Tonberry until the card tournament, which is quite a while away.
Yep, that's going to be always the way.
For anyone who is curious, once we get onto essentially the start of Disc 3, so after the events at the end of Disc 2 for Muttski, you're looking at like a good 17 minutes where we don't really do much.
One thing I wanted to include, we don't do it in speedrun, also obviously because it costs time, but casually, if you don't change Aiko's equipment, she starts with the Sapphire gem, which teaches her the Fenrir ability, and Fenrir is pretty much her it's her first summon, her buddy. In World of Final Fantasy, it's like her affiliate animal. But pretty much, if you cast Fenrir, there's a little cutscene that plays, and Zidane says like, "What? You can do this?" Like, and that is a bit of a callback to Final Fantasy VI, I believe, when Terra uses a summon. Locke is like, "What? You can do this?" And it's kind of like that. So it's a cool callback because Final Fantasy IX is full of callbacks. And also it's just a nice little cool little thing that Final Fantasy IX included in it, that most casual runners or most casual people would see it.
So there's actually a nice little additional lore around, particularly Aiko's summons. Fenrir, and also her next one she gets, which is from Ruby, Carbuncle, both have varying effects after they have been mastered. So if you equip certain other gear, I'm not going to say because I want people to figure that out, being a bit sly like that. Basically, you go from an earth elemental damage to a wind elemental damage with Fenrir. And with Carbuncle, you go from, instead of using Reflect on all, you could use Shell on all. You could do, I think it's Haste on all or Protect on all. So there's different options based on the accessory that is equipped on Aiko after mastering that summon. And speedrunners will never see it because they don't really use Aiko.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's really cool little tech and stuff like that. That you can customize the summons to be different things, but yeah, unfortunately, we just don't have the time.
And I've thought about like, just in terms of when you route or you learn different things of kind of the what ifs of the game. There is a way for Aiko to learn the Carbuncle ability before you get to Desert Palace. But overall, it's definitely not worth it. But I was thinking like, oh, would it be cool to get the Emerald when you're in Clara as Freya, and then if you learn Carbuncle, you can cast pretty much cast haste on your whole team for Desert Palace or against the boss. But I'm like, what's the point of getting haste like that? It just one of those little kind of fun little things of what ifs.
It's something that most people don't learn during their own casual playthroughs either. And let alone the fact that your summon strength is dictated based on the number of their corresponding gemstone you have in your inventory.
Right, yeah. So the more you get of those, the stronger they get, so.
Well, it's not explained anywhere in the game.
No.
Same as like the stat growth on items is hidden, these little nuances that are just never explained in the game. And they're not even in some of the, like, if I know that we ridicule some things like the play online guides, but they're not even mentioned in that.
Nope. Yeah, it's just entirely unknown until people are able to pick apart the game and figure it out themselves.
So I believe it was people who took apart the coding that found it first.
And we have a Syl heading into Aoife Tree. The only thing that's terribly exciting right now on screen. Once we have a lot of plot going on for Madain-Sari and Muttski and Seby, different types of Madain-Sari, so.
Yeah.
Gonna take
it's cool
that,
because... Go ahead.
I was gonna say we were gonna take the encounter just so we can get some XP and some AP for the Zidane particularly from Aoife.
Yeah. But the cool thing for Dagger and Aiko kind of coming together, Dagger being 16, Aiko being 6, and Dagger's learning more, about, from a 6-year-old. And pretty much Dagger's like, we should pray together since I'm part of, the Summoner tribe that she's learning. I want to teach me how to be what we're supposed to be.
Teach us how to blitz.
And it's just nice to see Dagger continuing learning from all the different characters.
So there's a nice little thing that Seby's just gone past that it didn't quite happen for him. It's very, very, very minor time loss. You can get something called Moogle Skip, where the Moogle does not come through. You just get the text box appeared and you can go straight to sleep, rather than the Moogle pushing past you and then you have to speak to it. Very
like,
minor.
1 second or something like that, as usual.
Yeah, something like that. It's not much, but it's always cool when you get it.
Don't be hating.
Don't be hating.
Very good.
I can't wait until Amaranth is the most useless character for the last couple of fights in the game.
Yeah, he's just dead. It says, don't be hating.
And actually, with the pose like that, yeah, it actually goes along with his character.
Not wrong.
Damn,
Looks
so
like Sylleath's having a few fights there.
Yep, it looks like there's a couple, but thankfully the softs can in the fight from anyone. You would just instantly kill the stone creature with the soft, as we neglect to learn Stone Killer of all the abilities. So, what will we ever do without it?
Yeah, and actually Stone Killer... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's very likely he'll end up level 16. Or it's a bit borderline. He could end up level 16 by the time he gets to the bottom of the tree, which is the safer outcome for both this and Amaranth. But sorry, Steph, you were about to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, Stone Killer is the most useless ability because there's only 3 enemies that are stone, and I believe 2 of them we do see. I honestly forget what the third one is, but you have the Stroper, you have the Epitaph, and then I'd have to Google the third one.
The Gargoyle.
Oh
yeah. So
we
we
do see
technically
all
can.
3.
We can see all 3, yeah, in the run versus something like Beast Killer. Where we see
I love the timing we both.
Gargoyle.
You've clearly not been caught by Gargoyle enough times, Steph.
No, or yeah, it just honestly with that fight, if we do encounter it, typically the other enemy that's with it just casts bio, and then you flee. I don't even know how the Gargoyle, become is
I think you have to hit it. I think you have to hit it. It's like a counter. It wakens it or something like that. I don't know. Usually we just leave the fight anyway, so we just don't bother with anything in Ipsons at all. I said Tarharka, but
maybe I'll have to go ahead.
Every time I've ever found one, I've only ever used a soft on it, so I don't actually remember.
Yeah, call.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'll say if I ever decide to get all achievements, then I'll add that to one of my 10,000 kills that we have to do.
I'm pretty sure when you attack it, it wakes up.
It's something like that, yeah. Similar to how Epitaph works, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
Muttski.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, Muttski finished up the second route to Aoife. He's got to go to the tippy top as Amaranth and Zidane grab the people, bring them up to the tippy top where Kuja is. And then we're going to be heading back down once Kuja unleashes the Mistodons on them.
All 3 runners are in Aoife.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aoife,
Team Mog definitely catching up to Team Choco there.
Yep.
That is, they're very close. It looks like Seby avoided the encounter on the top section. So we'll see what happens in the bottom section, but I think inherently he has less encounters than the other 2 so far.
I think so.
And I believe for Zidane is still level 15. So just something to keep in mind. Knocking on wood that we did not see level 5 death.
Yeah, I didn't want to say how we would have to get to 16, but that would have been he had to sacrifice Dagger for the 2 fights, really. But either way, he's got a bit of extra experience. It could help him later on in the run.
Let's see how Seby does on the movement. Yep, it's just an easy click.
Have we talked about the mouse click movement?
Yeah, we mentioned it before, but it's good to bring it up again. If you want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, easily probably does it more. I don't feel comfortable doing it, given I haven't really, I don't have as much time as others may do it, but and also I'm just way too used to my Xbox controller in hand.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But pretty much, you point and click as this type of game was developed, for being on iOS. But it does provide the optimal movement on each screen. Pretty much, if you have to go from A to B and you click right by B or at B, then it'll continue on through and just give you the fastest movement.
The most
direct, yeah.
The very interesting thing about it is it pairs very well with the auto clicker.
Yeah.
So on particularly that last screen of the infantry before you get to the elevator, if you turn on auto clicker and you put your mouse in the right place, as you move down and the camera moves, it actually almost puts the mouse in the right spot to move to the next click point. And you end up being able to just click your way through that screen in the most optimal way. And whilst it doesn't guarantee you don't get an encounter, I think it removes 1 or 2 of the checks on steps. Not a lot, but it does do a little bit of optimization.
And yeah, every encounter check you skip is very good. Yeah, so it looks like Seby got the 2 formation of zombies on the elevator versus the more common 3. And something else kind of funny about these elevator encounters is that you can actually get preempts and back attacks on them if you don't have the alert ability equipped, which is bizarre because they're right there and it's like, how can you jump the zombies attacking you? But
Well, that is a very rare ability used first turn by Soul Cage. Buster Bomb is one of the rarest abilities to use first turn.
That is very
rare.
rare.
It will almost always open with level 5 death. Secondly, it will then use Shockwave if it doesn't use level 5 death. They're the most common outcomes. Buster Bomb being there is probably the best outcome he had, given his ATB was not great.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, being on Dagger and instead of Zidane, so he doesn't elixir and die from the heat. So yeah, pretty good.
So
I do.
Sorry, you go first.
Honestly, I do like how what Muttski's doing with point and clicking, or is using the mouse for movement or for the menuing. It seems to be smoother for him. Like me, if you're too used to the controller, it's pretty much just you just press down to go to white magic, and then right bumper would take you right down to life. But it seems like he's got the mouse right then and there, like right there. It's pretty nice.
So it is actually faster to click on all the menus. You have less input delay. So as I say, it's 300 ms using controller, I believe it is, and I think it's half that with mouse and keyboard. It's not as quick as PSX, but it's definitely in between.
And every little bit counts. And that was a very quick encounter with that Mistodon on the final branch, which means there's an increased risk of getting a second encounter, which the community has named them Ralph.
Yeah, we're asking about. I think someone recently was like, "Where did even Ralph even come from?" And I don't know the origin of Ralph's name.
There he is.
Yep, there he is.
Ralph. And it's part of Muttski's route notes, even back when before Petro's route and Sheriff Falk's variation of it for HD came about. So it's been that name, I guess, since 2017, 2018.
There's a very interesting and very frustrating fact that can happen on the Mistodon fights. And I swear to you, it annoys me almost more than anything else in the game. When you first get to the Mistodon fights, your lowest damage roll is 1,472. The Mistodon has 1,473 health.
Yeah.
And
Wonderful.
it does happen. You do leave it on 1. The other optimal thing you can do, because life can miss, you can always do a Phoenix down and then hit with anyone and it will kill it. But the safest thing you can do is do a Zidane hit followed up with anyone else, and it will save the potential low roll, but it honestly frustrates me to no end. Sorry, you can probably hear my dog, he just woke up.
Let's see how it goes for Seby and Soul Cage, see if he's able to get a quick elixir off or something, because I think he's got good ATB. There we go. Just like that. Very good.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's best to have Zidane do the elixir, just because we want to make sure he gets the AP. So if he dies from level 5 death or heat or something like that, then it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to have him miss out on the AP. So having him go first is optimal. Very good.
And here, at least story-wise, Dagger decided to leave the party just because Aiko said earlier on the first time going to Ifa that there was a powerful Eidolon that the Summoner Tribe sealed away. Well, Dagger tried to get that Eidolon to help save her mom. That was, pretty much that was in danger of being attacked or killed by Kuja. So she actually gets the Aquamarine, which is the gem for Leviathan, and Leviathan being a sea Eidolon, or in the water, is not able to defend or do anything against Bahamut. So pretty much it's a useless Eidolon for Dagger's mission. And as a result, Kuja, defeats Braun, and Queen Braun tells Dagger, "Hey, I'm not your real mom, and Dagger's like, yeah, I know, but you're the only mom I knew, so close enough. But Kuja gets his way and defeats, you know, Queen Bronze fleet, and now it's pretty much, you know, we're definitely gonna mourn the Queen's death, and we have a renewed focus to continue pursuing Kuja.
The pursuit of Kuja continues. We have a Syl ready to fight Amaranth. Let's see how that goes. Hopefully we get some counters. Counters are huge, as well as misses on Zidane. Not the other way around, but hopefully this little one-on-one duel is really good.
And too bad, you know, it'd be great if Amaranth started with the HP, you know, for our party. He has like 8,000 something.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of HP, and it's like, well, I'm gonna join your party, bet 500 health or something. It's like, oh, thanks. Thanks, bud. We had 9,000 before. What happened?
Yeah.
Crit.
Nice crit.
Nice.
So, Cap asks, would any Eidolon have been able to help? And thinking about it, if we're talking older Final Fantasies, Carbuncle, because Reflect counters Bahamut and some of the older ones. But in terms of 9, unless you're saying Odin to one-shot Bahamut, which if that's possible, I doubt it. I don't think any Eidolon would have been able to help, honestly.
I think Odin probably sounds like the best. Because there's no siren. I'm trying to think of an Eidolon that would be able to fly, and you know, at least fly away and try to get Braun to safety.
Well, I thought about like, you know, Atomos, but Atomos would break ships as well, so that wouldn't do it.
Ooh, yeah. The area damage would be too much.
Like Alexander wouldn't have been able to do it. Wouldn't have worked.
No. He's
obviously it's better. It would have been better than Bahamut in that case because he's stronger in 9. But maybe Arc to pick up Bran, but at the same point, that still wouldn't have done it then.
Arc would have been it if Arc was available.
In his more like humanoid form. You know, the one where he transforms to rather than the airship.
Yeah.
The Gundam version.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it looks like Syl had a pretty decent Amaranth. Played a little safe, but they got the 1 crit.
Yeah.
So that helped save a hit. And otherwise, yeah.
Crit's as good as any counter.
As Seby is now entering the Amaranth fight and catching up. Bit by bit.
Yeah. It'd be cool to see, I guess, like a card tournament dictating a change.
I mean, it very much could. It very much could dictate a good time swing.
Because the card tournament could just be rude, and you just go, okay, well, I wanted to play Final Fantasy IX today, but, you know, I guess not.
Well, I have to wonder if any of the runners will be forcibly making sure they get the Rebirth ring, or if they will accept the Rebirthless run.
I believe Muttski's going to try and go for it, but we'll see.
Yeah. I personally prefer. I mean, yeah, it's great if you get it, but if you don't get it, some of the menus in the later game are kind of easier or quicker, and you know, definitely having the autosave ability doesn't.
Right.
You know, doesn't hurt.
Talking as somebody whose last 4 PBs between CSR and NMS have all been rebirthless, I can't say that I'm bothered about Rebirth Ring.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like his ATB was a little low, so he wasn't able to get a preempt, not a preempt, but able to get a hit on Amaranth before he jumped away. So he had to hit him on the 2nd pillar.
Seems like he deliberately forced a counter to push so that he will trance on this hit, so
there
then he can solution 9 and do big damage.
There we go. That should end it then.
interesting strategy, knowing he was that close to trance, taking a slightly alternate option rather than just waiting and hitting.
Yep.
Not quite enough damage to
not
finish,
quite, yeah.
but he will be able to get another hit.
Counter? No.
Counter?
No, no counter. He might counter this one, maybe.
Miss at
Nice
least.
miss, though.
But that should do it.
Still works.
Nice.
It still works.
And no
Yeah,
D-chance.
another thing to point out is that while you're in trance, you have 100% accuracy. So even if you don't have accuracy plus, you will hit all the time. Except with, I believe if you need to do a self-attack while you have distract equipped. I think that's the only time you can really miss.
Yeah. That was a newer thing that the community kind of found out of how the game rolls. I believe it rolls distract last, so that way, there is still a chance that you can miss yourself. Why we want to attack ourselves? One, if we need experience for other members, and then also attacking ourselves for the final boss, which we'll get to, in a few hours.
Yeah, we need to do self-attacks pretty early in the game and late game, so it's a pretty important thing to know. Your odds and how often you can self-inflict damage to manipulate the battle. Yeah,
You can definitely just unequip distract from your team. At least since the last two bosses
are all magic based, yeah. So
you don't need it.
Nope, don't need it. Once Death Guise is down, you don't need to distract anymore. But yeah, now we're gonna be plot heavy here for a bit as Muttski is going through the early scenes of Disc 3 all the way to the card tournament. We still have Syl and Seby need to head back to Aoife in order to head down Aoife, but we'll get that in due time, and they'll be on their way to end of Disc 2. So what can you tell me about the Eidolon Wall here, Steph? Anything of note, lore-wise? Why it's important?
Well, lore-wise, it's important. So pretty much, I believe every morning, or at least, once a day, it was like a tradition for the Summoner tribe to pray at the wall. And it was kind of like with the Eidolons, I believe. Since they were like living entities, that I can't say they live with the summoners. I don't know if that is part of the war there, but overall it was pretty much like their temple, and they had a relationship with the Eidolons. They didn't abuse their power, as we've seen Queen Braun do.
Oh yeah.
And it was just more just like, okay, this is where they are, and here's how we can honor them. I would assume that the temple had a dome top. So it's kind of for me, it kind of resembles like a Stonehenge thing.
Okay.
But overall, I believe when you're as the Dane, you can go and you can talk to. I want to say there's actually 9 Eidolons that you can talk to, or say, okay, this is the Ifrit area, and it gives you a little bit of information, and you can do that. In Disc 4, I believe Lonnie is here.
Yeah, I remember looking into that for all achievements where how to get that to proc.
And then I want to say also it's only at that time that when you run around the Eidolon wall 9 times, something will pop up, or if you go to read something on the wall, it gives you Garnet's birth name, which is Sarah, and it's actually Sarah, I believe, and pretty much that's a callback to Princess Sarah from Final Fantasy 1.
Oh wow.
Yeah, where in my mind, I'm like, man, I kind of wish it was like how Sarah is spelled in Final Fantasy 13 too.
Oh,
Only
so
because
SRA,
Yeah, only because, and I could be incorrect, but I believe that's more of a Hebrew or Arabic way to spell it, or just in that older Middle East area, because for lore behind the scenes, especially, I mean, it's kind of more in Final Fantasy VII, where there's a lot of Judaic lore within the names. I kind of wish that was the case with Final Fantasy IX. So just one of those things. Oh, nice. Puxwell mentioned in chat that Burmese Soldier Dan is also a throwback to FF1.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with like a lot of the throwbacks and stuff from this. I know that there's like little bits and stuff like that, but yeah, I'm not familiar with the Dan one.
That's cool.
Yeah, we have a Syl heading back in Aoife. They just went through all the screens. I don't believe they had an encounter, so which is good because I don't think on HD I don't think there's any necessary encounters for Amaranth to pick up anything. Yeah, good. Yeah, no encounters there, so that's good. Because I know some people want to try and make sure Amaranth learns his killer abilities early, but I believe HD reworks that a little bit.
I actually menu him and I give him the yellow scarf along with when he's he starts with the adamant vest, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So I give him the yellow scarf just to make sure he learns bird killer right then and there. Even though I'm pretty sure like he can learn it later on, but it's more of just like a hey, let's just make sure he gets it now. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, Amaranth can learn stuff, most of his abilities pretty quickly, or a really long time. I think all of his claws have counter, which ends up being like over the 200 AP or something to learn, but if you have them on all your weapons, then whatever. But as well as all the killer abilities are really cheap to learn. They're like only 10 AP each or something, so because he's a bounty hunter and he's good at, doing contract kills and stuff, so makes sense for his character to have such low AP requirements for those types of abilities, which is pretty interesting. And he also comes in really late. It's the end of disc 2. We're just getting our final character, so he needs to catch up a little bit.
I wonder. Yeah, Zidane's only has 5 MP for Seby.
Oh, from after casting Solution 9, yeah. So he's gonna get 1 attack in from MP attack to hit an Istodon, but maybe heal Ether, who knows.
Right, 'cause I don't think there's a heal up option. So it'd be interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah, because after Amaranth fight, you just get shoved right back into Aoife Part 2. So you could have low MP from casting, but
and you need an MP attack to one shot him.
Correct, yeah. But you can just forego that and use a Phoenix Down or Life or as any attack, and plus I believe maybe another attack wouldn't help, but we'll see how he deals with that.
Right.
I guess you can have Amaranth do Chakra in battle and give it a little bit of MP back, but that seems really slow.
Yeah. But again, Amaranth being a offensive support character is a nice combination.
Yeah, I do like his toolkit, but yeah, I do wish his character was a little bit fleshed out on the back end, story-wise and stuff like that. Knowing that there was some stuff that was cut, it's unfortunate because I do really like his monk / ninja hit. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, one thing I would do casually just because I always liked using Vivi. And obviously I wasn't really wanting to learn speedrun at the time, but he can learn an ability Curse.
Yes.
And it makes the enemy even works on bosses too. It makes them weak to any one of the elements. Obviously, if it was Holy or Shadow, I wouldn't have that element, or even Earth. But if it was Ice, Fire, or same thing with Wind, I wouldn't have Wind abilities from Vivi. But I remember doing it for Transkuja, and they make him weak to Fire and. Trying to,
there you go.
And just doing 7,000 with Firaga.
Yeah, it's really cool how he has like a unique toolkit. But
if I may for a sec,
go for it.
Go ahead. You remember earlier how Easley was talking about how Mistodians have 1473 in HP and Snake can do 1472? Nailed it.
Nice. Of course.
I was more prepared
more
for
than
the
you
miss.
think.
Yeah.
I was more prepared for the miss, so I threw the Phoenix down, which happened to kill him.
Yeah, the 1 in 10. I was gonna make a mention of that. The 1 in 10 kill from the Phoenix down, which is 10% chance. That's great.
Thank you, Easley, for that.
I'm sorry.
As
that was
is
bound to
the
happen.
commentator. Yeah, commentator tradition to call it before it happens.
Well, this one can't happen, what I'm about to say. Because it's a bug that I believe only I have ever found, and I found it in the last relay. As we approach the card tournament, so I believe this is a HDPC exclusive due to the delay on inputs. It is possible to cancel your 5th card and start the game at the same time, and you soft lock with 4 cards going in, and you will not load into the game.
Yeah, great.
It is
well,
possible.
Now we're gonna see it.
Well, I doubt it because. Well, I hope not. Anyway.
One thing also for this last part of IFA, I believe the minimum amount of Mistodons you can fight is 4, and the most you can fight is 7 in total. So that does affect experience and AP, and it's just one of those little variations that are out of your control that you have to adjust to. If you have, I don't believe these routes are affected by it, but if you run a certain route where you need a certain amount of experience at this point,
right?
Or AP, it can affect your, what encounters you may need or what equipment you could put on for when we start doing, when we're done with plot stuff in Disc 3.
It does actually affect Amaranth.
Yeah,
he could learn Bird Killer early.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's also a very small chance. I don't know how common it is on HD, but it's happened a non-zero number of times, and also happens in segmented because they want to go for it. But you cannot get any Mistodon encounter on the branch on the way down, so you can only get 3 Mistodons.
Here you see Muttski deleting all of his cards.
Yep. Say goodbye to all the cards. He's just throwing them away right in front of Dr. Tot, and he's going to talk to Dr. Tot and says, Dr. Tot says, hey, you don't have any cards. Here's 5 pretty good ones. And so there you go. And then
you get those 5 cards, and then you buy a couple extras.
Yep. The funniest feeling, though, is seeing people do tot strats, and then they walk in, and then Save the Queen has, like, 0 arrows or 1 arrow. And it's just like, oh, great. Oh, wow, great.
Yeah, there is RNG for the arrows that you get.
So yeah, we have Muttski starting the card tournament, everybody's favorite part. A couple gobos for safety, and also to, as Easley mentioned before, get some bait cards. So we want something with a lot of arrows as a pocket knife.
Okay, some not bad arrows there.
Oh, there's 2.
Actually,
the Save the Queen's not great, but
no, it's actually really
powerful.
good. No, like one, it's his only, other than the goblin, it's only his only up left arrow. And for some people that may not
as well.
Yeah. For some people that may not notice, the more arrows you have is not always the best. Pretty much the more arrows you have equals the more battles you have, and the more battles you have, the more RNG is there. So there is a chance that the best card could lose to the worst card.
Yep.
There is a chance. So the more fights you have, the more craziness can happen. So that's why I'm like, that's
very nice first one though.
Very good. And we have Seby heading down Aoife Tree. So we look like at that one pretty early, but hopefully we don't see another one. There we go. So whenever you can, you typically would like to try and get the little pockets, I would call them. where there's no conflict of cards or anything like that, because that's just essentially a free space where you can lock in a point for your side. It looks like Seby did get the Ralph, but thankfully it's a single, and we can try and have him do a Phoenix down. Not the 10%, unfortunately. And then is that missed? That is missed, unfortunately, but... Oh, okay, we still have one alive.
Oh, wow, see? Goblin won. Oof.
Perfect place.
He saved the Cerberus for that.
Ooh, there we go. That
Uh-oh.
spicy goblin. Oh, no. Draw, no.
Muttski's going to turn into an artist after this.
Yeah, Seby made it out of Disc 2, and he's going to be watching the final bits of cutscenes and then heading into Disc 3 for more plot. Oh boy.
Muttski's
currently
making
in
a new plot city.
Yep.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
Nice.
That goblin is
tanked goblin, yeah. So what happens whenever 2 cards tie is that the win goes to the defender. So if you attack a card and you both end up with like 2, like the goblin and the mimic did, then it goes to the defender. So, hey, all right, nice.
Strong queen.
There's 2. Let's see if Muttski's gonna take the autosave safety, or if he's just gonna YOLO and just jump in. Yeah, it looks like he is gonna go.
He's taking the autosave safety. Yep.
So on the HD version, we can screen transition. So every screen transition will create a backup of an autosave. So he has the 2 wins locked in now, and we have to either win or lose this final one, but he wants to win for that rebirth ring, which is going to be really handy later on, and also just for menuing consistency. Let's see how he does in the final round versus... what's her name? Erin? Yeah, Sailor Erin. Who uses an entire deck of Oglops, which are not the strongest card, but her AI is pretty, maybe not difficult, but it's a little bit more challenging. But it's kind of just showing you that you can win decks with even the worst cards by just playing wisely. Oof. 1 down, maybe we can win that. Okay, very good.
Looking good.
Claim that. Oh, draw. Okay. And first again. Going first is the worst. You want to try and... We would like to go last, so you have the final say on where you can place your cards. There we go. Great. And that should hopefully do it. Nice. Good job.
There we go. The fun statistic is that it is approximately 20% more advantageous to go second.
Okay. Yeah, it's still on pace. Hey, he's still on pace for PB for Muttski. All right. After, what was that, 3 draws? 3 draws, 3 wins? Wow. Yeah, Muttski's still holding strong with Tonberry. Roughly 15 minutes under estimate, 25 minutes ahead of the other runners, other teams. But Seby's making his way through and crawling back, trying to even odds with Choco. But after the card tournament, looks like Alexandria is now under attack with the Mistodons in the Darkest Nights. So Steiner and Beatrix have to set up defenses with the Knights, and here's a little minigame that calls back all the way from Disc 1 when you're running around with Steiner to try and piece together what everybody's good at. So if you weren't taking notes and you just see this, you're like, I don't know, I guess this guy to this guy, but if you do it exactly right, you'll get the angel earrings, which we're going to just sell for 10,000 gil later on, which is really handy and really valuable amount of money.
And here we go. Steiner and Beatrix teaming up to save Alexandria from the Mistodons. Minimize as many casualties as possible, save the people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to see if Muttski tries to do something, which there's a couple of skips we can do. We're going to see if he does do them to skip the first 2 Mistodon fights.
Yeah. Before, when Muttski was, going through the plot in Alexandria in early Dis 3, Aiko was asking Dr. Tot to have, hey, can you write me a love letter?
No.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Got caught. Yeah, Beatrix got caught on the ticket booth, which if the Mistodon runs into either you or Beatrix, then you get the encounter, unfortunately. Yeah, so.
That's why I go longer around, kind of around the little cart area too.
Mm-hmm.
It was sadly just down to the fact that Misto turned straight away. Its animation went straight down rather than up a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But quick fight out of it.
Yeah, now we have a setup. Yep, so we can set up with the fence there. Oh, little
walk.
Roof. Oh, no,
Muttski. 2. Yeah, I think it's safer. I don't think I've been caught yet when you go kind of a longer way to the left around the cart that's kind of in between, and pretty much we do that to avoid, and kind of it keeps Beatrix closer to Steiner, because she can get stuck like that too, and then the skip that we may see the other runners do, where you kind of line up Steiner's sword with like the X of the fence post there, and he kind of, the hitboxes in the HD version are a bit bigger, so it's a bit more technical, but pretty much you can walk a little bit, and get to there, get to the pixel that you want to be on, and then you can just go left, and you go from there. You skip the encounter, and like the screen transition triggers first before the encounter.
Yeah, and I think the HD version is a little bit different than PSX, so maybe that's what.
Yeah, it's slightly past the cross of the X. It's like pixel past it, and then you just hang left. And you saw where he looped around. He wasn't quite in the right position. But typically speaking, if you line up just in the right spot, you can do that. There is another strategy, which I don't think we'll see the other runners do, which after they both have made it, I will explain. I don't want to say before. But there is another way to do it, which I know only one other runner definitely does it, and he's currently not running today.
Yeah, we just have a bunch of Mistodons with Steiner here and Beatrix. We just attack with Steiner. He's got the Ice Brand with MP attack and the Power Belt and all that good stuff. And just able to chop through these guys one by one. And eventually we'll have 2 Mistodons where we're going to have him kill one of them with Beatrix's life, and hopefully it hits. And then we just have him attack the other one. But just these single target ones, just whoever goes first, we're going to life, or we're going to have Steiner attack. It's quicker for Steiner to attack too, but go ahead.
We also do pay attention in the first Mistodon fight, typically more than any other, on Steiner's damage, because he can under damage on the first fight or 2.
Right, yep. Yeah, especially if he's still, really low level. Like he only has the Bandersnatch experience or something like that, then he's going to be very, very far under level.
Yep. Very weak Steiner.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, he's still doing the highest damage out of anyone you have.
Right, yeah. He's a Chad. Yeah, it's just a bunch of backpack fights with Steiner and Beatrix. This is kind of like a catch-up session for Steiner, because I think the game kind of realizes, though, like, oh, he's been out of the party. Like, maybe needs to get him caught up, because he's been missing the half of Disc 2.
Yeah, that is exactly where it is. Now I have a question that I don't know the answer to. Around Beatrix actually. Does she share an experience slot with any other character?
I believe it is Freya. Yeah. So whatever Freya's level is, it determines what level she starts at. Since whenever a character enters your party, it will do the average level between everyone. And since Beatrix joins whenever there's only Freya, it's just strictly whatever Freya's level is. So if Freya's under-leveled, by the time you get Beatrix, she won't be able to do her Clem Hazard back-to-back. So we need to have her be a high enough level to get that.
Well, I believe that comes down to the average party level rather than Freya, because Freya and Beatrix fight in the same team, so they don't share a direct link.
Stat.
I don't believe Beatrix shares stats with any character.
Oh, shares stats. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no. I believe she's unique, because I think it's only the Tantalus crew that goes with Quina, Aiko, and Amaranth.
Correct. The bit that's really quite interesting though, and I found this out when I took off the alternate fancy mod, where Beatrix should have been, Aiko was there.
Oh, interesting.
Which was really confusing because I know they don't share.
Yeah, that is interesting. Because it did seem like the Beatrix was going to be, partially planned as maybe a character they would add in the party, but eventually just scrapped it. And she was also, I believe, there was a scrapped musical number that was included somewhere where it was a hybrid theme of Beatrix theme with Aoife. Because there might have been like one final battle with Beatrix at Aoife Tree or something that was planned, but that was ultimately scrapped. So there's a song out there that is a combination of Beatrix's theme and Aoife, and it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And here we see the only time we visually see the Hildegard. That's one, actually, that one. No, that's two. Sorry, that's two. Hildegard 2, because Hildegard 1 we see later. The only time we see this is a steam-powered airship instead of mist-powered, and is very unsafe, which is why it shakes so much.
Yeah. And they're like, is this thing okay? Like, what's going on? And there's like explosions.
It's a prototype.
Yeah. Looks like Seby's picking up the Phoenix Pinion, and then also I think the Ether as well for extra money.
I believe with Beatrix and in stats, she has her own base stats that she does start with. And I want to say because she equips Save the Queen, and Save the Queen has its own stats, stat boost associated with it. But I don't. Pretty much, it's just really just based off of her own stats that she starts off with, and then based off of just whatever I say naked levels, because you're not leveling her up with the equipment on, so she doesn't get any stat boosts before she enters the party temporarily.
So a nice little bit of lore that I'm surprised we didn't get a stat lore session from is around Steiner and Beatrix here.
That's what I was actually. I was getting into that before.
Well, take it away.
Well, and it's good because Syl, so before, and we'll see it on Seby's screen a bit too. Is Aiko being 6, but seeing Zidane as an attractive person. In Madain Sari asking him, hey, what's your favorite everything, pretty much. She wants to write a love letter to Zidane. Well, Baku bumps into her. She drops the letter. Then Baku picks it up. I think he's trying to find who it belongs to. He drops it over where Steiner and Beatrix are currently on Team Chocobo's screen, and it's a very comical part. It actually would be something to act out. It would be funny, but the text goes by too quickly. But overall, the long story short of it is Beatrix finds it, and Blank finds it, and Steiner finds it. And so all three of them are kind of in a pseudo love triangle, thinking that, you know, oh, one likes you know, each other, or like Blank's like, yo, some girl likes me and she left this for me. Steiner reads it and is like, what? How's this for me, kind of thing, but okay. And then Beatrix sees it and thinks Steiner dropped it and had it for her. And so Beatrix is like, well, you know, kind of maybe, you know, Steiner has changed. And when they fight together, you know, they say, you know, pretty much they're putting their lives in each other's hands and, you know, fighting for each other. And towards the last fight, Steiner is about to pretty much say, Beatrix, I love you, or I'm in love with you. And she's like, don't say what you're going to say, because we got to finish this fight first. Having more, you know, thinking logically instead of emotionally in the moment. But that is why Steiner trances there, because he has this surge of emotion, fighting with Beatrix and saving Alexandria together. And so that kind of starts, or this whole part of Dis 3 starts their relationship.
Yeah, so the bit that you weren't quite sure on is where Baku's supposed to go with the letter. Aiko does say where, and it's because of Steiner that Baku drops it. Because he approaches Baku's waiting for the boat and basically tells him he's not welcome there, in a long story short. Baku gets frustrated and throws the letter by mistake, and you see it fall on the floor, to which it is found shortly after. And that is how.
I'm still an advocate of this should have been an ATE.
I agree.
As a speedrunner.
It shouldn't have been forced on you.
Yeah. But it's still cute. I still think it's a really lovely scene. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it just goes on a little bit.
But I'm also a believer that the card tournament shouldn't exist.
That's fair too. Yeah. Like mandatory requirement of a card tournament, just to like kill time, so to speak, is the whole goal. So,
like, I like the idea of it, but at least like in 10, the forced mandatory part is right near the start of the run.
Yeah.
Like it's in your first third of the run rather than smack down in the middle of it.
Looks like Syl is now in the card tournament. It's an open board, and they did not do top strats, so they are using what they were dealt. So let's see how they do.
The skeleton has a big card, it seems.
Yep. It's got a bunch of arrows on that skeleton, so it's a little pocket knife. Kind of use what they can. Very good. Let's set up a combo. See if they can do it one more time, or if they're gonna go for another place.
I guess you know.
Doesn't really work out anywhere. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Oh. It's like, oh, okay, and then yeah, the computer just answers back, hey, you know what? You know that cool thing you did? Nope, never mind. I win.
RNG giveth and RFG taketh away.
Oh.
That's right. Well, let's see how it goes. One loss isn't the end of the world, but we'll see how it goes.
Also, going second is not the
Yeah.
best. Or no, going second
no.
is the best.
Yeah. Let's see how they do this. Oh, good.
Oh, okay. Yep.
There we go.
Goes to defense.
Okay. Very good. All right. I think we're okay.
Hey,
yeah, there we go.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Very good. Nice. Good.
You're making me nervous.
Sorry.
Bad arrows helping.
Love how that made us all go quiet.
Yeah, I was just like, you're making nervous. All right. But no. Yeah, I'll start out again first. Unfortunately.
Utilizing that bomb card, though.
Yeah. That new bomb card they just got, so. Oh, nice. Very good. Oh. No answer for that, unfortunately, but let's see how this goes.
That's unfortunate.
Jesus
That was a
took me
really
That
nice
is-
place.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, might as well.
Oof.
Alright.
That's a whole loss. So once you get like that, that is all your cards gone.
Yep. We're getting good exposure to the masses for what Tetramaster is all about. And pretty much this is we see how you could have some good RNG and then bad RNG, and then what happens when you lose all your cards. It's called a perfect game, and they take, instead of taking one, they take all 5.
Take all of them, yeah. But let's see how it goes with the Goblin Army. See if we got anything to deal with here. Still have a Sand Golem, thankfully.
It's all about the arrow placements.
Yeah, it looks like Seby also started their tournament as well. Let's see how that goes there. They are going second, so that's a good advantage.
Oof.
Oof, yeah, bad starting rolls.
Okay, you can use Sand Golem.
Okay, Seby got the win. Man, that's just tough luck.
Oh, now they blocked it. Oh, yep.
But we still have the...
Wow.
Oh, the bad roll. That's just bad luck. Bad luck. Oh man, that's rough. That should have won because it's a 2 strong, a 2 physical down to versus a 0. That is just bad luck. But there's still a chance to come back. As Seby is now in the second game.
Yeah, and one thing that I forgot. One thing that I like a strategy I try to do is, if I have a lot of up arrows, I try to play my cards towards the top of the board, so that way I can utilize my up arrows, and vice versa. For any kind of direction.
Right.
But you can't really do anything against bad RNG like this.
Yeah, that's rough. Looks like they're gonna just do the
That's
quit
the
and just
safe
take it back.
idea, that one.
Yep.
Very
Now,
smart.
yep.
Very
With
smart.
that, Mog now takes second from the bad luck of the card tournament, pushing Team Choco aside.
Yep. Now any of the stress or nerves, they're eliminated because we're redoing it. We're good now.
Yep. Should get all the cards back for Syl. See if
Still
they
crying
can-
on the inside.
Yeah, that's just RNG. That I don't think you did anything wrong. It's just just the way it goes sometimes.
I think Muttski internally saying you should run hot stress.
Look at that, and now with the win, we have the Team Mog finished with the card tournament. They have the Rebirth Ring, and they're on to the rest of Disc 3. This Team Chocobo is now going to be at it again. Their full deck of cards and see how this goes.
Nice.
There
we go.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Surprised at that.
Yeah. Okay.
Got
it's okay.
nervous there.
All the noises are in support. That's
Let's go into round 2 for Team Choco. There we go. Get that little sneaky Mandragora card in the corner there. Let's try and clutch this second win. Need to get second wind. There we go.
Nice.
Hey, good. Good.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Ah.
You fool. But all right, very good. Nice. Very good. Hey, all right, there you go.
And the Cerberus.
Good.
And he's going for it.
Going back in, yeah.
He has done work on both Rebirth and Rebirthless, so that doesn't actually surprise me too much.
Okay.
He knows the route in both cases.
Let's not forget that also in Disc 4 there are some equalizing bosses.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a couple.
Very
There's a
much
few.
so.
There's a few. Yeah, we have Seby setting up the first Mistodon skip here. Hopefully it plays nice. There we go.
There's some equalizers
Whoa.
with
Good.
3, let alone
Good.
just 4.
We have the setup for the skip.
A little bit more.
Oh. Yeah, if you go 1 pixel too far.
Oh!
Oh, yeah.
His first 2 placements
That's rough.
literally 1 pixel too far left.
Yeah. I swear
it would have moved
hard.
2 pixels.
It seems harder on HD than it does on PSX.
There we go.
There we go. Rebirth for Team Choco as well. We have three wins, 3 tourney wins. So we're not going to see any rebirthless strats unless somebody sells the rebirth ring for some reason. But
Right.
and we move on to just 3.
Yeah. A little tech that, or not, I guess it's tech, but like when it comes to finding that sweet spot, like I've messed up where it's like, okay, you hop over a little bit more, but because you're running, you go a little too far. It's just the, press and hold cancel, B, C if you're using keyboard, and just walk over to it. Just to add more accuracy to your steps.
Yeah, that's what I do. I get fairly close as I run, and then I hold my walk and I nudge until I'm in the place I want. It's very reliable, but there is actually another strategy, and it's utilizing a different stutter macro. I have it's actually my own stutter macro that does it. I've not tried it. It's Keeper who uses it because I gave him my stutter macro to test, and he uses the stutter macro through that screen instead of going to the pixel, and you stutter through it, and it counts.
PSX Turbo, that's what they do. You just put on whatever setting it is, and you're good to go.
Just hold down and you turn on turbo. But also people do, I believe it's called Brave Skip, people do, where you, as you mentioned before, where you just run down and then you hold walk at the very last instance of the frame, and you just tap down very, very quickly. But there's several ways to get around it.
That's definitely brave. I don't think it's what I would like to do, but
yeah, it's asking quite a bit. But hey, it's the fastest way.
Yeah, I imagine it probably is. It's definitely the Misto 2 skip is definitely one of the ones for 9 HD that you want to practice if you want to run the game. It does save you some time. It's not an overly tricky one to do once you've practiced it enough, but also you have to bear in mind the nerves of doing it in a relay scenario.
Yeah, for sure.
And I believe, we saw it with Seby's, where the Mistodon will use a mist ability, which will, has the chance of putting your characters to sleep. But there is a possibility where you can. That's it, Syl.
There you go.
Nice. There you go.
Well done. Skip both.
That's how it's done.
But pretty much you can put the Mithril Helm on Steiner and equip the Insomniac ability to negate him, he's your main damage dealer. So that way, if the Mistodon uses Mist, you don't have anything to worry about.
It does eat up the ability points though, and I believe also, it just depends on if you learn it. So it depends on the route, but it is very safe to have that on them because both of them asleep is pretty dangerous. Oh, and the miss on life, unfortunately. Well, we'll see what happens.
10%, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a 10%. Yep. Okay, Steiner's asleep. Great. The other one's gonna go. Okay, head attack. Nice. Okay, wakes him up. Okay, that's not the worst. Let's try again.
That we can use, which we only tend to do on the last Misto fight, is if you haven't used any MP with Beatrix, which we unfortunately have on both people remaining, they would use Shock instead of Life because it can't miss. But in this scenario, neither are going to be able to do it.
Yep.
That's what I do. Is use Shock. But that's also because having extra levels on Freya for fighting Tentarian gives that correlates that to Beatrix. So she has enough MP even when you use life a few times.
Yeah, you can get away with doing it if you don't use life and you heal, but outside of that, you don't really get the option of utilizing shock.
Right.
But that's fine. So as we reach almost to the safety save point in the game, we currently have Team Tonberry still in the lead. Mug has now overtaken and is now in second, and Team Choco has dropped behind and is close behind, but in third place. Team close race could well be happening already.
Definitely. So on Team Mog's screen, you see a Dagger in this random, it looks like two circles intertwining, and it kind of like creates like an eye in the middle. And it seems like she's been called to here. The pendant that she has on her is I want to say it's the Falcon Claw, or she has two of them. But the lore behind this scene is that the jewels that Aiko has two, and Dagger has two. They're being called, and it's I believe the final summoning, and that's what Aiko is saying right now. It's like, oh, we're being called. It's for the final summoning. Like, she knows all about this. So she goes down. She pretty much, she pretty much dives down, skydives.
It just leaps off.
Yeah, and she ends up like the forces within the jewels prevent her from falling to her death, and she lands safely with Dagger. And pretty much Aiko says, "Repeat after me." When they say this holy judgment prayer, and that will summon the Eidolon Alexander, who turned out to be the actual castle. We don't get to see it, because we do skip the cutscene. But it is a really beautiful and powerful cutscene, seeing Alexander protect the Alexandrian castle.
This version of Alexander is absolutely stunning as well.
Yeah.
The wings on it are absolutely beautiful, and it's a very, very nice way of seeing that in this version, given that Alexander requires all 4 of the gemstones to be used, therefore making it technically stronger than the others. How much stronger than Bahamut he actually is, or it is, and it's really, really quite interesting to see. And I would be curious to see who would have been stronger, whether it would have been Ark or whether it would have been Alexander.
Right.
Bear in mind that Ark required putting together of 2 gemstones, whereas Alexander requires 4.
And that's this also ties into why Queen Braun was fighting Burmecia and Lindblum. Burmecia, I believe, was just because Kuja wanted to have the act of war, but I believe Alexandria had a gemstone. Or no, that's what it is. Alexandria did not have it. Yes, Alexandria had a gemstone. Lindblum had another stone. Clara had one, in that the stone that Clara was using was used to cast that protective sandstorm. And then Aiko had the 4th stone. And so while Dagger and Aiko were talking in Madain Sari after the Amaranth fight, Dagger's like, "Here, take one of mine," so we each have 2. And so that's why each, ended up having 2, and then they were calling to each other to create put the 4 pieces back together. And I believe there's some lore, and I forget where we read it or where it's said to us, but pretty much it said like one. I think it's actually when you have all 4 pendants, and go into the key item slot and read it. It actually says, pretty much like there was all 4 were together, but it, summoned a catastrophic event or something very powerful, and that people were scared about, so they broke it, and then that's why there was 4 pieces.
Yeah, that's correct. So The lore behind why Bermesia was attacked was to force the king into Clara, which would allow an opening because they would perform a ceremony in which they could interfere with the magic of the sandstorm. Kuja was aware of this being an effect, as well as that it would encourage sending the souls to the ether tree. So it was to create an imbalance first, and also to encourage all of the remaining Burmesians to go to Clara. They would perform a strengthening dance, which they could then interfere with the magic, break the sandstorm, break in, steal the gemstone. So you would have had a gemstone from Alexandria, Lindblom, and Clara that way, and then in the box, which is what Lani went to steal, is the final pendant. Originally, Aiko gets given one of those other gemstones along with that one. I believe it is. I believe she gets the Falcon Claw with it, which is the Lindblom gemstone, but I'm not 100% on what the second one she gets is. And that's the lore behind it.
Nice, yeah. It's actually pretty cool to, obviously we don't do it in the speedrun, but to read up on the key items, because they each have like a message to go with it. It's a nice, good lore dump.
Oh, it absolutely is. Absolutely. And there's little hidden things in this game which you will only ever find by doing small little checks and small little observational things, and things you would almost never do on a casual playthrough unless you knew roughly what you're looking for or you were incredibly observant. So we missed something on Muttski where we're going to look to skip an ATE. And if you watch what Seby does, it will allow you to skip the having to go to find Garnet, which all of the speedrunners do this, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So pretty much we talked to that guard. He says, hey, you're supposed to go see Regent Sid in the conference room. And so we go down the stairs and go up the stairs, and that's faster than doing two other options. One option is to do the second option with Blank, and it's within that dialogue. He talks about, oh, hey, go ahead and see Regent Sid. Or what you can do is go up to this point, but instead of going to see Regent Sid, you go into the conference room. It's a longer cutscene of dialogue, but it pretty much the group tells you, oh, hey, did you talk to Sid yet? And so you have to go upstairs to talk to Sid. He won't be there unless you go into that conference room, or talk to the guard, or use the other option with Blank.
Yep, that is correct. The fastest option is roughly 8 seconds quicker than the second one, which I believe is another 8 seconds quicker than the third one, roughly speaking. So that's why we do the options we do.
Mm-hmm. There's also isn't there also an option to go up and talk to Dagger all the way at the very top of the observatory too, where it's just
you are right. Yeah,
it's like a minutes of just dialogue, and it's like
slower, yeah.
The first first manual save, and only manual save I believe that the runners are going to do, is here for Team Tonberry.
So, interestingly, you mentioned about going up to speak to Dagger. Now, there's something that you can soft lock on if you don't do. If you go up to Dagger, you have to watch an ATE with Blank in it.
Okay.
If you don't watch that ATE and you don't go into the conference room, you actually cannot progress. It soft locks you.
Oh, interesting.
So if you don't watch that ATE, you have to go in the conference room.
And another thing is, when you do go upstairs to talk to Dagger, if you go through that route, which you should do casually because it's a nice, cool like lore dump. Dagger pretty much is giving Zidane the cold shoulder, and he's all confused, like why is she not talking to me? Like what? Like okay, I guess you're gonna do your own thing. Like I saved your life, and you're not giving, you're just not speaking to me. What the heck? And actually turns out that Dagger is so distraught with the destruction of Alexandria, the death of her foster mom, and just all the negativity and all the stress going on, she is she pretty much has become mute and is just too stressed out to she can't talk. And it actually affects her gameplay if you have her in party and I believe it's 50-50, whether or not she will actually do what you're asking her to do. If even just using an item, she said, I forget, it's not like input
Dagger
failed,
can't concentrate, yeah.
Command failed, Dagger can't concentrate.
That's correct.
So, yeah. It's
Fortunately,
definitely
it only affects us on one fight in the on the speedrun.
Yeah, thankfully.
Which is one of the bosses coming up. And it only affects if you rely on Dagger to Phoenix Down.
Oh, really? So it's so if you need a Phoenix Down, doesn't fail?
No, it'll fail on Phoenix Down.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
It can. So
okay.
basically, she can no longer trance, and she has a 50% chance to basically go, "I'm too sad to act." So say for example, Aiko goes down, or Vivi does, because Vivi's crucial. So you're like, right, I'll use Dagger to revive Vivi, so that I can still do the correct action in the fight. That will she can fail, and you then don't get the action worked properly.
Wonderful.
For the sake of the runners, we're not going to say what the action is yet, of course, but we'll see it shortly.
So now we have one of the longest screens that has encounters on it in the game. This is Hildegard. We're going to be going across the screen 3 times, so we'll be very familiar with it. But we'd like to see a single ogre encounter, which is fairly common, but not entirely uncommon to not get one. But we would like to have that for not only experience, but also the AP, because we got a lot of new, great little pieces of gear that will give us wonderful abilities that we would like to learn. So there we go. Hey.
Very interestingly, Muttski did PSX menuing there.
Yeah, he said before he's not going to change a lot of HD stuff. So
no, it makes sense. It's what he knows. And because I was looking at it and I saw what he did for equipment, and I was like, "This is PSX. This is not
yeah."
If those of you have just watched what Muttski's menu was, you'll see Seven still do a different menu. Both are completely optimal. It's exactly going to work exactly the same overall. They're just slightly different because we play Muttski is primarily a PSX first and is learning PC for this. And I don't know how well he's enjoying it, but here he is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been doing some CSR runs too, just because they've been really nice to squeeze in a run every day, because it's 3 to 4 hours, however long you need to take to finish it. So
honestly, the fact you have such an easy way to practice with the CSR was such a game changer.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
I remember when I first got to the CSR, I basically stopped running NMS because the CSR was just so much more easy to use. And you get home from work late and you go, I don't have time for a full run, but I've got time for CSR, which is a full run. And it was a very nice way of getting practice in.
You get to the meat of the game without all the filler.
But the number of people that will say it, the long format version, the no major skips version, is a very cozy time. You get a very nice chill, spend all day with the runner, do what you need to do in and out. You don't miss a dramatic amount. It's a much more cozy time, because CSR can feel like a bit of a rush at times.
Oh yeah. Being there for a runner while they're grinding out a PB or something and just chilling all day with them. It's talk about anything. It's really good. It's really nice and comfy.
Here on Team Mog screen, doing a little side quest that is required, where we're pretty much, there's a theory that Dr. Tot read up in a book. In the book that he references, or somewhere pretty much online, it says that the book that he reads is a reference to Matoya from Matoya's cave in Final Fantasy 1. But pretty much says, oh, hey, if you mix up a strange potion, a beautiful potion, and my mind went blank on the last potion. Unusual, strange, unusual, strange.
Yeah.
Those 3 potions in a 5 to 3 to 1 ratio, then it may be able to transform Sid. Ooh, Muttski.
Did we get the rag timer, or is that a normal?
It is
a
a
rag timer.
He braved the woods.
So pretty much you mix it up, and he potentially go from back from an Oglop to a human. And so we're gonna try to see what happens if it works or not. It is false.
He is answering correct. I thought he was just gonna do the quicker option and just smack ragtime.
Right, yeah, you can just hit ragtime. He's like, oh heavens, and he just runs away.
Yes, he wants 1,000 gil.
Yep.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to flee from ragtimer either. You'll lose way more gil, and that'll kill your gil route pretty dramatically.
So for that first question, is the theater ship Prima Vista was built in Artania shipyard. No. It asks if it's in Zeepold shipyard, and it's incorrect because it's built in Artania.
Oh,
Vice
okay.
versa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got a nice little 1,000 gil for Muttski, yo boy.
And that is the final time where we call the Chocobo in the entire game.
Yes.
And we'll ride the Chocobo to Oilvert, and then we'll leave it there and never see it again. So we'll say goodbye to our little buddy Chocobo once we leave here.
Now, there's been a minor discussion as to which tracks are faster, whether you run up and get that one, or you run down to the other ones. I believe it's kind of the same both ways. It just kind of came down to what you learned when you did it. I don't believe I'm mistaken with that, but it's almost every runner I know goes up.
Yeah, I think it's PSX thing to go down, but HD might be different now. But
it's been a more recent thing with HD, because when I started running, it wasn't anything we did. But it sort of came in, I want to say in the last 6 months, people started discussing it.
Yeah, I've seen it's popped up pretty recently again, but I'm curious to see the timings that people have done.
And I think it's just more or less safer to avoid the forest, but it happens.
Notice one more difference Muttski did. He kept a certain gemstone. Something I'm not used to seeing.
Oh, the aquamarine?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, we get it a little bit HP plus 10. Yeah, for Steiner later on.
Yeah. I know what you fight for, but it's not something I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, there's not a debate, but pretty much what in the fight that we use Steiner, people can also have the lapis lazuli on him if he is going to be attacking, just to guarantee that he doesn't miss. Because even with the boss, pretty much having low evasion, there's still a chance for a miss. Or just having more attack power, or with the power belt. So definitely when we get to it,
So the route that I'm aware of, he does not have accuracy plus normally.
Nope.
But it's definitely an option.
It's a risk. I personally like to keep it safe, but that's just me. But at the same time, depends what equipment he has on for the fight.
It's absolutely fascinating as far as I'm concerned from someone that has ran almost the same route for the last year and a half whenever I've ran it, to see a difference. And I love seeing it, I really do.
It's really fun to see what everybody's different little route tweaks and stuff do, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of little good treasure chests in Oilvert, so we're going to be picking up the Power Vest, the Feather Boots here, as looks like also Muttski picked up the Rising Sun to maybe save some money later on, where we might need one for throwing.
Nice.
There's also the Diamond Sword, the Shield Mail, and perhaps an Elixir too if you feel like grabbing the extra chest, but there's just so many good items in here that we
Feather Boots
want to pick up. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you did grab the Elixir.
And this is a big lore dump. There's a random, what seems to be like an alien language that Zidane can infer. He's not really reading it, but he's just like, it's like calling to him. And he's unsure why, but he's like, "Yep, this is what it says." And he kind of knows it within his gut.
He says it's almost as if the words are speaking to him.
Yeah. And so, and the reason why we're here is because Kuja, obviously, when we go into his lair, kidnaps us and says, "Hey, if you don't do what I say, you're all gonna die." So we pretty much have no choice. And pretty much Kuja says, "Hey, this area has a magic barrier where you can't use any magic, so I'm not about it. So you are gonna go in there and get this thing called the Gulag Stone." And the reason why that stone is really more or less a key to unlock another area that he needs to go to.
These faces are pretty creepy. They're great though. I love the faces.
And so these faces are telling the history of the planet they're from. And they're actually from the planet Terra, and we are on the planet Gaia. Both, so Gaia means earth in Greek, and Terra means earth or land in Latin. Just an FYI. So pretty much, they're all from the planet Terra, which is the segue I can include is, where you see the little triangle design, that's unique to Terra. So when we saw that in Alexandria on the Summoner area, and then also saw it in the Aoife tree, it seems like the lore behind all that is that those places, and Alexandria seems to be different. It seems to be like an altar was taken there, given there. That the places that have this triangle design were actually from the planet Terra, and they were actually transformed or transmuted. I don't know like the right word is onto the planet Gaia.
Oh, Muttski with that encounter there. Always nice to get this extra little bit of lore as we go through.
Yeah, I mean, this gets into the technical, story behind the story.
Yeah, this 3 is where it really opens up and kind of shows its hand a little bit more on what the story is going to be trying to tell. So.
Yeah.
From a casual gamer's perspective, Disc 3 is the most important disc. Yeah. From the speedrun, Disc 3 is probably the most boring until right near the end.
Yeah, until we get to the point where we're like, finally, I have a boss to fight.
Well, you're looking, you're 5.5 hours in, and you just sat there going, "Oh, I got this long until I'm actually having to do something."
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be coming up on Arc. Something I guess we didn't mention with Oilvert is that there is no magic allowed here. So if you have a black mage, white mage, blue mage, so Quina, Aiko, Vivi, Dagger, they cannot cast any of their spells. So anything that says magic on it, they are not able to do so. So this is why we bring a lot of physical attackers and then one support character like Quina, so we can try and whittle down Arc as much as possible.
Abilities can be used. So if you bring Steiner, you can use the sword art ability, and Freya can use her dragoon abilities. So which we don't really use in this run, but one ability that could be useful in a casual playthrough would be Reese's Wind, which casts regen on all your team.
There is an alternate route that you can take Quina. You can swap Quina and Dagger around. It is not something I ever see HD runners do, so I wouldn't say it's something that's there. I don't see it recently, but if you utilize Quina, Quina can do all of your attacks in Desert Palace because they're all a multiple of 5, and so he can just kill all of them. Whereas that's not an ability our runners have learnt today, so it doesn't matter about the mention. But basically, you teach Quina level 5 death. Quina kills everything in any encounter you get in Desert Palace, and you just swap Quina and Dagger around. It makes Arc a bit less safe, but it means that Desert Palace is safer.
And definitely the fact that on PC you can just Alt F4 and make pseudo avoid encounters that way, But it is fun to understand and learn a different way to do things. With that, it's what people call whale zombie strats, where you'll actually park the boat on the far shore, if you kind of saw it on Seby's screen, and run around on the shore there, and you'll encounter a whale zombie. Throw a phoenix down, hope that it doesn't kill. Then the 10% chance, it'll be a 1-on-1 HP, and then you'll just eat it with Quina, learn level 5 death.
So to note Muttski's arc there, that was like pretty much a perfect arc, where it opened up with Propeller Wind, and everybody is immune to Propeller Wind because all it does is cast Confusion, but everybody has Clear Headed. And then it just decided to do Photon, which sets one character's HP to 1, which was Quina, who's the support. And
nice.
You're not going to spend your time to heal the support. Just throw all your stuff and start attacking. And was able to just chop Arc down in no time at all. So
It was a very clean Arc fight.
Uh-huh.
Arc can be problematic if it uses a lot of whirlwinds and boomerangs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very much likely to be sat on a revive cycle if it does that. One of the most important things we do is we position certain characters in certain rows to make sure that they survive and don't die when you don't want them to. And we utilize certain abilities to ensure we maximize the damage. As you saw, there was plenty of throwing. And ultimately, what you're looking for is what happened to Muttski. Anything else is probably not ideal.
Yeah. The whirlwinds and the boomerang ability, yeah, it's just AoE damage to everybody. But now we have on a Muttski screen, we have everybody's favorite minigame, where you try to sneak up on little hedgehog pie. So he's going to opt to do the 5 failures, which disables the hedgehog's ability to do quick turn. So once you start your 6th run towards it, the game kind of throws you a bone and makes it a little bit easier for you.
I'm a lover of trying the first time.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
No, I don't want to deal with that stress.
The quick turns are a nightmare to kind of deal with if it decides to do it back to back.
Weirdly, I find it harder using turbo when I'm doing first try.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of have to preemptively turn it off when you think it's going to turn, whereas if you're just mashing, you can actually slightly hear the animation before he turns. You have to have quick reactions, but you hear it and then stop pressing immediately, and you'll actually avoid the fast animation regardless.
Yeah, it's got a great tune. It's the only time we hear it in the game as well, so... We'll hear that soon with Syl.
Yeah.
Once Seby and Syl make their way to Oilvert.
Double ogres.
Yeah, double ogres. Yeah, he's probably just gonna flee.
One fun thing is if you have auto haste at this time, Zidane is able to ATB weight ogres.
Yeah. Yeah, that auto haste pays off so much, but yeah, the time cost it takes to get it.
Yeah. Again, just trying something new or something different, and try to find as many advantages as you can take with it to just add more reason to why you do it.
So we look for certain level points while we're on the Hildegard menu screens there. You're looking for either level 17 or level 18 on Zidane, and that will be crucial later on, which when we get to it, we'll explain as to how it applies. But essentially, as long as Zidane is level 17, you're okay. If he is 18, bonus. But it's probably that you've took too many encounters if so.
And so here we are in Desert Palace, the bane of all the FF9 runners' existence, where we don't have Zidane, so we don't have Flea available. So if we end up getting an encounter, we typically just alt F4 on HD, as it's faster than just trying to get out normally, because it can eat up minutes and minutes and minutes of your time. And there's nothing you can do about it.
And so pretty much for Desert Palace, the whole goal in order to trigger the boss fight is you have to light all of the candles. So you have to find all the candles and light them up. Some candles that you light up will also light up something called bloodstones, which are actually turns out to be equipment that you can pick up. The equipment that you pick up correlates with the boss here, and its stats. So pretty much, and also its attacks. Pretty much the lobby stone, which is the first one, is the promise ring. That makes the boss Valiapira immune to elemental attacks: fire, ice, thunder, earth, water, wind, holy, and shadow. The lamp chamber stone, which we don't pick up, it is optional. So that reduces Valiapira's magic power. The hallway stone is something that we in this route we do pick up. No, we don't pick up. For some routes they do. Actually, it's debatable for this route per se, because sometimes we do want to attack with Steiner, sometimes we don't. So if we do want to attack with Steiner, we will pick it up, and that also gives us a shield armor, and that reduces Valiapira's defense. The stairwell stone is the Enkai armlet, and that reduces evasion. So again, if we want to attack, then we'll pick him up. But also the Enkai armlet teaches Vivi the water spell, and water would be the highest attacking magic that we can get so far in the game or in the speedrun. And then when we get to the shadow room, well, you'll see the shadows going back and forth. The first one is the Black Hood, which in most of HD routes we do pick up because of the abilities it learns and the fact that it reduces Valiapira's magic defense. The second Shadow Room stone is the Venetia Shield, which we do not get. It reduces magic evasion, and we don't utilize any kind of spells that would be affected by magic evasion. I want to say like level 3 defenseless might be one of those, which Valiapira would be successful for, and I think maybe Magic Hammer will also be successful to that. Not too sure, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's usually status effects and things like that, so it's like...
Okay, yeah.
It's not needed. It's just if you want to get the Venetia Shield, it's really nice to have.
Yeah, I mean, but also any of these items I believe, maybe not Promised Ring, but any of the other ones we are able to pick up or synthesize. I guess you could synthesize the Promised Ring as well, but Pretty much the ones we do want are the Enkai Armlet and Shield Armor and Black Hood. And that's really just for damage purposes.
The backup for a Promise Ring would be way too long, so it's fun to make.
And we only use it, we only sell it.
Well, we put it on
yeah, we put on Amaranth for strength, I believe.
Yeah.
I thought we should put it on him for. I guess he does have this. Yeah. Okay.
As we see,
he has it on for the boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
As we see here, we're setting up Carbuncle with Ico. This is the only summon we're really going to see in the game. We're set up Reflect, and then we have Water hit ourselves, which amps up the damage a little bit. Unfortunately, with the HD version, it's weaker, as they sort of patched it or changed the value of how it works. But it'll be 3 waters, I believe, and this will kill Valleypira, so we need to make sure that gets all 3 of them cast off. Because now all Valleypira does is cast spells, so Reflect's just going to come back and hit him anyway. But
so it all depends on if you use Steiner here. So Muttski hasn't been, but you can weave in Steiner hits, and it would result in fewer water. That's the other option.
1 few water spell, but also kind of like going into the spirit stat. If you don't hold ATB long enough, or you let it run too much, there's potential that Ico and or Dagger will lose the reflect status. And when you do water all, it'll only be reflected 3 times or twice, and actually would kill or eliminate Dagger or Ico, whomever it hits. So kind of a little risk there as well sometimes.
Syl just got an encounter on the one step he took after getting off the Chocobo.
I didn't even have to hit circle to enter Olvert. It just let me into.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wonderful.
You gotta love it.
Yeah.
Just the random stuff that like, wow, really? That like,
yeah, you can get encounters.
Yeah.
On the screen transition, which I've seen before from a previous runner where they were going into Gizamaluk's fight. They got the random encounter, and they were mashing menu to try and open it to heal, because it was like a Lamia or something like that. And nope. You had VV dead, and like people were low HP, and it's just like, oh, okay, cool, thanks.
So a little thing I don't think happens on PSX, if you menu at the exact time of an encounter happening, you can open your menu as the encounter is attempting to start, and it will almost softlock you. You kind of have to spam cancel.
Ooh, interesting.
And it will eventually let you out the menu, but it takes a good few tries. It can only happen on PC as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, Muttski got caught on there, but it's going to be 2 encounters on Hildegard 3. But there's a single ogre. It looked like he got 1 kill already, so probably just wants to get out of there. I guess we can take the 2 of them, but either way. As we have Seby and Syl in Oilvert.
And Syl picking up the additional elixir.
Just in case. Seby's on his way to Arc. Well, Syl is just now entered Oilvert, so they got some running around to do, picking up all the gear, hitting all the little magic lore stones and whatnot, so. But yeah, Syl's still right behind Seby, so. Anything can happen in Arc, of course, so we'll see what happens between the 2 of them. Okay, as we return with Muttski back to Kuja's room. So they got the Gulag Stone, or the Gulag Stone, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but we take it back to Kuja because that's the item that he wanted, the old MacGuffin Stone, so he can use that to open up a door in Estogazo. So we bring that back to Kuja, and Zidane sees that his party members, the ones that were left behind in Desert Palace, are in this cage below. So he's kind of at the mercy of Kuja of listening to him. But as he's in that room all alone, the party's actually right here. Oh my god. It was all a trick.
A wild ruse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now we see Seby. See how he does in Arc. So yeah, ideally we want to see Propeller Wind. That does literally nothing. That's the party. Also preempts as well. Yeah, the Sylleath works. That Amaranth tosses does the most damage. As Amaranth's throw is very, very powerful. That's perfect. Propeller Wind is what we want to see. We saw 2 preempts, so this is wonderful.
Very nice fight so far.
Mm-hmm. Frey's the only one that can actually miss right now. Zidane has accuracy plus. Amaranth's throw cannot miss either.
Another propeller wind, wow.
Another propeller win. That's great. I don't think anyone's going to have a single point of damage here then. Because everybody's set up just to do all their most damage. As long as the damage rolls are fine.
I don't believe I've seen that before. I think it's a 12 or 1300 remaining, somewhere around that ballpark.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Normally takes an
right.
additional hit from Freya or an explode or something along those lines. But it does vary. It should be the final turn.
Yep. With the Zidane attack, that should do it.
There you
Nice.
go.
Not so scary.
Okay. That's that split done, and then we're just on to seeing what Syl gets with Arc as well.
Yeah, it's a very nice arc. There's a little menu to take off some gear off of Quina and shift some Freya stuff around. And we're going to be seeing Syl right behind Seby, heading over to Arc as well, very shortly. As Muttski's heading over to Estagazo on the hot trail of Kuja. Hopefully we can have a good, clean Red Dragons fight. Because that's also another scary fight that can cause a lot of runs to end. Either by just wasting your time or on PSX, in the case of just wiping your party.
Not Frog minigame number 2.
Yep. See how Seby does. It looks like he's going for the 5 failures as well.
Yep, seems like it.
And in Syl goes to Arc. I really like Estagazo's feel. It's like a really chill snow town.
Yeah, it's very, very nice vibe, and the music suits absolutely wonderfully for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's not turning around. Okay, I was like, is that hedgehog probably going to turn around any second? Or just having a stare off with Seby. And should have it here in a second.
Yep, there is the key.
Cool. Oh, we see a whirlwind over on Syl.
Yep. The unnecessary byproduct being float.
Yeah. Which I believe also makes you slightly more susceptible to wind damage as well. So if he decides to do whirlwind again, it amps up a little bit more.
Yes, that is correct. Something not really wrote anywhere as a byproduct of float.
Nope. Nope. Like, hey, you're immune to earth damage. Oh, by the way, you're also susceptible to wind again, so deal with that, chump.
Nice propeller win.
Very good, yeah. It's not going to be too bad. Potions up on Amaranth for safety. The rest of them should be fine. Probably another round of attacks.
Okay, so
Boomerang
would like to see a counter from Freya if possible.
That'll kill Quina, but this should be the last round anyway. Looks like Zidane's also really close to trancing as well, so hopefully we don't see that
There
on
we
Ogres.
go.
And there we go.
Nicely done.
Very good, yeah. Not too bad arcs.
No one having an overly scary one.
Seby heads through Desert Palace, and Muttski gets through Mount Glug, however you want to say it. Yeah, the crit from Freya also did help too.
The crit from Freya would have been the damage threshold he needed.
But now we have an important menu here for Red Dragons, where we want to make sure that Vivi gets his Octagon Rod. He's going to be the main source of damage here. And this is actually a missable item, so you can actually not get any of the Aga spells if you don't purchase this from Estogaza before the end of Disc 3. It's the only place you can purchase it. It can't be found anywhere. It can't be dropped or anything like that. So you have to make sure you purchase that rod from Estogaza, or you'll miss out on some of the best magic for Vivi in the game.
Yep, absolutely spot on information there. Some very, very missable items, you can only get them from Estogaza for certain items.
So it looks like he's trying to do it first try.
Oh, first try. Oh, yeah, got caught.
Like quick turn.
Continues. Yeah. And he's still going for it.
Oh.
So we start off. So we start off with a Soul Blade on the Red Dragons, which inflicts confusion with the Angel Bless equipped. It's 100% proc rate. This also resets their ATB if they are full. So
even if they have their ability queued.
So we're gonna have a rising sun, a little cheeky rising sun. Into another little saga.
Holding on Steiner turns because you don't want to attack first on the other one, because otherwise, one, you'll take it out of confuse, and secondly, it means you won't down Vivi to get the correct experience gains.
Sylleath got it.
Looks like he's fine though. So we need to make sure we kill off Amaranth and Vivi, because we want Steiner and Zidane to have all the experience here for the Red Dragons, because unlike a lot of all the other bosses in the game, these Red Dragons give a lot of experience. So we want to make sure that our Disc 4 party members that we want to have going on forward gets all the experience here.
Good fight.
As they both have level up as well. So
very nicely done.
Very good, yeah, not bad.
It gets Zidane center, should be level 27. Zidane might be level 26. Okay, level
26, yeah, level 26.
26 is the more common. It's as I said, you want to be either 17 or 18. If you're level 18, you will be level 27 there. If you're level 17, you'll be level 26 there.
It looks like Seby had a good Desert Palace. Looks like there's no encounters there. Yeah, Syl starts their Desert Palace. So we look on the chart. Looks like looks like the runs are slightly converging, coming back to the center of the graph. So
team close race is all I'm saying. That's what we want.
It's coming in. Yeah, team close race is coming in. That's right. Seby enters the Valley of Pyrrha. We'll see how well they do.
And Muttski gets to take a relatively large break.
So something that was actually discovered recently by the segmented HD runner, Nibelheim. There's actually a half a second time save here on the Ico summoning ritual fight, or the Ico summon fight. Or you hold flee to cancel her wind-up animation, so you can save half a second if you
I
choose
never
to do
knew
so.
that.
Yeah, it's recently discovered from Abelheim.
That's pretty cool.
Because yeah, it's just like any other action. So whenever she's
Yeah.
not doing anything, you could just run to save half a second. If you have
And
the
it says can't escape.
yeah, it's just can't escape. Yeah, it's just a flee cancel.
yeah.
So it's just like, oh, why haven't we done that before? I guess. So
I
you
mean-
can save a half a second. Then.
I mean, I understand why you wouldn't. I mean, think about it. If you're doing this normally, you're looking at being 6 hours into your run. You probably go, right, this is a nice little break. I'll go stretch my legs, walk around,
Exactly. Yeah.
whatever it is. Segmented runner, on the other hand, probably wouldn't be in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Seby's got an optimal here. Optimal Valley Pira. Everything's all set up. So it looks like that's going to be locked in for Seby. So extra attacks. Yeah. I still had to take the reset, unfortunately. Encounter.
Got a lovely encounter in there.
Oh, they are grabbing the bloodstone for the shield armor. That's interesting.
Just to do a little bit extra damage with Steiner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And
it's standard on HD. We use the shield armor quite a lot in the run.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, yeah.
Especially because it has distract on it for Steiner and Freya.
Because we do get the one in Overt, but let's see the other one here.
Yeah, and then for PSX, pretty much it's putting Diamond on Freya to aid in the distract AP. But also for the Valley Pira fight for Steiner, in order to do a little bit more damage, you could have pair the Coral Sword with the Thunder Gloves, and then also to guarantee that you hit for around 2,000. In my testing, it's very circumstantial, but pretty much you could rely on Valley Pira to have a cast a spell and have it reflected onto them, or have just Steiner attack once to have enough damage with two reflect all waters to do enough damage and to fight like that. It's one of those things where every little bit counts. So if you don't have the Thunder Gloves paired with the Coral Sword, as you should on Red Dragons, you may not do enough damage, and I've gotten that encounter before from Syl. But pretty much, if you don't do enough damage, then you technically would be wasting time giving the enemy boss an extra turn. So, again, it's circumstantial, little nitty-gritty stuff, but that's what you gotta deal with sometimes and manage, especially when you're going for top times.
Looks like Seby is taking the double ogre encounter here. It's a little slower than obviously taking the individual ones, but he's probably just saying, I'm just gonna take this.
It's a very nice experience and should get him to level 18 to give him a level 27 safe menu. Holy, he even
Magic.
ate it.
Yes, nice flex.
While Muttski gets the preemptive Steiner hit on Melty, that's wonderful. It's a great start for him too.
So I had a very, very rare Melt Gemini a few days ago, where none of my party took any damage.
Whoa. Just a bunch of wings?
It was all winged and they all missed.
Nice. That's wonderful.
I've never seen it, and I just sat there like, I'm never having that again.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta
the
go
fastest
back
attack,
and
too.
highlight that.
Yeah, I'll find the VOD and I'll highlight that at some point.
Yeah, Melty Gemini here has a 3 and a 7 chance, I believe, to cast Viral Smoke, which is AoE, has everybody on the team, and inflicts the virus status condition, which if you cared about experience in AP, it would just negate any of that. So if you really cared about learning abilities from Steiner or Zidane or Imrate here, you would use a vaccine on them, but we don't care on this route. We just say, don't care about your virus and just kill him.
It's a very unnecessary thing to have in the PC version. But now Muttski gets a nice additional break again.
Oh boy. As Syl starts up Valley of Pyrrha. Yeah, this is the biggest break, I believe, if you're on Turbo. It's, I think, 9 minutes or something.
Aside from the one movement you would have to do.
Right. Oh yeah, sorry. After you enter the conference room, it's 9 minutes, but this is a sizable chunk. But on PSX, once you do all your movement and you go to the conference room, then it's.
Oh no.
Oh, VV went down. Yeah.
Yeah. For a second, I thought he also put Aiko's carbuncle in. That would not have been good.
Oh no, it looks like he got it. Because yeah, if you do have it queued up, then it would only be on 3 out of 4 people, unfortunately. But looks like he's got it.
Yeah, it should be all nice and sorted.
Mm-hmm. As long as the ATB is held and the water goes off, it should be all good.
Yeah. One thing to note is that with the long animation, and I apologize if this has already been discussed, that with the long animation for Carbuncle and long animations for all summons, it for summons that do damage, the long summon does more damage. For Carbuncle, the longer animation provides protect, along with any other upgrades or status effects. So for long animation for the Ruby equipped gives reflect and protect. It'd be protect and vanish for the diamond, protect and haste for the emerald, and protect and shell for the moonstone.
That's pretty cool, yeah, because the long animations they're neat looking, and so they offer a little bit of bonus as well. And the long animation is guaranteed on your first cast as well, so it's only the short animations that will happen on subsequent casts.
If you are someone that wants to favor the summoner in your party, just make sure you get the boost ability, and then you will get your nice long animation.
That's right, yeah.
Collect your gemstones.
Sounds like someone should do a summoner only speed run.
People have done dagger only, yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure if it's summoner only, but
yeah, I would think Echo and dagger be something, something different, something fun. Do it all for science. And speaking of like challenge runs or whatnot, I believe Seby's has done a level 1 speed run using the cutscene remover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I don't remember how long it took them, but it is pretty cool just to how the cutscene remover allows others to try something different that they normally wouldn't do in a longer setting.
Funnily, I have done a level 1 playthrough myself, and it's not quick. It relies on you utilizing ad status to make sure you stay at level 1, and then in certain places you have to sacrifice a character and never use them again, because they will be the only one gaining experience. That's kind of how you have to make it work.
No.
It takes
stop on Zidane. Yeah, at least with the remedy, hopefully. They have a remedy. It's just gonna go.
Yeah, I don't have anymore, I think.
Oh, I got a remedy.
Step 4.
Yeah. Yikes.
So pretty much on the Hildegardis screens, the double Grimlock is I want to say it is the most uncommon encounter, and it's the worst one.
Yeah.
Because they're not easy to kill quickly, and when they're in the magic state, they will cast stop. And we don't have the ability locomotion on Zidane. I don't think we have it on anyone at this point. And so the fact that both based on the on Syl's ATB, both Grimlocks went first, And when they cast, Zidane went ahead, okay, cast Flee, get out of there. Nope, stop.
Yep.
25% chance could be on anyone, and it had to be on Zidane.
Yep. It's wonderful.
Adding to the sentient ability of Final Fantasy IX.
It knows what you're thinking.
But it looks like Syl made it through the Hildegard 2, so yeah, they're going to be on the way back through Hildegard 3, but yeah, still no ogres. They would like to have at least one ogre to get some XP and AP on them, just so they learn some pretty core abilities that we'll need later.
I would imagine that he will farm for that encounter if he doesn't get it.
I would assume so too, yeah, at the very end of HD3, but we'll see how it goes. If it's necessary, yeah, okay.
And it's good to know that if you don't have any remedies, it may be smart to buy some in Estogaza.
It's a good backup too, yeah, because the Gerudos can also cast Stop as well. Yeah, speaking of the Grimlocks, if you are on if you're using Quina's Night Route, this is the last kind of location you would want to eat a creature for night, because there's not many other places you can go after this screen, this Hildegard 3 screen, to find night that's not completely out of the way and just a huge time loss. So if you do learn night, then this is going to be your last call.
So, a little bit of lore time. We get to a point where Muttski is where, now that Sid is back to being Sid, he is going to design the Hildegard 3. Now that he is no longer a frog or a bug. Frog, I should say. And this time it will be one that runs correctly and will be the first airship that we actually obtain in the game, rather than just get trafficked around in. For purpose of speedrun, we use it all of a very short bit of time. Technically use it more than we use the final airship, but
right.
We don't use either very long at all.
Nope.
But essentially, Hilda recognizes Sid by his mustache, because she's like, I did not marry a frog, and recognizes the mustache and goes, actually, you are my husband. And then when they go back, she says, you'll never cheat on me again, I hope. It will be much worse for you, and I'll turn you into a hedgehog pie. And she turns him back human. And he knows for a fact that it is a very real threat. And he does not wish to be a hedgehog pie. But instead, he immediately goes and gets the Hildegard 3 made, much to our pleasure as it becomes ours.
Looks like Syl got double ogres as well, so
it's fine.
Just take it. Yep. Just do what you can. Got your ogres. Get out.
I think he wants the nice safer menuing later. Beautiful by Seb there on Red Dragons.
Yeah, very good.
Center doesn't really need that. Nice. Amaranth does have the quickest physical attack, so it is kind of nice that he was able to just kill the ogre, even though back row Amaranth doing barely any damage, which is still enough.
Yeah, this is very good. Red Dragons by Seby. And he's on his way to Melty Gemini, and Syl is right on their tail.
Yes.
I always find it funny that, typical to Zidane's character, he doesn't use his hands to push that lever. Kicks it as if he's annoyed with it.
Did we mention how the only time he uses his tail was back in Disc 1 when avoiding Sanders' punches while hijacking the cargo ship?
Yeah, he just used it to hang out the way.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the only time.
The one thing I do want to talk about is the fact that this game is very heavily reliant on successful steals for one of Zidane's abilities, which is obviously scaling until max damage, and items we get through the game. And there are two abilities we can get that help us steal. which is Bandit and Master Thief. And the worst part of all is that neither of which actually give you good odds on stealing the rare items. They are supposed to. One removes the low option, essentially the no steal option on your first steal. Supposed to anyway. Doesn't quite work that way. And the other one is supposed to give you a higher % chance of successfully stealing the rare items. Basically, it's supposed to even out the steal odds. It's rather interesting how it all works, but in terms of successful steals, Final Fantasy IX has some of the worst stealing options. Yet it is more reliant on it than almost any other game.
Right, yeah, because there's nothing really exclusive in stealing, but it's options to get it early, which were like, I can have this a lot earlier now.
And yet we have to deal with the poor odds.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have the Terra honing or homing.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a mistranslation, but I forget what it's supposed to be. But overall, you see Medine, who was secretly Mog at the time, and you get the ribbon for Ico.
Powered-looking ability.
It is. And Medine does holy damage.
Very stylish looking game with all these summons and things, but yeah, for the speedrun we just go, that's great and all, but why do that when we can just attack with Lark Perp Stick?
Yeah.
I have to say, Final Fantasy IX does an exceptional job on displaying the sheer destructive capabilities of the summons. The sheer fear factor that you would see from the likes of Atomos that you see early on. When you see Bahamut, it's the sheer destructive capabilities of these summons, like Odin's cutscene. That is raw power in itself, and they're used as tools of war, and it shows the sheer horror that summons in the wrong hands can do. Okay, so we have Seb approaching the actual Melted Gemini fight, Syl approaching his Red Dragons fight, and Muttski just entering into Ipsen's castle. Keep an eye on Seby's screen for the moment, as this is his next split. So we'll see what happens through the Melty fight.
Yeah, they show you how poorly constructed Limblum is when 500 damage nearly levels the city. It's just always funny seeing people's first reactions on some of the summons and the damage they do.
Oh, absolutely. So, a little discussion about Melted Gemini. Melted Gemini is an ancient demon, essentially, and is not from Gaia. Essentially is dropped off from, essentially, Terra, so it's presumed, and is much, much, much older than is believed to be, but there's no confirmation in the game, but I believe the lore shows them to be minimum 84 years old, at the very least. Oh, that is a nasty outcome having that.
That is rough, yeah. Gonna have to get Zany back up. If we can keep Steiner alive, it's gonna be okay, but yeah, he did viral smoke before anyone got a turn.
But knowing game's gonna do bio all.
Don't say it's
don't. Oh no.
Knowing the game. Let's just say.
It's gonna be a wing miss. But
Elixiring himself.
I think Elixiring himself, yeah.
That's
because Steiner can tank it and then he can just chop two times hopefully and end it. But yeah, this is rough. But we have a trance on Zidane, unfortunately. Red Dragons for Syl, which is
He
Like,
already
oh boy.
queued his Soul Blade, fortunately. So
okay, you got it. Good.
Good,
Okay,
good.
that was what I was wondering. I was wondering if you got the Soul Blade in. That's good.
yeah,
So, that
so
keeps that
that's
locked in.
that's fortunate. That
Confusing them is great.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
we missed.
Hey, look at you.
Easy.
We both were right.
Pointless and final crit.
No,
Yeah.
you're right.
So for it. Like, oh, we know this game too well. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like Still was able to get one of the dragons down, thankfully, and work on the other one. Now, Wild is confused. That's good.
And a really good thing, the fact, just like you mentioned before, that when Zidane's trance, pretty much gets the attack plus ability, and so that guarantees, no misses on Vivi. Vivi, I don't think Vivi can even learn Distract, even if we add equipment on him, so
yeah, only
good
3
guarantee
characters. Yeah, only 3 characters can learn Distract. It's Steiner, Freya, and Zidane. Amaranth, even though he's a monk, and you think monks are evasive and whatnot, he does not learn Distract for some reason. So,
no.
The only thing he ever learns how to dodge is actually Flare Star.
That's true. Yeah, with his with the equipment we give him, but
yeah, he's got quite a high odds of that missing him, thankfully.
I was gonna make a lore joke and say the only thing he learns is how to make friends.
Wow.
That's just rude.
He is my favorite character of that.
I do like Amaranth. Yeah, I think he gets a bad rep, but I think it's also understandable just how moody he is and how late he comes in. So it's like, I understand, but I do like Amaranth still a lot.
The mono art is so cool.
Oh, it really is.
All right, so we have Taharka with Muttski.
I'm rubbing my hands together, hoping for heat.
Oh, okay.
I'm very hopeful to see Muttski attempt to steal and hopefully get the very, very rare Orihelion. It makes Earth Guardian trivial by comparison. But it is a rare steal, and not every runner goes for it because of the fact that it means that you lose a tick of damage, so it can offset your timing.
Yeah,
so one thing.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say one thing about Ibsen's Castle is that the gimmick of it is that your attack stat is basically reversed, but not your magic or anything like that. So the higher attack weapon power will end up doing way less damage than things like broadsword or your basic javelin and things like that. So they kind of like hint with that with the treasures around the dungeon about giving you the basic gear equipment like dagger and broadsword and whatnot. But we just say we'll just use Fire Aga and try and get for heat and poison as well.
You can buy Mage Masher, I think Partisan, I think maybe Icebrand too. But pretty much our main goal to go. The reason why Steiner's attacking, even though he's doing such little damage, is for the heat ability. He has the Flame Saber, which when paired with add status ability, can inflict heat. And Taharka has that ability, or is susceptible to that ability. So pretty much if you attack with Steiner at first and do heat, and Taharka goes to move and do an attack, boom, dead. So it can save a lot of time if we see it.
Okay, very nice. Muttski gets through Taharka. He only stole an elixir, sadly. Over the it's better than getting the Mithril Claws, but not as good as the Orihelion. But the elixir is the common steal.
Yep.
Some or most, I guess in most, but disc. If you are running around the fights Tantarian Disc 2, Zidane becomes closer to. Zidane pretty much gets 30 AP or ability points towards the bandit ability that Easley alluded to earlier. And you pretty much put the Mithril Dagger onto Zidane for the Soul Cage fight in order to learn Bandit. since it's more or less free at that point, and having Bandit for the Taharka fight increases the odds. I would say I want to say from 1 out of 16 to like 1 out of 8 to steal the Orichalcum. Or no, it becomes 1 out of 16.
Basically it moves it up a stage, so it's no longer it's like so instead of it being like a super rare steal, it becomes a rare steal. It pushes it up one stage. That's essentially how it works. So everything loses. So the common steal would become a free steal. The rare steal would become a common steal. The super rare would become a rare steal. That's it's the general gist. It's more complex than that, but that's the general gist of it.
And so Muttski's doing some menuing for Steiner and Freya, and we're doing it on pretty much. We're not going to utilize them until later in this disc or in this part of the game. So we want to make sure that their equipment and abilities are correct for the next time that we fight with them, because we won't truly have another time to menu them unless we added them to our party. But it is slower to do that, so we want to make sure that our stuff is good to go over now, so that way when we fight with them, we don't have any questions, and we stick to the notes.
So without looking at health, without looking at his menu, Syl is definitely level 27 because he hit over 3,000 on Stealth Gemini. That's one of the perks of being level 27 over 26. You do more damage. It pushes your 1 damage threshold. So it removes the lowest possible damage roll that you would get on Earth Guardian and means that you're more likely to be able to do it in the 6 hits rather than need a 7th.
Back-to-back bio. Okay, good. That's actually really, really good. And I believe there is no viral smoke. So,
all right,
beautiful, nice, nice.
Very good. Yeah, no viral smoke. That's pretty rare. And they got the Tonberry card. Oh my god!
Hey!
So on Muttski's screen, we see him talking. We see Sven talking to Amaranth. The whole part, kind of. The half joke I said about Amaranth learning how to make friends is, he pretty much says, when they get to Ibsen Castle, he's like, I think I can do this without you guys, so I'm gonna go off on my own.
Yeah, he's like, I proved myself, and it's like, all right, bud.
And so pretty much he almost falls to his death, and Zidane comes and saves him, and he's like, all right, I guess I can't do this on my own. And so he saves him. And as we learned by being in this castle, and Taharka's hint before its true death says one is all is many, something like that. Yeah, one is all is one, and that's pretty much says that hey, these mirrors go into these shrines that are based off of each element or 4 elements. Earth, water, fire, and wind. And pretty much we set up our 8-person team into teams of 2, so we can each fight one of the 4 elemental fiends, or the chaos shrines. Elemental shrine team. So.
And yeah, it seems like it could be a cool opportunity to have all different fights kind of like ongoing at once. So you set up all your teammates to, have Aiko and Dagger, but maybe that might be a miserable fight to fight the Water Guardian, but it'd be interesting to see what that fully realized encounter type of boss fight back-to-back would be, but I think we're fine with just the one.
Big thing I really enjoy about the character building is when we are fighting when Zidane's choosing the party and being okay who pairs up with who, he ends up with Quina. He's like, oh sorry Quina, I guess you're stuck with me, or I'm sorry I thought that you were last, and they go, it's fine. Like pretty much the Q clan are like we love leftovers since they're very fuel oriented. Like leftovers are like one of the things that they cherish. So the fact that they were chosen last is exactly. So they were chosen last. It was actually like a very positive thing. It's like, oh, you see me as leftovers. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Such a lovely vibe to have from a character that doesn't think of it in a negative way.
Right. Man, I know there's some people that do not eat leftovers.
I used to be like that, but yeah, I'm a leftover fiend.
Yeah, and then for me, I'm like, okay, I need to make enough so there are leftovers.
I mean, in some cultures, it's rude to not eat your leftovers. So they're usually a good thing. I mean, and there's so much you can do with leftovers. Like you have a leftover meal. You can always certain foods have it the next day, making something else. You know?
Yep. Cook up a bunch of chicken, and you can turn chicken tacos. You know, chicken pasta, whatever. So just rework it.
Yeah, my big thing is that's kind of how casseroles came up. It's like you have a bunch of leftovers. All right, mix them all together and put it in the oven for a bit.
Looks like Muttski got through the game over section, so that's really good.
Yeah.
Well, this is how good leftovers are. In Pokemon games, leftovers give.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's one of the strong. It was one of my favorite casual held items was leftovers. Put it on a Snorlax or something.
Very good. Yeah, very good for competitive too.
See, so there's always a good use for a leftover.
And by the way, we half joke about the game over. If you don't hit the exclamation marks there, they jump backwards and they say,
it's like, oh, let's try again.
We need to be faster.
Yeah, like, all right, you got to keep up.
So this is one of the, this I think is the only time in the entire run you hear this music actually.
I think so, yeah.
And I think they missed a trick, not having you fight to that music.
Oh yeah.
Oh sure, yeah.
I think this, and same with Garland later in the game, I think the music that was played, they had the optimal thing to have in the background, and then they changed it to normal battle music. But I always absolutely adore this section of the game. It's one of my favorite parts to get to. For speedrunning, it can be annoying because of how Earth Guardian can be.
Oh sure.
But if it goes well, it's one of my most favorite parts of the run. Okay, so Muttski is 26. You can see from his level he's not quite 27. That's fine. It does mean his damage calculations are a little bit more to keep an eye on. You want a certain average damage of 2,500 per hit, roughly speaking, and then you'll be able to eat. So you're looking to hopefully have a couple at 2,700.
Okay, good.
Level 26 will not hit above 2754, I think it is. Unless they crit, whereas level 27 can hit higher.
There's Fire one we don't want to see. Hopefully it's on something. No, dude.
Yeah. I was saying good. I was saying good on when Blizzaga hit Zidane because how close his Transbar is. I'm like, all right, well, you know, you know, one or two more attacks onto Zidane surviving.
Ooh, that's close. That's close. Yeah, Elixir up, defend. Okay, good. Okay. Safe here.
I'm glad he doesn't play like me. I risk that. I'm like, yes, so we go.
You're just just attack.
I would have elixired with Quina and attacked with Zidane.
High pot, let's see. With the auto regen ticks and whatnot, be about 800.
Hoping for another earthquake.
It's enough for anything except another double slash.
Okay. And Doggone Quina, perfect.
Yep, absolutely spot on, ideal.
Go in.
And oddly enough, even though Earth Guardian has elemental attacks, he doesn't, or they don't use it on. There's no AOE damage. It's just per.
I mean, that ends the fight, but that's
the not optimal trance location, but take it, I guess.
I mean, after the number of hits,
needed though.
I don't think any of the other hits would put him in range.
Oh, I didn't.
It's the fact for this fight that if you use, using what's the other one? Shift break. Shift break is not useful.
No, shift break and your attack are very similar damage. So he had to use Grand Lethal there to get the damage in the range. You have to do 15,500 damage to be able to eat. Earth Guardian with Quina, it saves you 2 hits. You're looking at 8 or 9 hits with Zidane, depending on damage rolls, if you don't eat. Now, Muttski had done, 3 hits? So had done about 7,500 damage. The 9-1 only took it to 16-7, roughly. Therefore, eat worked. So that's why it was just about enough range.
And yeah, someone in chat says, I thought heat didn't work on bosses. Well, this is the only boss that has the exception to that rule. Literally the only boss in the game that has the exception to eat.
There's
one of 2 bosses that teach Earthshake.
It's and it's somewhat like once I saw that you can eat them, then I started looking for the dialogue, and Quina says pretty much like, oh no, we can't die. We have much more places to eat or much new things to eat, and I'm like. I just thought, I'm like, oh yeah, that's part of their character. But like now, understanding you can eat the boss is like, huh. It's like a subtle little hint.
Oh, awful ATB on Seby. Hopefully we can get the Steiner attack in to try and get heat. So that'll give a ample amount of time to catch up. But a crit! Oh baby, a crit! For 126 damage.
We do see Muttski is now in the Grand Blue place. Known as Terra. I think Terra is actually absolutely beautiful as part of a game you get to. Pandemonium less so, but I've always liked when you get to Terra, the nice subtle music when you get in, the blue atmosphere. It's a very, I find it quite a calm place to go.
Yes.
And it's part of the run when I get to it, I'm like, right, I'm on the final stretch, I'm happy here, roughly an hour, to go. It's that sort of ballpark time period, and it's just a nice way to go with the rest of the run.
Seby's used jump on Freya.
Yeah, I saw that.
It makes sense. Not just to add a little bit more time for poison ticks, but also the fact that when she jumps, she can't be attacked. She can't be attacked. Can't be a Blizzaga on her and have her lose health or anything like that.
Yeah, this being safe.
Yep, exactly.
Fortunately, Blizzaga ult doesn't ever hit, doesn't ever kill Freya. The sad part is that direct Blizzaga will, and when he does defensive curl, that can one-shot Freya.
Nice.
Very fortunate, a nice tick of poison getting that down.
Poison kill, very good.
Yeah.
We definitely want to have Freya up because this is the point where we can't really make up a whole lot of AP anywhere outside of the random heck dies, but this amount of AP that Taharka drops is way too much that we don't want to have her miss out on. So it's good that we got her revived and able to get that AP at the very end there.
Well, it's 30 AP with a ability up that you miss?
Yeah. So it's like good luck killing 15 heck guys to catch up. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is we want to, for abilities, at least for Zidane, want to learn auto regen, and that's through the golden hairpin. We'll utilize that, learning that on Taharka and Earth Guardian. There is a strategy to make it up during the Disc 3 boss rush, known as You Are Not Alone section, but the amount of magic defense from that item compared to the cornet that we pick up is significantly less, where pretty much one boss, Abaddon, could still one-shot Zidane, so we don't want to take that risk, and I think it'd be easier just to, fight 1 or 2 encounters in this area just to make it up, and within that risk, you also got to make sure that Zidane doesn't get too much experience points, because we don't want him to become on a level that's divisible by 5, aka 35. So that way, because later on bosses will use level 5 death. And I remember, me, just growing up and be like, oh, let me level up my guys to level 25, or 30 or 35, et cetera, and be like, oh, just I'll start doing the next section when I'm at 55, and realizing that it's like the developers are like, hey, people might do this. Let's screw with them a bit. So
it's a lot going on in the game at present. We have Sylleath just going into Ibsen's castle, getting ready for his own Tahaka split. We have Seb just finishing with Ibsen's castle, which is interesting to see the two between them there. And Muttski quite a little bit in the lead currently in Terra, in Brandval itself. Got a lot of lore for Zidane coming through. As was said, we get the You're Not Alone section, which is my personal favorite part of the entire game as is. Yeah, a lot left to look forward to.
definitely.
I noticed that Seby picked up the Maiden Prayer, which is usually a backup for the Rebirth Ring, but is there value in picking up the Maiden Prayer as well as the Rebirth Ring? I don't think I'm familiar with that.
It gives you two people, so he could save him having to do another menu.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, he could put the Maiden Prayer instead of the Power Belt on for DG, TK, and Necron, and leave the Rebirth Ring on Zidane, theoretically speaking, because all you need is the holy damage. You don't need the auto life. And since both Rebirth Ring and Maiden Prayer give holy damage, that would make some sense to do, but I've not seen it done before.
Yeah, I can see it on Kraken as well.
Yeah, it could help on Kraken as well. Typically for Kraken, we give Freya a power belt, so it would be very, very similar damage anyway. But I don't know, probably would work out to be a bit of a difference actually.
So, as you can tell, that there are other people that look like Zidane that are here, humanoids that both with a tail. And it turns out Zidane is learning more about his origins, where he's actually from this planet Terra, and the person or entity slash, it's actually technically I believe an android that he meets when first arriving onto Terra is Garland, who's actually the maker of these genomes, which are technically empty vessels, so soulless bodies, similar to the Black Mages that were created in Dali. So,
okay, about to see Syl on Tahaka.
Maybe we can hopefully see a heat. Yeah, we see a heat or an Ori. Would be great to see on one of the runners. Let's make it count.
If I'm honest, I think I'd rather see an Ori for him, but it depends on situation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Like, heat's nice, very nice, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Saves good time. But getting the Ori just adds that degree of safety. And that cannot be understated how valuable that is on Earth Guardian.
Oh, yeah. Rats.
Yeah, I'm also on Team Freya Jump, just to aid with the poison ticks and keep her healthy.
I'm a Team Freya defend. Usually, I am.
Defend,
That's my go-to if I know that it's, say, like that Blizzaga didn't kill Vivi, for example. Say if it was done on someone else, I would be Team defend with Freya in that case once I know it's safe.
I used to synthesize the Barrette and pair that up with the Ice Lance since it increases ice damage. And Freya can learn the Chemist ability, which doubles the potency of.
Ooh, that crit.
Yes.
Doubles the potency of healing items. So I've done it where, like, on this fight or even on Arc, her utilize Freya sometimes to heal. Nice, Ori!
He got it!
The Ori.
Let's see if
That's nice,
he
at least.
uses- yeah.
But yeah, Vivi
need
going
Freya
down
down.
over and over is kind of a problem. If we can get heat on Steiner to end this, it'd be great. But otherwise, yeah, it's just gonna have to be the poison, unfortunately.
That's a bit rough for the Tahaka fight, but hopefully we'll help him on the Earth Guardian fight.
Yeah.
And saves him some money so that he can buy additional PDs, high pots in the end game. A little bit nasty that, actually. It's not in a very nice situation right now.
And is it 10% chance for heat?
Oh,
Oh, cool.
nice. Fight's over. Good to see.
Nice.
Now, is it an optional thing to do with the Orichalcon is to have Zidane wearing the power vest instead of the Gaia gear, just to aid in the damage rolls, so that way, I want to say you will average 5,000 per attack and try to get over that, like, 15,600 damage.
So if you high roll with the Gaia gear, you can do it in 3 hits and then eat. But that's high roll. If you have the power vest on instead, you're almost guaranteed to do it in 3. But you're also much less safe. Oh, that's
Ooh, instant Quina death. It's not good. Rude Earth Guardian.
Yeah, a nasty first one.
Back-to-back rude boss fights.
Okay, we're about to hear the best song, in my opinion, in the game. By
It's very good.
Muttski's game.
Hey, Rome. Does that look like a shark to you?
A shark? Where?
Underneath Kuja.
I don't see one.
A shark with his mouth open.
I think you're pulling my leg here. That's a shark! Oh my god! It's coming right for us! Yeah, looks like Sevy's back in business. He's chopping away, doing the best he can to hang in there.
So pretty much, story-wise, Zidane learns that he's not human, and he was pretty much born to take over Kuja's goal on Gaia. Similar to Goku, he pretty much, crashed down into a planet that he was supposed to destroy, and is saving it. So kind of a pop culture reference there, but and so right now he's like, I don't know who I am. I have no friends because I wasn't supposed to have friends, and all of our party members are like, hey, we have memories with you that we want to keep, and we appreciate you. Like, we know who you are based on how you've held yourself. And he's like, I don't need you guys. I can do this on my own. And as he learns, nope, you can't really do it on your own.
Seb didn't actually pick up the Maiden Prayer, did he? He didn't open the chest. Because it is faster to drop down there than it is to go down the pole anyway.
He didn't pick it up? I thought he did. I thought I looked.
He may have done, but the optimal route, especially on PC, is to drop down that hole anyway, and hop down. It's less on the steps and it is faster.
That's what we do too. Yeah, but he did pick up the Maiden Prayer.
Oh, okay.
least, unless I'm after 7 hours, I've lost my mind, which is entirely possible. But I'm pretty sure he did.
Beautiful fight for Muttski there.
Yeah, very clean. So that flying horse, can cause a lot of problems if it decides to. But played nice. Typically, we just need to wait for the party members to show up before we can actually kill it, because before Freya and Amaranth show up, you can do damage to it, but I believe when Zidane's alone, doing any sort of damage doesn't lower its health at all. It only actually takes damage whenever Freya shows up, and then once you hit that HP threshold with the horse, then Amaranth shows up, and then you can find the kill. But we need to make sure that Freya and Amaranth are the only ones alive for the XP on that one. And Abaddon's a little different, but we still need to make sure that only Steiner and Zidane are alive for this fight.
Did Syl just equip Ori, or did they also do Power Vest, or just keep Gaia gear on?
I imagine he did normal menu.
Yeah, I did normal.
Okay.
Kept the Gaia gear.
Yeah,
All right.
that's fair.
Safe. I get it.
So yeah, that earthquake gets the heal, so it's worth it.
Jordan's already kicking my butt, so.
Yeah, exactly. Don't fight back,
Yeah.
You're doing well with the hand you've been dealt. Good up, man.
The self-attack heal with Steiner, because he has the Coral Ring and the Coral Sword, which can heal himself.
So the safe strategy with Steiner in that fight, especially once you've seen the first turn, is you put Steiner in the back row, and then you could theoretically defend as well if you wanted to. If Abaddon is a bit mean to defend, you wouldn't get a chance to use, you'd have to find a way to heal yourself first. But once you've back rowed, you're pretty much fine. As long as you're full health when you do back row, you can basically guarantee Steiner's pretty much not going to die, and the only reason you revive or heal is just in case Zidane low rolls. That's basically it.
Let's see, Seby unfortunately got an encounter with the movers.
Yeah.
The worst
but he's out of it.
They are
Had
to hold
he-
for what it's worth.
They are, but had he got the Hecatize, he could have killed it and hit level 27.
Mm-hmm.
One of the many undead enemies.
Yep.
So here we'll see Muttski trying to manipulate his damage that he's taking into crit range. He can still die and that'd be a game over, but by knowing all the attacks and the damage rolls, we can try and make sure that he hits critical range, which triggers Dagger showing up.
Should, yeah.
Which is perfect. Cool. Yeah, very
That
good.
is the
2 hits.
highest damage roll that can do 600. The low roll, he would just about not have been in yellow due to his health being 698. Low roll, he would have been just outside, which is very sad.
So now the Dagger shows up. We want to say, I can do this alone. So we want to have Dagger die and Zidane get all the XP. So we'll see how he manages what Shell Dragon does, and then make sure that poor Roosta, poor cute little Roosta, is not alive at the end for all the XP gain.
Some routes will have Dagger with the Magic Racket, which provides the Berserk ability, which is technically a negative effect, status effect. So it has the ability to miss. Others, if Dagger learns the Protect spell, will cast Protect on Zidane to protect him versus some of her Shell Dragon's attacks, but Berserk increases the attack and will allow you to not heal. So it's a bit risky here and there. But 4 attacks and we're done with the You Are Not Alone section.
Good.
We're just getting into the Earth Guardian fight, about to for Sylleath, and we're going to see a lot nicer damage in his run. Because one, he is a level higher than the other 2 runners, and secondly, he also has the Aura Halcon, which is a massive damage difference.
Yeah, we're going to see some quick work done with Earth Guardian, hopefully. So assuming that...
I'll find a way to mess it up, don't worry.
Yeah, nah, you'll do great.
So far, you have not been a dumb dog, so...
It's just
knock
bad
on
luck.
wood.
Finally, it's been said.
Should be 3 to 4 hits, and an 8, or he could just doesn't see it. Kind of fine either which way.
Tease. And then on Quina.
The wrong target as well.
Of course.
So it's like great.
Look at that 5.5k.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm not gonna say it. Okay,
Oh.
good.
He's just doing. Oh,
okay. I was
I
gonna say
thought he was doing it.
Could go for it, yeah. Just do the 3 to 4 attacks, but
But
plays a little safe.
just like how we have the ability to crit, so do the enemy bosses on HD. So there is a possibility that the Archguardian could have crit on that physical attack, which would have just been a cherry on top.
And we see Muttski here on the Pandemonium menu, which is the largest menu in the game. Making sure we have all our equipment sorted first, unequip anything we don't need, and then we're gonna sell everything we don't need for the rest
Still
of the game.
being a bit preemptive there. That may not be enough damage. It was
Ooh,
just
nice.
enough.
Very
Ooh,
good, very good.
very nice.
Smart.
That was only just enough.
That was a smart dog there. Very
Like
quick
gambling
fight.
dog.
After all this and Muttski's menuing, you'll be on to the final boss rush of Disc 3. Okay,
He
3
seems very
bosses back to
confident
back.
with the mouse and keyboard.
It's a lot of fun. Once you get used to it, you're just flying through the menus. Also, something else to point out on Seby's screen where we have the Moogle in the vase. It's worth picking up the wing edge in that chest before talking to the Moogle, since the Moogle's animation is essentially on a room timer. You don't lose any time picking up the wing edge, so unless you don't want the wing edge at all, you might as well just pick up the wing edge first and then talk to the Moogle. I saw, yeah, he sold the Winged Prayer. Okay.
I think he kind of picked it up out of habit more than anything, 'cause it only sells for 1 gil.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what could it be possibly used for? And I was like, yeah, it's not worth anything to sell for. So yeah, I was curious, but yeah, it could have just been a habit.
I was wondering if he was going to try some spicy last couple of fight strats.
Yeah, so there's like the rebirth and without a helmet or something. Oh, and yeah, last check for Muttski with that screen.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh?
Was that a
Oh.
Was that an auto clicker?
Yeah. That happened in a practice run where he accidentally suicided Steiner and like hit himself.
Mm-hmm. Steiner just had it out for Freya, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. What a waste of high potions.
We have Syl coming in to Terra and on their way to Brand Ball, while Seby's entering the You're Not Alone section, and Muttski is heading to that final boss rush, as we mentioned before, where we're going to see the Silver Dragon, which can be quite rude, but it's probably the scariest of the 3 bosses that we fight.
Oh, absolutely, but it's also the one with the lowest health.
Yes, yeah. So
it's anywhere between 4 and 5 hits, depending on a crit.
Mm-hmm.
So you could one-turn it, but it has Shockwave, which can do nasty amounts. It's also very fast, so it will usually get additional turns before you.
Suit of power is a meaningless vice, so he says. It's a good line from Amarant.
I always felt the music that plays during the Silver Dragon fight should be with Garland.
Oh, that'd be nice, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I really wanted this theme to play throughout, yeah.
it would have made sense to keep playing. Oh, beautiful first turn. That is beautiful. To get the
Very
crit,
good.
that'll be stunning. One of you, just one of you.
Enya? No.
No.
Dang.
And Aeroslash, perfect. That's beautiful.
Sure. Take it. That is wonderful.
Yeah,
Dragon.
that's a really nice.
Boop.
And there's the pointless crit.
There's the pointless crit. You called it earlier on Melty, but it actually showed up in Silver Dragon.
I sent it in the mail, and apparently due to the time zone difference, it took a while.
Yeah, the snail mail caught it finally.
Yep, absolutely.
I love useless crits.
That's when I remember. I was gonna say how we were alluding to the Maiden Prayer and anything spicy. If you have enough gil, you kind of keep track of it. When you pick up the angel earrings from in Brand Ball, you can hold on to those and utilize those as a holy boost for Freya.
That's right. Yeah. It also provides some extra stats. It provides some extra stats too, right? Like strength and whatnot. So it's
strength.
It's
and
pretty nice.
Magic, yeah. But just just saying it, if you want something spicy, that's something to look for.
Yeah, thankfully Garland and normal Kuja afterwards only have single target attacks outside of Kuja with a rare case of having auto reflect on, but we don't see that at all here. It's just all single target. She might be missing something. Yeah, I saw that 3K. Maybe, yeah. I think that might be it.
I am a firm believer in Luna strats for these two fights.
Yeah.
Very firm believer of it. Because it's everyone does really nice damage, and if you go into it on decent health to start with, it can be very nice. The only problem is obviously his Sedan's MP is very low, and there are obviously risks.
Right.
But nice Garland fight, nice the way through. Only Kuja left, and as we say that, we're going to Seby approaching his own "You're Not Alone" section.
And definitely for this HD PC version, I guess also for the PSX version, when or if your Freya is learns Luna, what that ability does is gives everyone on your own team Berserk. So it is very risky, assuming that all your team will survive the fight. It does seem a bit safer just to do it on Kuja, since these last three fights are back to back to back with no heals in between. So if Garland decides to troll your team and you fight Kuja with one or two characters, it's most likely a time loss.
Yeah.
Well, go big or go home.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
As long as I have all four alive when I get into Garland, I will do it. Because Garland, he will most commonly use Wave or Stop, and Stop is they'll be fine for Kuja, and Wave is got a high odds of missing. So you can quite often get through to Kuja still with the same people alive. Especially if you have Rebirth Ring and one person has auto life, so it's quite nice. And Kuja does Demi a lot, so it can work out quite favorable anyway.
Oh,
there he is.
Everyone's alive. Luna time.
I am a believer in the Luna strats. Okay.
Yeah.
I am crazy.
Yeah, Muttski saying in chat that since Freya doesn't have Man-Eater on, this might be the play. Plus, add that with Zidane not having MP.
Yeah, gonna have to just make
I absolutely think that's the play.
Yeah.
Kuja only hits one target at a time. The worst he's going to do is lose one person here. Now, it's over this turn anyway, so it's not really a risk.
Yep.
I think what ends next hit. Yeah, there you go.
And one thing to keep in mind is Freya's Transbar, because at this point in the game, it's most likely that she will get one hit for pretty much from here on out. She may survive 1 or 2 attacks from the Nova Dragon, but if she pretty much has a high trance bar going into Trance Kuja, she's going to trance versus the last boss, which can throw a wrench into things. So it's just something to keep in mind.
Well, it's very nice to see. Seby's getting on quite nicely. Went through a nice Amdusius, and all things considered, should be a decent Abaddon. Yep, nice Abaddon. That's it. Nicely done. And then we got Syl just about to approach his own.
Nice.
But before Syl reaches his, we will see the end of Seby's Not Alone section as well. The famous shell dragon whose face does not look like a dragon.
Yeah. Chinryu, we call him.
So I call it something else, synonymous with something in Men in Black.
Ah, I see. Let's see how Seby does against the Shell Daddy. And Syl is working his way to Yana. So, yeah, they're still pretty close. Still almost neck and neck here.
Still
Seby's
team
gaining.
close race.
Yep, Seby's gaining on
absolutely
Muttski,
is.
and Syl's right on Seby's tail, so FF9 again is also always the equalizer.
I've got to have a
very
big
good.
shout outs to management for changing the sound for the second Yana. We'll see if they change it for the third Yana as well.
Right. People love it. I
Got a
the extra
sneak
attack
key.
on deck.
Oh,
the
it
miss.
missed you.
Of course.
It was
I
that
think
sneaky,
it's
you pressed auto to save time, and it just so happened Dagger had preempt
Instant,
ATB as
yeah.
well.
That's so funny.
Get the misses out.
Right.
Get him out of the way now.
Well, after this point, I don't think anyone can miss technically, unless nobody learned accuracy plus. But
Yeah, unless there was a menu issue, which I don't think there has been, everyone will have accuracy plus.
just one more after this.
Yeah,
some-
nicely done.
We have someone asking what the little moments of trying to flee do. So that is a technique that we use whenever we are winding up an attack. That cuts out the wind up animation. Depending on the character that we are attacking with, it saves roughly, an eighth of a second, quarter of a second, half a second, or sometimes a full second if it's Freya, for instance, as it just cuts out that. And so the amount of times we attack in the run, it's going to save up several minutes.
How much it saves is purely dependent on how well the runner utilizes it. It's one of those min-max strategies, and it can save anywhere up to 4 minutes, depending on how good you are with it. Most of the cases it'll only save you 1 to 2 minutes, but it definitely saves time.
Yeah. All right. Still getting there. Yana starting. Well, one thing that's really cool when it comes to Final Fantasy IX and You Are Not Alone music, in 2002 when they did Tour de Japan music, you can find it on YouTube, but they did an orchestrated version of this song, and I believe it was like a community vote of hey, what extra songs do you want, and that was one of the songs that people wanted to hear orchestrated.
Yeah, cool. We're also going to see some great meaning from Seby here on You're Not Alone.
So, question was asked about Flea Council also being in other games, potentially in 8. It is absolutely in Final Fantasy 8 as well, and is also to a degree in Final Fantasy 4. they have a type of flee cancel, but it is different. You will probably see that because I'm sure at least one of the runners will do that when they get to it. But it's definitely an interesting technique to see, and whoever discovered it that's very smart.
All right, let's see how Syl does with the old murder horse.
Yeah, I went to ham.
Oh, they got an early attack in.
I saw the preempt and I was like, let's go. And I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why the murder horse is doing bio back to back is because when it is on the ground, it will counter with bio after being hit with an attack like that. And if it is in the air and being hit, it will counter with like a ram, or it's called horn.
The horn, yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll be fine.
So as
nice crit.
Nice crit. Wow,
nice crit.
If there's a time you can have it, that's one time you want it, just to make sure.
That hammer ATB is very bad, but nice Freya dodge.
It's okay.
Very good. Okay, cool. That's it.
Very nice.
Another crit. Oh my goodness. There you go.
So yeah, that could have been. It might have been. I guess damage roll dependent on if Zidane was gonna die there before Yenna.
Okay, we're just getting into one of the scariest fights in the entire run for Muttski, which is the Nova Dragon.
Yeah.
Some people put it scarier than Death Guys. Others don't. It's one where multiple shockwaves can happen and they can be very scary, or you might get lucky and it doesn't use shockwave.
Yeah, it could just be 100% free.
He has fairly high odds of countering standard attacks with a counter which can one-shot most of your party, but you can dodge the counter with distract helping. But typically speaking, most runners will either use charge strats or they will use lunar strats. Some do vary that. But all are very key points of the run. One entering Silver Dragon, one entering Nova Dragon, and one finishing up Yana.
Yeah.
2 dragons. Oh, psychokinesis. On Freya is not great.
That's the worst target for that.
That is pretty bad, because that means she's going to lose auto life. She's going to burn it early. So let's see if he plays it safe. Wing Edge is okay to throw because that doesn't trigger any counters from Nova Dragon.
Yeah.
But let's see how he does. No counter, no counter. Okay.
And Ares myself. She'll go down again though.
Yeah. Looks like Seby.
Seby no crits, so see what happens. Claw.
Oh,
he has auto life. That's fine. Yeah. That's actually all okay.
That's fine. Yeah. There we go. Good. Freya's just getting bullied on 2 screens, so.
I'm sure if Sylleath had Freya on screen, she would also be getting bullied there.
Right, yeah. She almost was with the miss, but. And a tidal wave, okay.
That's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, it doesn't hit Freya, so that's pretty damn perfect. And he's going to Luna, so that will... Is he? Did he? Yes, he did.
I think he did. He's like, yeah, whatever. Let's finish this.
And this is now the optimal strat for the rest of this, because even though you can be countered with Berserk, the additional damage will make a huge difference. And Steiner is very hard to kill in this fight. And Zidane... Oh, nice crit. Zidane will also do big damage with Luna.
Counter.
Ammo always dies to counter. He doesn't have distract.
Yeah, he has no distract, and I don't think the Jade Armlet has any evasion.
It actually has basically none. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there we go. Nice Nova Dragon.
Yeah, Muttski was telling that missed the kill by 1,000 before the Freya attack. So would have saved a turn, but that's all good. Made it through.
Syl's I believe it's after 4 turns, in which Soul Dragon will use its Smash ability, which automatically puts the Dane to 1 HP.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's the 5th turn.
Yeah. So, but pretty much there's got some unlucky damage rolls there. Did everything correct, but just darn, she was not in their favor.
Yep. And it looks like Seby finished up Garland. Looked like everything was clean. So it looks like everyone's alive and pretty decent. So maybe we'll see some Luna Seby as well.
Nice.
On Kuja.
And that's first runner into Memoria. If I'm not mistaken, that is not too bad time so far with Seby. We just need to keep that going. Nice earth check there for Sylleath.
Be nice if they can get a crit.
Oh, absolutely. That would be very nice. Smash, but I think this one hit ends the fight for him anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. I miscounted.
So, Seby unable to do Luna or charge for this fight, so going for just standard hits. And Kuja bullying Freya.
Yeah.
As is tradition.
Takes her also life and then takes her life.
Well, early.
Ooh, that's a pretty early encounter for Muttski, yeah. On,
That's very early.
On the Malaris screen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is very early.
Oh, he's putting Steiner in crit.
Well, that's fantastic. That's helpful.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey, thank you, Mr. Iron Man.
Yeah, that saves some time right there.
There's some speedrun lore behind Iron Man, where if it uses Protect, then it quote-unquote guarantees that Necron will not use Protect.
Ah, yeah, I think I've heard that before. Muttski went through the Malaris screen. Didn't check and see if he got the tower, but
Yes, he did.
He did. Okay. Yeah.
Equipping it right.
Maybe he didn't do the menu on
Yeah, he didn't menu until he changed screen.
Gotcha. Yeah, looks like Seby finished up with Kuja. It was a quick fight. Syl is now gonna make their Pandemonium trek to the final 3 bosses of Disc 3. And catching up. So, I guess we haven't mentioned how charge works yet, right?
We haven't had the opportunity, really, have we?
Yeah. So
take it away, yeah.
So yeah, charge is a Steiner ability that he learns off of the Coral Sword. And casually, you kind of look at this ability and go, why would I ever use this? It seems stupid. But speedrun-wise, it is possibly one of the most busted abilities in the game. Because we want everybody being crit HP, so whenever Steiner uses charge, everyone that is on your team that is in critical health, so yellow, will do a physical attack. And the importance of this is that it does not trigger the boss's counterattacks. So later on, there will be some bosses that will trigger counter spells, counter physical attacks and whatnot. But that just ignores that counter script entirely. So it is very, very useful to have, as we are all physically based anyway, for the final Discord crawl. And we just card away.
And then the other advantage is it also doesn't use that character's turn.
Correct, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Oh, that was a high roll hit there.
That was, yeah.
Wow, that's a rare one, that.
Yeah, Protect Girl's coming in handy though.
Mm-hmm.
But that charge is going to come through nice, because even Zidane gets in on this charge.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
the very nice thing as well here, as all runners today do have auto life, none of them have to fully count the damage if they don't want to, as long as Freya doesn't somehow go down.
Right. Yeah.
They don't have to do what Muttski's just done and jump out of the way. They can just keep smashing the boss. But this works. We're still going to see Freya alive at the end of it.
And this is also one of my favorite victory poses, whenever Freya jumps. Because everyone's just dead, and you see the victory music, it's just so good. It's like, alright, you did it, but no one's alive.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's a pretty good Malaris with Muttski.
Yeah, pretty clean fight.
Alright, Syl now makes it into Silver Dragon, so.
And Muttski's choosing not to heal up Steiner. Sometimes some people will heal up Steiner fully or about halfway, just to hopefully tank future hits for the next boss coming up.
Now I'm going to talk about my insane lunacy here as well. And I don't do this for PB attempts. I only do this on runs that are not going to PB. Okay? If I'm just enjoying myself, the idea I do is I fully heal my party, and I use Luna on Tiamat. It is, on average, faster than charge strats, but it is not more optimal.
It is very risky, and I love your choice of words with the lunacy. But overall, the biggest risk, as speedrunners know for Tiamat, is when a character is in the float status, and Tiamat will cast float. You have the ability to put on auto float yourself, but if you attack with the character while in float status, Tiamat will counter that with the snort ability and knock your player out of the fight.
Now here is why my math works. Because of Luna, every character hits what Freya would normally hit on Tiamat, which is the only person doing real damage. And Freya then hits for 9,000 instead of 6,000. So you're doing more damage. If nobody gets hit with float, then you're already quicker anyway. If they do get hit with float, you lose one person, but you're already doing that same damage you're going to miss additional on Freya or Zidane. And then on top of that, at full health, they can survive Jetfire and Twister.
So you heal up everyone?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The only problem is it relies on you getting an encounter after that. And if you are very, very fortunate, you will not get an encounter between the bosses. But that's very unlikely at the same time. It does happen, but it is unlikely. If you don't get an encounter, you're obviously going to then have to force one. Beautiful crit. Straight into the Jetfire.
Now,
Tiamat has the potential to be the single most annoying boss in Disc 4 if you are very unlucky. And we see Seb just going into Nova Dragon as well.
Nova, yeah, and then back and then to a Twister. Oh boy,
that is super fun. That.
Well, thankfully,
Twister.
Yeah, thankfully you only cast each of those once, so we won't see Jetfire or Twister again.
Zidane.
And the absorb MP is based off of your magic defense.
Yep.
Which is why Amarant and Zidane are not really affected by that.
It's a very sad affair when it hits
Freya.
Freya.
This is a very rough Tiamat.
Well, there's one more thing Tiamat can do that we hope.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it, but
neither am I.
Ring, because Freya's already
There's always one.
Well,
Oh, and we're getting a Luna on Nova.
Nova. Let's see how it pays off.
And
for
a
Seby.
Luna on,
Hey,
on
double
Kuja
Luna
as well.
Easily
There we
having the
go.
time of his life right now. Seeing so much Luna.
Power of Berserk.
Yeah, so we throw the Wing Edge with Amaret because that's a free damage and he can't counter, and then yeah, we set up Luna, so Steiner and Zidane get their 2 attacks. And we just kind of hope and pray.
Oh, float on Freya. See, I didn't say that. That was worse.
That's also pretty bad too, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So he's out for the
Muttski's-
throw.
Oh, there's
You
the
know what?
shockwave.
Oh, let's see how it goes for Seby.
Oh, 2 alive maybe?
2 alive.
And auto
okay.
life. Auto life.
Okay,
Question mark?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this throw on. I like the throw because it takes up time. The throw ability with Amaret on Tiamat does not do any more or less damage than a physical attack. But in theory, it would be, hey, let's take up as much time as possible to hopefully get Freya to, get out of float status.
There is Nova down for Seby, and unfortunately, we had another Absorb MP for Muttski this time on Steiner, though.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad Tiamat. This is painful.
Yep.
But he made it through.
Down.
Yeah, Seby was able to survive with Steiner and Freya. We don't need any AP from Nova Dragon, thankfully, so we'll be fine there.
The Excalibur 2 question, absolutely. That is pretty much a requirement for the final few fights. Otherwise, they get a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's a little scary under damaging and not having that Excalibur 2 attack, but you can do without it. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're on a all bosses run, that is. If you're on an all bosses run, Amaranth does your damage.
Right, yeah, with the Kaiser Knuckles, that's so good. I love the Kaiser Knuckles so much. I wish there was an easier way to get them outside of Silver Dragon Steel and Chocobo. But
yeah, see, throw the Excalibur 2. Exactly.
Yeah. I do have a setup to kill Necron with the throw and Excalibur 2 as the final hit, but it's a little wonky.
It's funny, though.
That does sound a little bit wonky, actually.
Alright, so
Kraken.
Yeah. Muttski's coming up to Kraken, who is a very, very bizarre boss. How many encounters did Muttski get on this so far? Was there any encounters?
I want to say 2, 3.
He had one more on the way, didn't he?
One on the long bridge there. And the one before Malor's.
Okay.
He's only on. Yeah. He's only at 2, hasn't he, so far?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Kraken. The split for Kraken from between Tiamat and Kraken is notorious for having a high amount of encounters. So it's an interesting point to run to see how many people get there.
Even on HD, you can end up with 3 encounters through there.
Yeah.
I believe I saw someone on one bad run, even with click movement, got 4 encounters between the 2 bosses.
Yeah. Good old Kraken split. Looks like Seby's heading up to Malaris. Oh, and they get an encounter as well. That's unfortunate. It is a long screen, so...
I mean, it gives him a chance to put Steiner in correct health range, potentially, if he chooses to. Which he is.
Very good.
Sylleath just ending the Disc 3 portion of the game. Getting ready to get to his own Nova Dragon in the next few minutes.
So upcoming for Muttski with Kraken. It's a little bizarre boss, but I could go on for hours about Kraken, but just for simplicity's sake, we want to eliminate the 2 tentacles on the side of it first, before we start focusing on the big boy in the center. because if we hit Kraken in the center, he has a lot of nasty spells that we don't want to do. So we just need to take out the 2 tentacles first, which also, yeah, good. Yeah, we do want to see freeze over Waterga, because Waterga is also its other opener, but freeze is perfect because everyone's immune to it. So we just have everybody kind of share tentacles, and then we can set up. Ooh, nice
Not
crit.
needed, but
Yep.
So a nice little thing you can do if you are unfortunate enough to get trance on Zidane and Kraken. In this right at the start of the fight, if you hit each tentacle once, so you hit once with Steiner, once with Freya, because if you hit trance, you probably have had Waterga first turn, and then you use Grand Lethal with Zidane, you actually kill both tentacles and get the initial damage onto Kraken.
Yeah, alright, that's pretty cool.
So that is the optimal strategy if you do trance at the start of the Kraken fight.
It's like Seby's having a alright Malaris. Aaron going down, it's kind of whatever. I mean, we can just charge with the 2 and be okay, because again, we don't need anybody to survive this fight except for Freya.
It's somewhat standard at that point, really.
We'll reflect a free turn, basically.
Yeah, we love seeing it reflect.
Yeah, we don't know any spells. Are you kidding me?
And there we go. Nice. Seby gets through
nice.
Malaris.
Very good.
Malaris, I should say. It's wrong game I'm thinking of. Too much Final Fantasy 1 on my brain, that one.
Yeah, speaking of FF1, these are callbacks to the FF1 boss fight, right?
Yep, yes. They absolutely are. Same boss names, same, well, aside from Malaris being Malarith in 1. Same elements behind them. And the only difference would be their abilities. Ink is still used by Kraken in 1, but it doesn't know Waterga.
And technically, it's the order we fight the Chaos Fiends is the reverse of how they run it in the speedrun, with Lich first, then Kraken, then Tiamat, then ending with Malaris.
This is true. There is a different route that you can take where you would reverse Tiamat and Malaris, but we don't do that typically.
Yeah, no. It's in FF1. It's nice to just cheese Malaris at the end.
Absolutely, the one hit done. But anyway, let's. We've seen Muttski get rid of Kraken. Easy work there. We've got Seby just about to go to Tiamat, and Sylleath is just about to start his Nova Dragon.
Yep. Well, a boss or 2 apart, so this 4 gauntlet is essentially just a big boss rush. So it's still within reach of each other. Anything can happen there at the end. But we'll see how well Sylleath does with Nova. Hopefully we get to see another Luna.
ATV. Maybe a charge trap fight, I guess.
Maybe, yeah. Let's see what happens.
See the health.
Ooh, hi.
That's not pleasant.
Yeah.
But there's counter. Very nice. We get 2.
Very good.
We get 2. No,
No,
I need 1. That's
fine.
sad. And Muttski picks up the Mace of
Zeus.
Zeus.
Good luck.
RNG manip.
Yeah. Muttski says he got an achievement for picking up the Mace of Zeus. Yeah, you get an achievement for finding all the ultimate weapons for every character, and yeah, there's one here.
Seby is healing center before Tiamat fight.
Yeah,
preemptively saving, basically making a safe state. It's slightly slower overall, but it means that Steiner won't die to a Jetfire.
He still can dive to Twister, I believe, right?
No, he won't die to either of them in one use. He might die to both being used, but it's hit and miss. It depends on the damage rolls.
Alright.
That's not bad for Sylleath. That's decent positions. It's not ideal that Steiner's that low, but is he holding a Luna?
Looks like.
Did he just
One an attack.
Okay.
Counter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got so worried for a minute.
Then about a Luna there. I'm pretty sure. Another shockwave.
Oh no.
Like 1 or 2 attacks away too.
Yeah. That's the GG.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Back at it again for round 2.
The RNG, man.
Yeah, just
This
getting
has been a
bullied there.
tough run for you. But you've done really well. So keep seeing it through. Final stretch.
Yeah.
So float on Steiner for Seby. That's not the end of the world because we typically want to have him charge with Freya anyway. So that's all good. That's not the worst. And then Muttski finishes up Lich, who is essentially just a big punching bag. He can do AoE Earth to hit Zidane and Amaranth, but we just kind of hit him as fast as possible and charge as much as possible.
Tracking down as well.
Yep.
Or Tiamat.
Tiamat, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Tiamat,
Another
yeah.
opening shockwave
Wow.
for Syl.
Oh.
Cannot catch a break.
No.
3
Oh
shockwaves.
my goodness. Bullied.
I guess the second time around, it's like, alright, I guess you might want to waste someone's turn just to elixir.
Possibly, yeah. Elixir up Steiner or something, but who knows?
We're just hopeful that's not required. I'd like to see something either a aerial slash or a tidal. There we go. That'll heal Steiner back up. It will mean Freya goes down, but it does.
I did throw the elixir though, and I'm like, no.
Ooh, yeah, double.
Muttski did not get a space encounter.
Very, very nice to see.
Or did he or did not?
No, he did not.
I believe there's one check at the end.
There is. It's fairly high odds of getting the encounter as well. No one actually knows the exact odds, but
yeah, it's a little wonky.
And it's like, I always feel like it's like 5 or so, pixels before the text from Garland starts. It's like, oh, come on, man.
Someone's asking in chat if the counterattacks are higher on PC version. Never seen so many counters. No, it's. I believe the formula for counterattacks is the same. It's just structured off of your spirit, which is, of course, the magical stat where everything gets dumped into it.
I believe it's also to do a little bit with your level, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact formula for it, but spirit definitely is applied, and I believe it's something to do with the level, but I may be wrong.
Possibly, yeah. I'm not too sure, to be quite honest.
Like, I know Flee is based on your level as one of the stats, but because it's to do with your level and the enemy level for Flee, but not the Flee ability, the runaway Flee. Nice. Sylleath gets through Nova.
There we go. Yeah. Made it through Nova Dragon. Big old bully of Disc 4.
How part of FF9, especially when it comes to these parts, it's how you deal with the RNG as it's thrown to you. Sometimes it's really just, couldn't do anything about it, or okay, I need to execute A, B, and C when X, Y, and Z happens to me.
So we end one very scary fight for Team Choco, and we enter another scary fight for Team Tonberry. Death Guys is, if any of you ever read the notes, it reads extreme, meaning you very much could wipe here, or you could get through nice. It really is depending on Death Guys. So it will open with Meteor, and what we're looking for is to ideally see Zidane and Steiner left alive. Steiner's not terrible, because then we get the elixir through.
Yeah, 100 damage on Steiner. I will take it.
That is a beautiful opener, actually. And then it puts Zidane there. Now, Demon's Claw here is... Oh, that was a nasty Demon's Claw. Demon's Claw is very fast, and it actually gets 2 turns for one of Zidane's when he does Demon's Claw, so this could be a slight problem here. He looks to go through first, nice. Okay, he should be in now. Assuming, yep, there's spin. There we go.
Yep.
And he's in. If we're lucky, we'll see some counters here. And Death Guys has 55,000 health approximately. So we count the hits. And we're looking for 5.5 hits. Ooh, a nice early close though.
That is good. Because we don't want him spinning around over and over again, just burning your elixirs, so...
There might be a trance on Seby's Zidane is very, very close to trance, and part of the strat with fighting Kraken is to attack once or twice with Zidane to get more attacks in. Roughly 10 attacks from the team will do Kraken in. There's a chance that you can do that within 2 turns. So Seby's going to try to do that with Zidane being in trance. That would definitely add to that as well.
Yeah, with the leg, it'll one-shot him anyway, so that doesn't build trance, unfortunately, if you hit 0 HP.
Alright, we should be... Muttski get through. Should. Very soon.
Very soon.
All things considered. That's that down, but
oh yeah.
Okay.
Very good
That'll
Kraken fight.
Yep, that'll help.
That's really nice. That Kraken fight, that's about as good as you can get the start of that.
Yeah.
There we go. Very nice.
I'm pretty sure that was a 2-turn then, right?
I think Death Guys needs one more attack, right?
And there we go. That is Death Guys. Very clean by Muttski. Very well done. Not too much better can be done. It's a very much a heavy RNG fight on whether you get a lot of Death Claws, whether you got a lot of spins,
right?
How long it takes to close, what the damage rolls on the meteor are. Essentially, what we're hoping for is a meteor similar to what happened to Muttski, and then we're hoping that it closes fairly early so that we can get the damage through, or we get hit with a lot of spins. And the reason why spins or Demon's Claws that misses, the reason why we'd like that is we can counter those. And the optimal scenario you can leave that fight in is you actually have Zidane as the only one alive right at the end, or in good health, and you have Steiner, Freya, and Amaranth all in yellow health, because then you can charge with Steiner on Transkuja, and it helps the fight a lot. But it's also less safe to leave that in that situation. However, we do have that scenario for Muttski.
We got 3 people in crits.
And Reflect Opener.
Baby.
Oh, that is beautiful.
That's
so
wonderful.
What we'll get is 1, 2, 3 charge. That's what we see.
And we just charge, and yeah, hope we don't see the flare star.
Oh, and a crit. Oh,
very nice.
There we go.
So it's good that he only got 1 crit. If Freya or Amaranth crit, that would have put that might have put most likely would have put Transkuja over half HP left, which would have triggered triggered flare star counter. There's a bit of a yeah. So pretty much from now on, we can only do damage, or should only do damage by utilizing Steiner's charge ability, and the same reason why we do it versus Nova Dragon is because it's considered a counter attack. So if Steiner does says charge, and everyone within the near death status charges, and that's seen as a counter. So you can't counter a counter. There's no counter loops in this game, or in the coding of it. So
thank goodness.
Yeah, so Flare Star would not be triggered.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Very beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Malorus from Sylleath, beautiful Kraken Seb, and a Lich, to be fair. You already breezed through Lich in that time, and
everyone was
absolutely
Lich,
beautiful. Like, all three fights were beautiful.
Seby's creeping up. He's catching up the Team Mog up to Team Tonberry.
They're very close to each other, really.
We still have Sylleath.
I have to give credit to all three runners. They've all had their own challenges through the run, and they've all handled it very well. And by all accounts, all done well through the runs.
One thing with Transkuja is when Seby got
Ace
the
encounter.
Oh no!
And we can actually talk about it because you do not want to attack this guy even once. Sometimes inadvertently on PC you may have auto attack already on because that's how you ended the Earthguard fight and never took it off. The Behemoth will counter with a meteor counter.
Oh
and
boy.
that could wipe your team out.
Very cool.
But with Transkuja, unlike Nova Dragon, Transkuja will counter throws. So if you think, oh, let me throw something for from Amaranth to try to get some damage in, nope. It can definitely trigger the Flare Star encounter. Plus, even stealing from Transkuja can trigger the Flare Star counter, and that's something you don't want to do. Even if you're trying to be cheeky or whatnot, no, just don't.
Don't play games with TK.
No, yeah.
Or if you're in my shoes, Lunar.
Of course.
Gosh.
Of course.
No,
I got Bloodsport on the left of me. I got Luna on the right of me.
I've Luna'd on Earth Guardian. I'm like, is this worth it? And it's not.
Lich?
It's not Earth Guardian.
Oh, yes.
Lich is about roughly the same, if not time loss.
Yeah.
Because charge is actually very efficient on that fight. TK is so RNG dependent. If you do use it, it's just not worth doing. I've tried it on most of the Disc 4 fights just to see.
Okay, here we have the final boss of Final Fantasy IX, Necron. Everybody saw this coming, right?
Yeah, completely.
Absolutely. Fight God once.
Yeah. So Necron's a little bit weird. They have 4 ATB bars. They 3 of them will get disabled depending on how many people are in either critical health or 0 HP. So essentially what we want to do is, as soon as possible, we want Zidane, Steiner, and Amaranth to cut themselves off to disable those extra turns that he can possibly get. And Blue Shockwave is his main ATB bar. But yeah, after all 3 of them have been defeated, that's wonderful. That's great.
Wow.
That's a wonderful opener. That's exactly what you're looking for. As soon as the first Blue Shockwave is used, whilst you still have people sacrificing themselves, you can cue Freya's jump immediately. When she lands, she's going to do a certain order of actions. She will revive Steiner first, and then you're looking to revive again, and you will follow through this rotation where you will even ATB wait, as you will see it.
And yeah, so
whenever I'm about to
yeah, so time's coming up on Muttski for Team Tonberry here. But, yeah, the reason why we jumped over that was jump over the Grand Cross ability, which does almost every single status effect on the entire party. We definitely don't want to have that. And if that happens, then it also sets a Neutron Ring, which does incredibly high amount of damage to the party moves right after it, and then it resets back to its 3 Blue Shockwaves back to back. So once we jump over that Grand Cross, then we can just go to town on Blue Shockwave.
Alright. Until you got Iron Man encounter.
And I'm in the lab to charge now.
Yeah. This is all she wrote.
Time.
Nice.
GG.
Alright, go.
Yep.
So
GG.
close
Good job, Tonberry.
I missed PB by 8 seconds.
8
Oh.
seconds. No.
Yeah, I needed that. I needed the Transkuja flare to hit literally anyone but Steiner.
Yeah,
if Steiner
anyone else.
doesn't die there, it's like almost a lock, barring protect on Necron. So yeah, 8.8 seconds over PB.
GG. Sure it wasn't just picking because you picked up Face of Zeus that way.
Well,
no, absolutely not.
In my defense, when I picked up the Mace of Zeus, I was a minute and a half behind.
Oh wow!
Oh,
you got me there.
Well, absolutely fantastic run there, Muttski. Very well done. Good representation for Team Tonberry.
Seby's got a good.
Guys, appreciate it.
Of course. Seby's got a good death guys going on right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he ends it with the Zidane hit.
Yeah, Zidane hit for 900.
And he's gonna have Steiner in critical HP for the end of the fight. So that way, as long as he survives the first charge, he'll be part of that charge attack. That's a massive amount of damage.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I figured he was gonna. I figured he was gonna do a full heal.
Yep.
On Zidane at least.
Yeah. So someone in chat asked, "Hey, can we explain why Necron comes?" And so pretty much Necron is, for lack of better words, the god of the universe, or creator of the void, you can say. So pretty much the long story, I'll try to shorten it, is that this crystal that's behind Transkuja is the crystal that pretty much is like the seed of life for the universe as a whole. And so he's pretty much saying, yo, if I'm gonna die, because I have a shelf life as a genome, I'm going to destroy everyone. If I'm gonna die, everyone's going down with me. And so after we defeat Transkuja, he actually, casts Ultima to destroy the crystal. And so with that crystal destroyed, it pretty much says, hey, we want the universe to become nothing. And so that procs Necron to be like, oh, hey, you summoned me? And so Necron's like, hey, I'm going to destroy the world, or destroy the whole universe, and go back to nothing, and have, pretty much, if that crystal destroyed, there's nothing that can initiate life from continuing. So that pretty much says, well, Zidane ends with, I want to live, and so he's like, that will to live is what keeps the party together, is what motivates Zidane to go forward, and Necron at the end says, like, if the will to live is that powerful, then, I won't destroy everything, but with life still continuing, Necron as an entity will still be around. So with life there is always death, but we pretty much saved the world from being destroyed. And towards the end of the cutscene, at the end game, Zidane and Kuja have an end talk, and Kuja understands, how he regrets his action, because he should have just living life, even though he knows he's gonna die, should have lived life and enjoyed it the way Zidane did.
Thank you, Steph. Yeah.
Seby just ending TK as we've had this beautiful lore drop. Yet another one through the last 8 hours nearly. We've had some amazing lore drops from Steph here. And
yourself too.
Well, I mean, I'm following in the footsteps here. But we've got the end of a Kraken fight for Sylleath, which looks a little bit on the scarier side, but looks like he's all fine, he's got it, and we're just coming up to see Necron for Seby.
Yeah, we're nearing the end here for Seby. Hopefully we get as clean as the Necron that Muttski got, because that was just the optimal one where you only see a single blue shockwave and everybody else KO. But yeah, it looks like Syl is finishing up Kraken. and then they'll be on their way to Lich after that.
That's fine.
All right, well, I'm going to take off. I'll be lurking for the rest of the 9 race. Thanks for having me again, Relay, and thanks everyone for commentating and everyone to watch. I appreciate it. I look forward to listening to this back and hearing the lore dumps of Steph.
Yeah, GG, Mutt.
GG's, Mutt. It's a good run, man. Okay, will we see another Mace of Zeus pickup?
From Syl, maybe.
I don't even know what that is and where to find it.
So, no. Apparently no.
Nice try, though.
Yeah.
You know what, Syl, we'll show you one day. But it is Vivi's best weapon, and it does teach Vivi Doomsday.
Yeah, let's see how it goes for Seby, and also how it goes for Syl. We've got some 2 death gods, essentially, back to back.
We'll be focused more so on Necron for now. It's the bit more tricky fight.
Correct.
Hopefully we see a nice standard approach, but we'll see.
Definitely want to not see anything too crazy in the beginning. Yep, I mean that's actually
beautiful.
What we want to see. That's
good.
That is exactly what we're after.
There still was a potential for Necron to utilize other abilities.
There we go. Great.
But once we're given the suicide attempt, then we're good. Or the knocking each other out.
So
we have a standard Necron.
Yeah, another one. So yeah, he has a whole arsenal of spells, but just in the speedrun showcase, he's just not showing them. He's a little scared, a little skittish. But yeah, it's just gonna be another standard straight up Necron fight. So this will be pretty clean for Seby. He's coming up on time here for Team Mog.
I've just looked over and seen that Sylleath has an unfortunately stopped Zidane.
Oh, yeah.
But fight's over, nice.
Fight's over, it's all good.
I even golded that split.
Nice.
I think Seby's, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the ATB weighted Zidane when he was revived, so he should not need this ATB weight attack.
He did the ATB weight anyway.
Yep. I just had practice. But yeah, should be in time.
Someone call 911 because Seby's on fire.
Right. Here.
Time.
Time. 377.37, I think.
Yep.
Or 7:37:37.
GG, Seby.
GG, Seby.
And
very nice run.
Seby's last character HP is made up 911.
Beautiful run there, Seby.
Great.
Very good.
Very nice.
Next runner for Team Mog. Also, it seems we have people joining the voice call. I don't know if we want to have them say some introductions.
I think that would be perfect. FF2 team, hello.
Hello there. I am Porside, and I am joined. If you want to introduce yourself, go ahead.
Yep, Captain here as well.
We were just watching the beginning of Rupan's run, and now Swanzig is in the middle of the opening cutscene here. Not too much going on. I mean, Rupan has gone through the early part of his grinding. We'll get more into this after the conclusion of the FF9 run here. And I just want to say, after listening to Steph's lore dump of FF9, I think that is more involved in the entire plot of this game.
I was going to say too, like FF2, I really love FF2. Like, yes, I half joke about Bloodsword and this and that, but like FF2, like, when I first played it, I loved the story. the story of 4 orphans. Pretty much, I see it as a rags to riches story. And so that's one thing I really do like the FF2 story. And I really think that the Emperor is I can't really second to Kefka, but like one of a top 3 enemy or antagonist for the Final Fantasy series. I really like the story as a whole and the characters and the depth. Even though just a simple early on Final Fantasy game, but I personally like the innovation of the battle system and how you upgrade your team and pretty much the trials and tribulation that you have to go. You have to go through hell and back, and I really think that's really cool.
Looks like the FF9 crew's entering the final set of bosses, so we'll pass it back to them, and then we'll come back after they're done.
Alrighty. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for introducing yourselves.
Hashtag no pressure for me.
Yeah. So we'll see how well Death Guys is gonna do this, though. So put your prayers up. Hopefully we can have a nice clean Death Guys.
Push your fingers, your toes, anything, any appendage you need.
Any open appendage.
It'd be nice to see Zidane trance.
And there it is, and that is a beautiful opener.
And the trance, yeah. All right. So we'll see. Need to make it make sure they're a little safe here. Make sure Steiner gets full HP. And depending on what Death Guys can do, we can actually have Steiner do his attack, and then we can have Zidane follow up with a.
See a counter.
That's beautiful. Let's go. Let's go. No counter, but
no counter.
Safe there.
Yeah, Zidane is our lifeguard essentially in the Death Guys fight. We want to just keep him in the back row, try and keep him healthy and alive as we have Steiner be the DPS. And auto life on him. Yeah, good call.
Yeah,
Making sure we want to have Zidane up top. Yeah.
I was a little concerned when I saw the PD going out to ammo. I was like, oh.
Yeah. And there's close. Okay. Make sure Steiner's up.
A cool thing, like why I said, hey, I would like to have Zidane and Trance, is mostly because even though they are in the back row in order to be a tank for us, is that the Trance ability is not determined by your row, your front row.
Right. Yeah.
Not. So having that as a backup would be nice, as to, in theory, to do a little bit more damage. And plus, it's kind of a reverse. In the beginning of the run, or for the first 3 discs, first 3 parts of the game, we don't want to really waste time with battle animations. But once we get auto regen, we kind of do want that and utilize that in order to have as many more ticks of auto regen. And the longer that we have an animation, the longer ticks that can go on. So that's for Zidane to use the trance ability, and kind of cast the magic attack. He can also refill, a few ticks of auto regen and get like 500 more experience or hit points, which will help us, survive more attacks.
Beautiful fight there, Syl. Very well done.
Don't know what I was doing for a second there.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice Death Guys for everyone. There wasn't game overs or wipes or anything like that. Just everyone walked in and finished. See, Death Guys is easy.
Unusual. Very unusual Death Guys.
Honestly, shout out to the Death Miss.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that Death Missing was pretty cool.
But definitely, I mean, we've seen Death Guys, ruin world record attempts. We've seen Death Guys just troll and, 3, 4, 5 times in a row of just meteor maxing out or just doing so much damage, and yeah. Nice risk taken.
Definitely worth taking that risk there.
I've taken quite a few risks this run.
I mean, you've also had some pretty poor RNG through the run. I think you've handled it pretty well.
Yeah, you were just dealing with the hand you were dealt.
Now
So
we're
again,
on
we have
charge.
TK. Yeah, we have TK here, who we want to try and do enough damage to hit just below, just before the 50% threshold. And then we're gonna have Steiner just charge away because we don't want to trigger the counter Flare Star. But Flare on Steiner is not ideal at all. That's
but it does give him an access into charge. But from that noise, I'm saying
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought it and didn't say it. I still cursed him. I'm sorry.
You're just thinking about it now.
Well, we can be hopeful that it misses Steiner ammo, or one of them.
I hope so, yeah.
It missed Steiner. Okay.
Miss Steiner, that's good. Okay, we'll take that.
Yeah, and we've got the auto life, so that opens for charge.
We're in. We're in.
Okay, very nice.
Let's hope that his final action is kind.
Yeah, be nice to do a reflect here.
Hey, there we go.
All right, all right.
Watching this game for so long, you can kind of anticipate or hope and anticipate what's going to come next.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see. Yeah, everyone kind of is on the same page at some point. Where it's just like, oh, please, guys, yeah.
Very well done.
Very good.
Since we're about to rotate out, I just want to give a shout out to P-Town Rocks for encouraging me to learn Final Fantasy IX speedrunning, and easily for giving me that final push to be in the top tier runner.
Nice.
You did it all yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Only done this for a year, watching the relays for years, so been an honor to do this for my first time.
Heck yeah, that's great. Happy you're here.
You done well.
Yeah, if anyone is interested, or maybe may feel intimidated for learning to run, it's I understand the length of it can turn people off. But we do have the cutscene remover mod, which pretty much makes an 8-hour run to a 4-hour one. And overall, I mean, the community is just full of people that love the game and want to see people do well for themselves. Truthfully, in life, outside of speedrun and within speedrun, to me, just learning a speedrun and taking the time and dedication, at least to me, it kind of hones the attention to detail skills that I think people may take for granted, or people don't really think about in life. So, in my opinion, speedrunning kind of can help you become more successful in general, just by having that renewed focus onto something and seeing, the fruits of your labor. You see the time that it takes to dedicate into something, and you see, real-time results come from it. So I feel that speedrunning in general can correlate to real life. Sure, you're good at playing a video game, but it's the mentality that it takes to persevere and learn and just continue forward. I mean, I feel that it's a universal skill.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Agree. Well said. And for anyone who's interested in learning Final Fantasy IX, through speedrun.com you will be able to find a link to the Discord, to the community Discord, which will have guides, people to talk to, ways on how to get the cutscene remover or just install the game yourself, and other little hints, tips, guides, etc. As well as that, a lot of the people here today through this entire relay, in fact over the weekend, know 9 quite a lot, and I'm sure would be happy to help if you're in any of their streams, any of their spaces. Definitely a game that is challenging, yet not so challenging that you're going to sit there and be confused by multiple sheets.
Hey, if this dumb dog can do it, you can too.
All right, here we go. One last Necron. Are we gonna have another clean one? Oh, we are.
Yeah, we are. Wow.
We 100% are. 3 clean Necron. Oh, it's a miss on the name right? Okay.
We're fine.
All right,
Very
we're good.
nice. Just bring it home, Syl.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump over Grand Cross, which also skips Neutron Ring, because those two go hand in hand, and then it just goes through the pattern of Blue Shockwave 3 times. So during that time, we just revive with Freya, or revive Freya with revive Steiner with Freya, and then get Zidane back up and just start charging and attacking away, you know? So this is gonna be it. It's gonna be time for Team Choco here in a bit.
Yeah, one thing just to, all 3 runners were running the same route, but for routes that utilize auto haste ability, they typically do not revive Zidane. Necron, even though it starts with 4 ATB bars, only has 23 speed. That's fairly slow, and with auto haste on Steiner and Zidane, one, in the beginning of the fight, you can actually ATB wait the beginning, and you can attack with Zidane and Steiner, and then suicide them both before doing the Freya jump. But pretty much just Freya and Steiner will be your main attackers, and Steiner with auto haste would be able to do both attacks. Oh no! Okay.
Oh. Well, let's hope that attack goes through. You must have leaked time with the ATB wait, but
yeah, a little bit too much time leaked, but we'll see.
Well, let's hope
prayers up.
Somebody can attack.
Yeah, we just need one person. We just need one person to attack.
And Grand Cross will do pretty much any random status effect, including.
I haven't made this mistake in so long.
Yeah, I guess you had to wait
but
to
that's
be
a
a dumb dog
PB.
again.
Hey, all right.
Let's go.
By 2 minutes.
I thought it was from the time you were on. I was like, he's got to be close.
Go Team Choco, go.
Yeah, go Team Choco. GG.
GG, 9 runners. Thank you guys for having us. I guess we hand over to Final Fantasy 2.